Adi sir, we are live.
All right. Good morning and welcome back to the second day of the International Conference on the Built Environment, ICBE 2021, organized by the Jindal School of Art and Architecture at OP Jindal Global University. Today, we have the first 4 sessions of the conference on various themes around the built environment. In each session, 4 students will be presenting their research papers. It will be moderated by a student from JSA. Each session will be followed by a question and answer session with the viewers here on Zoom, as well as those of you who have joined us on YouTube. Today's morning session from 10 to 1 p.m., we will have 2 discussion panels. The first one titled Unfolding Narratives, the Politics of Representation, moderated by Radhika Narang. The second session for the morning session is titled Building as a Site That Manifests, and will be moderated by Taha Muhammad Mam. Following the morning session, we will be breaking for lunch from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m., following which we will have the afternoon session from 2 to 5 p.m. Within this session, we will have 2 discussion panels, the first titled Comfortable Spaces, Evolving Types, moderated by Mazen Ahmed. The second panel will be Building and Spatial Practices, moderated by Leena Nadella. At 6 p.m. today, we have the next keynote lecture for ICBE 2021, Reimagining Delhi, A View from Its Hills by Mr. Thomas Crowley, a doctoral researcher at the Department of Geography, Rutgers School of Arts and Sciences, Rutgers University, New Jersey. We hope that all of you are excited for this keynote session as well as the discussion panels ahead. All right, I now request Radhika Narang to begin with our first session for the day, Unfolding Narratives, the Politics of Representation. Over to you, Radhika.
Thank you so much, Aditya. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the very first session of ICBE 2021. My name is Radhika Narang, and I am a 4th-year architecture student at the Jindal School of Art and Architecture, and I will be moderating this session titled Unfolding Narratives, the Politics of Representation. Unfolding Narratives is all about the various forms and associated narratives of society, culture, and politics. We're often pushed to enter new dimensions every now and then, which thus equips us to think through a certain lens. But who is really responsible for the construction of such lenses? This is what the panel is all about. It's about questioning and understanding the roots and the ways of seeing. How does the application and representation of the built environment in the entertainment industry create perspectives about heritage and culture of a place? How does materiality of objects makes us question the idea of self, our home, and belongingness? How does perception of people impact and create stereotypes around a particular community in the society? What role does the materiality of memory play in the act of letting go of things and building a home? These are some of the questions that our panelists are going to address this morning. Now, before moving forward, I would like to inform everyone that we will be taking up all the questions and comments at the end of the session. So the audience is requested to write down their questions in the chat box or in the comment section if you're joining us from YouTube or Facebook. And do not forget to mention the name of the speaker you're addressing the question to. And I also request our panelists to please adhere to the time limit of 15 minutes that has been given to you. I will be giving you a reminder at the 10th and the 13th minute mark, respectively, by playing a buzzer sound. Unfortunately, one out of the four presenters won't be presenting her paper titled Drawings the Language of Architecture today. So without wasting any more time, let's begin the session and call the first presenter of the day, Asmita Kothari from School of Architecture, VIT University in Vellore in India, presenting her paper titled Architecture in Anime, the World Building Narrative. Over to you, Asmita.
Good morning to everyone present here. Just share my screen now. I think there seems to be some issue. Just a
Asmita, we can't hear you properly.
hello. Hello.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Just a second.
Neo Tokyo is about to explode. Streamline Pictures presents a state-of-the-art adventure, Akira. So this was just a small snippet of all the case studies I would be discussing, and I would like to share my presentation now. So architecture in anime, my paper, I'm honored to present my paper titled Architecture in Anime. So the world building narrative, as a distinct art form, it seems to represent architecture representation, and in terms of multi-sensory and space-time representation. The built environment is a fictional work of...
Asmita, I'm really sorry to interrupt, but your voice is not audible, like it's not very clear. So if you could come closer to the mic or...
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll just repeat. As a distinct art form, anime seems to enhance architecture representation in terms of multisensory and space-time perception. The built environment is a fictional work and it's not just represented but created. Since background artists design from scratch completely new, imagined and fictional world settings with limited or sometimes no reference at all to the real world. So the objectives of this paper, the main aim was to study and understand different concepts and layers of designing a universe in anime and to apply those relevant in designing a city or utopia for a city or utopia. And then to witness the importance of backgrounds and animations through case studies after analyzing them. To explore Japanese aesthetics, architecture, culture, and history along with foreign influences on them. To briefly understand perspectives, details, and processes involved in creating hand-drawn architectural illustrations, and to truly understand the tangible aspects related to architecture and how the people respond to it. So the methodology involved was to understand this timeline of architecture, art, and socio-political movements which happened in Japan and compare to the growth of animation and its influence on society. Simultaneously, each anime mentioned in the case studies was reviewed and then critically analyzed and compared to some other series of the same genre. Architecture shown in the anime was then scrutinized and compared with some standard urban design books and so on. Personal references, experiences, interpretations were also penned. These are the data sources. The scope of this study was to document and analyze like different animation backgrounds on the grounds of genre, plot narrative, era, relevance to the present, style of illustration and design. So several topics pertaining to art, architecture, heritage, urban design, and set production are discussed, keeping a constant correlation to the real world. There are some limitations. The limitation of the study is this, that it's quantitative and extremely vast, and there are thousands of anime series which are worthwhile to discuss and have different aspects to it. So this is the expected outcome. To outline values of designing anime backgrounds and apply them to create visually pleasing aesthetic and functional architecture, be it real or utopian. To garner knowledge of Japan as a country and to develop empathy towards its heritage, philosophy, religion, and appreciate their art form. To understand the upcoming field of architectural animation, which is a step ahead of architectural visualization, and to analyze different architectural styles which have developed in Japan and influences from the Asian subcontinent and their Western counterparts through the lenses of anime. And to introspect plots of case studies and which are taken up, and to recognize the importance of architecture and its relationship to the characters. So the next session is just a brief history of Japanese architecture, which is from archaic to postmodern. A small snippet from the paper shows the origin of archaic architecture like wooden shrines and sacred land pockets throughout the religion of Shinto. Along with the adoption of natural settings which are greatly inspired by imperial China. Two of the most important cities, Kyoto and Tokyo, and their differences in architecture would be discussed to give more context. Kyoto is taken up since it is the Buddhist aristocratic capital of Japan and has great examples of Japanese traditional architecture like palaces. Tokyo, being the commercial capital, has architecture encompassing the same. There are several different art movements which have impacted architectural representation in anime. The first image shows the life given to Howl's Moving Castle by Surrealism, which was mainly characterized by the irrational juxtaposition of images. Other movements include Japanisme, optical art, movement of Fauvism, and ukiyo-e woodblock printing. So these are some representation of real architectural landmarks in anime in different contexts, symbolizing and inciting different and several feelings paired with Japanese aesthetic styles in the characters, which in turn the viewers. So the fictional landscapes of anime are shaped considerably from ambitious paper architecture, a Moscow school. So architecture is focused less on the architecture capacities and more on alternate futures, environmental crisis, and utopian realization. The metabolism movement also holds many unbuilt projects which served as inspiration for anime backgrounds based on the policies of irresponsible governments. Militarization, which ends up in disaster, as shown in the reminiscence of Japan's infamous war history. So these are the anime case studies. The first is mutation and megastructures in the animation film Akira, which shows a chaotic Neo-Tokyo. It seems to be greatly inspired by the metabolism movement. The metabolism was dedicated to a new world pervaded by creative, endless expanding architecture against closed forms. The black and white image shows the Tokyo Bay plan of metabolism and structuralist Kenzo Tange. Some inspiration is also taken from the 1967 Lomex proposal of Manhattan in New York City. The movie's reminiscence about counterculture radicalism, which was present in the 1960s in Japan, themes of capitalist perversion, environmental issues, and militarized governments imbue these cityscapes. Akira shows a world where dystopia has failed. Cyberpunk in cities, Ghost in the Shell. So this movie has a very important place in anime history and the design of megacities in general. The film consists of megacities inspired from the exotic Hong Kong. So you have pipelines and air conditioner boxes adorning these box-like structures throughout the city. The rooftops of the city create complex images of buildings and urban expansion which never seem to end, which are taking over the entire city's horizon. The third case study talks about enclosure and establishments in this anime series Attack on Titan, which again is my favorite anime. And I would suggest all of you to watch from an architectural perspective as well. The next anime is Naruto, which is inspired by the revered five elements: fire, water, earth, wind, and lightning, and several other forms and compound lands formed by them. Japan is blessed with 4 different types of climatic conditions in various regions, which can be seen in the creativity and design of this animation. An excellent example would be the hidden rain village of Amigakure. So the village metaphorically weeps, literally, since it always rains and because it is surrounded by 3 nations. And the country has become a battleground and a reason for the land's woes. So the village is categorized by sewers, tunnels, pipes running along the buildings. Yeah, so these are just some pictures and like more detailed information about the protagonist and the relevance of architecture here. Demon Slayer, which is set in the Taisho era, is characterized by one-storied Minka houses. So you have a mansion that flips rooms in the portrayal of Asakusa district in Tokyo, but the one particular architecture which would catch your eye would be the Infinity Castle. It is dimensional and has gravity-defying walls, sliding panels, and staircases which create a play of light and shadow from these paper frames. The next is, a case study of Studio Ghibli has been taken up. The films imbue a fascination for the industrial era. So through these details, the main animator, Hayao Miyazaki, has captured the essence of simple mechanisms and human-machine interaction, which are now lost in mass production. Miyazaki portrays a post-apocalyptic world with the lens of destructive technologies and his search for contemporary utopia. He portrays his feelings through a nostalgic dialogue by blending physical and metaphysical space in his films. The arts and crafts movement, which was very prevalent in Japan, has also been very intricately detailed in his movie Laputa Castle in the Sky. There are also several instances of defensive architecture which is inspired from forts. What sets his illustrations apart from others is the utilization of cluttered space, vertical space, and hidden space. So the nuances of organic parts of urban life in Tokyo, for example, string together several small towns like Roppongi, Ginza, each showing its unique character. Drink and sushi bars, restaurants, boutiques, pachinko parlors, and tea ceremony rooms are dressed as charming locations when compared to the commercial symbols from the Western world. Natural and earthy materials and landscaping are appreciated not only in homes but in several public spaces. So the major aesthetical inspiration comes from the beauty of nature and serenity of traditional Japanese culture. However, Japan was swift to incorporate rapid advancement in technology and newly introduced materials and techniques, changes in construction methods, replacing most of the traditional. One of the key aspects of Japanese architecture is fluidity of the space. Rooms flow into rooms and eliminate the insignificant. Japanese aesthetics, in contrast to Western aesthetics, is more concerned with the process than with the product, with the actual construction of a self rather than a self-expression. So I would like to conclude my paper. And with several topics to study in architecture like history and psychology, a cosmic amount of information can be condensed in a single frame. This is a crucial element of storytelling, not just for anime, but for all films and comics. Architecture helps in narrating a story in several ways. It differentiates between locations. In a fictional landscape, the audience must have a clear understanding of a city and on a relatively smaller scale buildings. If a city or structure exists, it does not pose a problem for viewers to distinguish between cities. Illustrators exhaust themselves to create intricate, unique spots with a special atmosphere. It could be a gleaming modern city or a shanty old town. The feelings are reflected on the characters interacting with the architecture. Architecture also holds information about the characters, their socioeconomic status, and the world they are living in, be it chaotic, dystopian, or perhaps even totalitarian. The combination of fantasy elements with familiar landscapes create a divine connection for viewers to latch themselves onto the story, mustering different feelings and relating themselves to the protagonist. I would like to end my presentation. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much, Asmita. Now we have Devan Dasgupta from Presidency University in Kolkata in India with his paper titled Rise, Rest and Reappearance on the Musalmans' Political Representation in Bengal. Over to you, Devan.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Ashmita, for the presentation. So I would just share my screen now. 1 second. Am I perfectly visible and audible?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes. Is the screen visible?
Yes, Devan.
Yeah. So this is the title of my presentation, Rise, Rest and Reappearance, where I've tried to tackle the questions on Muslim political representation in Bengal. But first, I'd like to briefly speak about certain common sense assumptions and thoughts that had come to my mind during, say, school days. In India, we are always bombarded with this thought that Muslims vote en masse. That is, they vote a single party, while Hindus vote multiple parties. My commonsensical assumption told me that this may have a relation with the basic tenets of the respective religions as shown in the slide. But no, even a simple research debunks any such myths and show us that several ethnic minorities, castes and social groups vote en masse too. This brought me into a more critical analysis of how elections and voting work in a majoritarian democracy like India, where community, identity, and politics intertwine. And I went forward with analyzing Muslim political representation in Bengal. The research question that became my focus was, why was there not a rise of any Muslim-dominated or Muslim-led political party in West Bengal when there was a sizable minority of Muslims in this state, and where we can see in other states of India where there were sizable Muslim minorities, there were a lot of Muslim-led parties rising. To answer this question, we first need to have a backdrop of what the political scenario was in undivided pre-partition Bengal, with focus on the people of Muslim faith. Till late 19th century, the larger Bengali community, especially the peasant class, were very syncretistic in religiosity. Muslim identity and voice was relatively much more disorganized. However, several revival movements resulted in categorization of the Muslim as separate from the Hindu. Muslim political parties arose, culminating with the foundation of the All India Muslim League in Dhaka 1906. But with rise in Muslim participation in politics, multiple voices arose with disjunctures between the landed rich Muslims on one hand and the landless sharecropper, the Bhagchashis peasant Muslim. The Krishak Praja Party was thus created with prominent Muslim faces as leaders with economic assertion of right to property and produce. They even led the provincial cabinet with Fazlul Haq as the chief minister of Bengal province. While it is true that these assertions were not apparently communal, the community identity always did overlap with these secular liberal aspirations. Contemporary scholars are of the opinion that the liberal and communal often do go hand in hand. Consequently, when such communal identities are coupled with false, non-empirical perceptions of the other, they often lead to communal violence, like it did in 1940s Bengal, resulting in the partition and shifting of the base of these prominently Muslim leaders and parties to then East Pakistan. But in newly formed West Bengal, in independent India, a sizable Muslim minority of 12% remained, who did not leave for Pakistan. These Muslim Bengalis had no identity of their own. While the Muslim of the Muslim Bengali was taken away to East Pakistan, the Bengali which remained with them in West Bengal was dominated by the Hindu identity. It was an unsaid Bengali Hindu hegemony. So, obviously, this community was marginalized, and it is this marginalized community's political aspirations which I shall discuss now. Muslim political characteristics from after 1947, there were first the state was governed by the Congress party for a long time, and then the left front. Muslims in the state tried to undergo several phases of mainstreamization. The first phase was under the Congress government, and next was under the 34-year-long left tenure. Muslim leaders of these parties, two of whom I've put pictures up of, this is Abu Ghani Khan Chowdhury and this is Muhammad Salim, largely spoke and still speak the secular language with obviously certain exceptions. They largely speak the secular language, for example, of economic assertions of right to work. However, though these Muslim faces held important, prominent posts within the ministry and or parties, the leadership was majorly of upper caste Hindu background. Even on ground, the Sachar committee reported on how affirmative action had rarely touched the Muslims as a community, and there existed a tangible development deficit seen among them. Here comes in Trinamool, which has been in power in the state since 2011. Muslim representation and action in Trinamool is evidently different than that in the previous phases. The Muslim faces of Trinamool often use communal assertions and do not shy away from engaging in identity politics to ensure winning seats from Muslim-dominated electorates. It is clear that the Trinamool has created a space for the Bengali Muslim in which they feel comfortable. This space again couples the economic liberal aspirations with the apparently illiberal communal assertions, and rightfully so in the eyes of many Muslims of Bengal, since it is they who are the most underdeveloped in this state. After this long hiatus, that is 1947 to 2020, where there was a stark absence of any Muslim-led political parties in Bengal, we witnessed the meteoric rise of the Indian Secular Front, henceforth ISF, a new party launched by a Muslim cleric, Pirzada Abbas Siddiqui. His agenda was simple, that Trinamool was simply using the Muslims as vote banks, while real development still did not reach them. This was the first time a Muslim, that too with religious pedigree, was actively taking part and leading a political outfit in the state. The ISF joined hands with other contesting parties in the state elections held this year in April, namely the Congress and the Left Front, as a third alternative apart from the Trinamool versus BJP binary. This third front had a visibly higher share of Muslim representation in their candidate list. It was only apparent that a religious minority with no representative political party of their own for decades should vote them to power if they are voting through communal means. However, they were still declined by the Muslim voters of the state. It is thus necessary to ask why this happened. Let's look at some answers. This is an example of the first reason of consolidation of Muslim votes under Trinamool, that is the NRC. This is the account of a man who usually voted Congress but would vote Trinamool this time, since he felt that only they could save them from the dreaded NRC CAA. But there must be some more underlying reasons of the choice of Trinamool, since rationality for survival cannot be such a big driving force that it results in such an overwhelming consolidation of votes from a certain community, as we have seen in the last election. The ISF, which was much more unabashedly Muslim, should have got much more votes from the Muslim electorates, and thus here I arrive at the central finding of my research. While this election was a binary struggle between the Trinamool and the BJP, the ISF wanted to portray itself as the third alternative, especially for the Muslim electorate. However, when speaking of Trinamool using Muslims as a vote bank, it actually spoke the language of the BJP and thus strengthened the BJP argument. The ISF, instead of becoming the third force, became an undercurrent of the BJP, in turn strengthening the perception among Muslims of Bengal that it is Trinamool and Trinamool only which is speaking of actual development of their community. Hence, in the results, we see, unlike the previous years, when Muslim representation in the parliament used to come from more than one parties, all the selected Muslim candidates this year, all the elected Muslim candidates this year were from the Trinamool with just a sole candidate from the ISF. I would like to now conclude my presentation by mentioning this, that the nationwide rise of Hindu right-wing politics has also obviously had its effect in Bengal. The Muslim representation in politics, in candidature, in MLA, in terms of MLA seats, which had not seen much rise during the left tenure and during the Congress tenure, and neither in the left tenure, was beginning to see some rise along with the rise of Trinamool. However, it has again begun to go down, keeping with the Hindu nationalistic wave in the country. The Muslim community of Bengal, marginalized since the conception of the new nation state of India, has adopted these techniques of survival, where we see active combining of the communal with the secular and the illiberal with the liberal. The sense that I want to thus portray is that there is nothing inherently wrong with combining these two apparently oxymoronic assertions. They can and do very well go hand in hand, as seen in this political scenario of contemporary Bengal. With this, I would like to end my presentation. Thank you so much for listening. Dhanyabad.
Thank you so much, Devayan, for this it was such a great presentation, honestly. Last but not the least, we have Elizabeth Payne from Macquarie University in Sydney, in Australia, presenting her paper titled Moving the Material Me, an investigation into how moving houses forces us to consider the materiality of our lives. Over to you, Elizabeth.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. So I'm Elizabeth Payne, and I'm a recent graduate from Macquarie University in Australia. I did my studies in social science with a major in anthropology, so my work is embedded in this discipline. I would first like to start my presentation by acknowledging the Darkinjung people, the traditional owners of the land that I'm meeting on today, and that sovereignty was never ceded. These lands always have been and always will be Aboriginal. I extend those same respects to the custodians of the lands that you are all zooming in from, and elders past, present, and emerging, and any First Nations people that are here or watching today. Moving the Material Me, an investigation into how moving house forces us to consider the materiality of our lives. All you need is less. I found this in my local op shop when dropping off some things that I had decluttered, and appreciated the perfect irony of it. In the context of an op shop, in and amongst all the things people have gotten rid of in an attempt to have less, this made me stop in my tracks and laugh. This visual autoethnography aims to understand how the significant event of moving house forces us to consider the materiality of our lives and unpack the intimate relationships we have with our belongings. It considers the built environment of the home and all the man-made artifacts that decorate this space. Emerging out of the 90-day notice I received to move out of the house I'd been living in with my family for the last 5 years, the field site for this ethnography was born. Within this exploration, interrelated questions surrounding decision-making factors that shape our choices, whether to keep, sell, throw out, or donate and give away items, and our responsibility once they're no longer ours is considered. This invites us to discuss the social life of things, their value to us and the market, where they have come from and where they will go to, the passing on of things. Threaded through these discussions is an investigation into the materiality of memory as stored in our belongings and what it means to give up memory or cut ties when discarding our things. By looking at the materiality of our intimate lives, I demonstrate how we can better understand each other and ourselves through the objects we furnish our life with. Methodology. While not intentional from the outset, I evolved a visual ethnographic practice throughout my research by taking photos on my iPhone to center my possessions as the subjects of this study. Therefore, because I wasn't setting out with the intention to capture an ethnographic feel through visual images, I believe I actually ended up with a far better impression of the materiality of my life than if I had purposely tried to capture this. I find a beauty in the not trying of these photos. Just as I wove these photos in and amongst my written paper, I weave them through this presentation. I also use descriptive vignettes to bridge the gap between the photos and my analysis of them by introducing my emotional connection to the objects. This format allows for poetic, diary-like confessions where I can communicate my internal dialogue and speak directly to the reader as if I'm beside them, showing them a window into my life. The experience of moving house is a fairly universal one. Thus, I wanted this ethnography to be accessible as possible beyond a scholarly audience, which I have achieved through this choice of method. Curating profusion. A large part of this moving process is the recovering of long lost treasures amongst stored belongings and indulging in the nostalgia of sparked memories. McDonald and Morgan's 2016 concept of curating profusion can be best applied to this stage of moving. That in sorting through all our belongings, we're making choices about what we seek to represent ourselves through, and this showcases our heritage. When looking at my treasured items, their significance to me is influenced by their relationality to other people through familial connections and the responsibility I feel to hold on to these things to maintain those relationships. This was felt especially to those that had died, that the responsibility was not only over my own heritage, but theirs as well. This is seen in a container of friends, where my childhood stuffed toys are boxed away with those of my cousins, and in With Love Grandmother, which is just one artwork among hundreds of watercolors that were done on the back of birthday cards. The letting go of these things would mean letting go of those connections and forgetting those memories. Belongings are therefore symbolic of interpersonal relationships, as Woodward in 2021 suggests. They're a way people negotiate and manage their social relationships. This embedded connection to the material forged through memory felt so tangible that the relationships of care I felt over those things meant getting rid of them was difficult, resulting in a preference to pass things on to friends or family and known others rather than to secondhand shops or to be thrown out. Some of this thinking and internal communications with myself is communicated in still life. Taking this photo, I realized the deep connection I have to this pile of items cannot be translated simply through the visual. This still life, in my eyes, has so much movement. It's buzzing with memories. As if I'm playing I Spy, I can hunt through the image. I find a Madeline picnic set, 2 iron fairies, a wind-up music box, a Pinky's Triathlon medal, a butterfly, a tin of crayons, Silver Linings playbook, and a little jar of glitter. But when these things end up on op shop shelves, does my connection with them cease? When their new owners will not know where they've come from or their story? I think I could attach a note to each of these objects explaining their life before, but will the new owner even care? Decluttering. Once we've curated profusion and defined our heritage through our things, we also need to declutter and deconnect ourselves from our material possessions. While using the very popular Marie Kondo method of deciding whether objects spark joy and feeling freedom in the process of letting go, I was also overwhelmed by the material afterlives of things when they moved beyond my sphere of influence. We think about objects as carriers of meaning, as representations of us, but when they are discarded and break into fragments of material, washing up into faraway places, how does this change? When the synthetic materials leach pollutants into the oceans and become homes for sea life, shaping and being shaped by their new environments, they remain cultural traces of us. In this conscious choice to discard, I relinquished the control I had over my things, handing them over to the unknowns of our recycling systems, secondhand shops, and dumps, unable to definitively secure a future free from this potential afterlife. And I tried as best I could to ensure the best outcomes for my things by recycling, donating, or rehoming. But the exhaustion of going through a home full of objects led to quick decision-making, which usually ended up with things in the trash. This was met with feelings of guilt about my impact on the life of the planet. While this was simply something that I contemplated, I found myself having to put it out of my mind in order to get on with packing and the reality of my present life rather than the future impact of it. Where do we go from here? This is a closer look at some of the things in our council pickup pile. The yoga mats almost peek inside the image to ask, where are we going? What is happening to us? And I know that's just my perception of the image with a sort of artistic reflection, when it really is just some mats, a drum, pillows, a fake plant, and a stack of tires. But whether or not the material objects are asking themselves, where do we go from here? I am asking the question, what is the afterlife of these things? They will likely end up at the tip, consuming a space on this earth, buried, unable to break down, just sitting in junkyards. The thought of that makes me feel sick, that there are just huge spaces dedicated to waste, and the reality of what happens to our stuff when we are done with it is revived in my social conscious, to make more thoughtful purchases, to reuse, to regift, to recycle. Undoing home. The moving process also becomes, in a sense, an undoing process. By packing up the material things that fill out the space of home, you are removing yourself from the landscape. Although home cultures such as Syriad in 2010 highlight the importance of material possessions in making of home, in transforming spaces and representing transitions, I emphasize the process of putting them there and subsequently taking them away is part of unmaking home. Beyond the removal of my material belongings, I also had to remove any traces of my material form, such as stray hairs on the floor or dust on top of the fan or dirty fingerprints on door handles that would identify a connection of me with the house. In packing up the objects that decorated home and scrubbing its surfaces, we were transforming it back into a house, a blank slate that no longer had a material connection to us. This was a deeply emotional process, but in the same instance allowed a severing of the connection between myself and what I had known as home. Long forgotten. I took this photo while cleaning out the fan in the bathroom, which is normally covered by a vent. It was really dusty and gross, and while I cleared away most of it with the vacuum, I didn't make sure it was spotless, as it's mostly tucked away. Now, reflecting on this, I'm kind of happy thinking about the fact that some of our dead skin cells mixed with the dust is still in the house, hidden away, proof that we were once there when all other evidence has been wiped away. One of the most revealing parts about this research and using an autoethnographic approach was in its all inescapable consumingness. As the field site was made up of my literal home, objects, and emotional journey, there was no separation between what was my research and what was my life. While this was often draining and left me feeling like I was overanalyzing everything I got rid of or chose to keep, This intense immersion in the field was necessary, as Pink emphasizes, to capture an embodied experience and was ultimately of enormous benefit to the depth of understanding I was able to achieve. The process of ethnographic research in parallel with moving house allowed me to systematically separate that home from that home, both physically and emotionally. Overall, if nothing else, this autoethnographic approach was a hugely cathartic experience in having to process and understand the emotions that were evoked around the significant life event. I was able to better understand myself and my relationship to my belongings. I unpacked the reasons behind my curation and discard and what this meant in terms of the environment and the creation of a home as a built and maintained relationship. Just a house. While I took photos of the rest of the house empty before we left, I kept forgetting to take a photo of the front of it. Maybe because in doing that, it would seem final, like the closing scene of a movie. A couple of weeks after we had moved, Mum was there to pick up some mail and had taken a photo of the front of it as per my request. The gloomy weather aids this feeling, but it feels cold and empty. With everything packed up and moved on, all traces of us wiped from the walls, with the blinds still pulled shut, this home is just a house once more. Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. Now we shall open the floor for questions and comments. So do type in if you haven't already, and do switch on your camera so that become more interactive and so that all of us can see you guys. All right, so I think we have our first question. And yes, you can raise your hands and we'll unmute you and you can ask your questions and everything to all the presenters. So first question is from Anandit to Asmita. Says, since a lot of these local locations of animism and local metaphysical in the built environment trickle into the space of anime, would you consider anime and manga religious? If so, should anime and manga be considered objects of worship themselves? Where does the representational become metaphysical?
Yeah, so some people do consider anime and manga religious. I mean, it depends upon the plot and narrative of what story they are trying to represent.
Does that answer your question, Anandit?
Yeah, it's fine, fine.
Okay. I think I saw Samruddha Dikshit raise their hand. So if you want to. So Asmita, like you talked about culture and heritage and how it is represented in anime and how architecture is thus represented as well. But just a thought, how does it really contribute to we all create perception about these things, if you watch fictional shows or movies and everything. And in your paper, you had beautifully written this line where you said that the built environment is a fictional work, which is not just represented but created. So, during that process, how do you think that it affects and creates a stereotypical sort of an image of that particular place for people who are actually, watching that show? Because I have a lot of friends who are watching these things and getting influenced and getting to know about the culture. So do you think that creates sort of an image, or if that image is that real, or how would you answer that?
Yeah, so there's each anime has been like created from like they have taken some sort of inspiration from so many different events and things which have occurred. It's like you can say perhaps 50% is their imagination, 50% is inspiration, or some sort of balance between both of them. So I don't think that, I mean, like it's not just an anime in anything. If we see some sort of set or something like that, we can automatically see, okay, it looks similar. Something looks similar to like the something looks similar to this or something like that. So yeah.
Thank you so much. Anamika asks a question for Elizabeth. Keeping with the thought of whether moving or getting rid of objects means our associations with them to cease to be. If I were to take it a step further, what would you say effects of the demolition of a home can be on one's memories of it?
That's a great question. Oh, I think that's interesting because we shape the inside environment so much, whether we move furniture around our room, take things out. But I think that also happens when you renovate a house, either demolishing or renovating, you're changing the landscape and the feel of the house. You kind of, I think in some part our memory is attached to the house, but then in other parts they're attached to the things that are in it. But every time you remember, say you're remembering your childhood house, your memories are imprinted with your current version of remembering. So each time you remember, you're kind of building that collection of memories. So I think changing the material structure of that, whether if you moved out of a house and then found that it had been demolished years later, you're now looking back on your memories through that lens, knowing that house is no longer there. So I definitely think that shapes our connection. I haven't had, like, that wasn't a particular part of my study, but I can understand that would make for an interesting study in itself, looking at even heritage homes. How does that impact our history when we knock down important buildings? I don't think I have all the answers for you there, but I do. It definitely shapes memory and shapes our connections to that place, especially if we haven't been able to move on. If that was demolished while you still had an active connection to it, that definitely would have another impact as well.
Another question from Zaima Alpani. She says that she's curious over the course of your inhabition of this home. How did you change the very materiality of the structure itself? One that you could carry away or expunge, and how did this affect your relationship with undoing or unmasking home?
This was a house that we rented, which is why we had to leave. So we couldn't do too much to the actual house itself, but we hung up some shelves and we hung up some outdoor screens as well to stop bugs from coming in, and we left them there. So we actually had our impact on the house for the next person that would come into the house. And we could have taken those things away, but in the end it was just easier for us to leave it there. But I'm trying to think if there's anything else that we, I guess, took. There was a wardrobe that was there, and when we moved in, it became my wardrobe. But it was part of the house, so it felt like mine. But when we went to leave, I realized I had to leave it there as well. So that was interesting when you make part of that home feel like yours. And that's why I really liked the photo of the fan, because it reminded me that, you know, a part of me is still in that house, even though I'm meant to have kind of cut off all connections with it. Yeah, thanks for asking those questions.
Thank you, Elizabeth. We have a question from Muskan to Debayan. In the early 1900s, India was strongly represented as a Hindu goddesses. Do you think that has impacted the present political scenario?
Well, obviously, like everything has impacted everything, and if like in the early 1900s and the late 1900s, the imagery of Bharat Mata, if we come in, the role of the colonial Indian women was being constructed. Was she supposed to be a domestic entity maintaining the home? Was she supposed to be this goddess who was a personification of the whole country itself? Was she a place to fight between who understands Hinduism better? Say, if I bring in Latamani here, contentious traditions, that it was actually, she says that the debate over sati was actually a fight between Orthodox Hindu priests and the reformers, Raja Ram Mohan Roy. It was a fight between them over who is actually interpreting Hindu texts better. And the question of justice towards women was not there. So, yeah, everything trickled down to how we imagine the women in India to the present day. Obviously, yes. Obviously, yes. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Devan. And we have Professor Kriti who has her hand raised. So please go ahead. You're on mute. We can't hear you.
Yeah, okay. I needed permission to be unmuted. Thank you so much, the entire team. And I have a question for Elizabeth. First of all, thank you to all the presenters. Very interesting presentations. Elizabeth, my question is for you, and it comes because interestingly, I'm at a point where I'm deciding how to go about renovating my parents' house, which is a 50-year-old house. And there are certain elements which I want to retain, certain furniture, certain objects. And the way you decided how to take photographs using your iPhone and the kind of photographs that you have taken, they're very everyday objects. So it's not, those photographs are not frozen in time that you haven't composed it. You know, the yoga mats are you're talking about the yoga mats, and usually we would locate the mats in the center. We would think about the lighting and all. And we have a way of working with photographs. And you even, the way you documented that exhaust fan in the bathroom, frankly, I would not have thought of doing that. So it's really interesting, the choice of elements that you have picked up, and also the way you photographed them. And I was wondering if you could elaborate on them, because this is something that I myself am working on right now. I'm still trying to figure out. So would you like to elaborate on that?
Yeah, sure. As I mentioned briefly, I didn't set out when I was doing this project to photograph at all. But it was actually me being really lazy in my note taking. Instead of taking notes as I was packing, I just would, pull up my phone and just quickly take a photo. And in my written piece, I elaborate a bit more on this, that I didn't stage photos. I didn't want things in the center unless I was taking photos of things to sell. It was really a quick, like, I didn't think about it. And that's why I really like them, because they feel more like everyday rather than staged photos. And I think the not thinking about it as much made it better. But there was a lot of photos, I should say, once I started going, that I did think about more, but a lot of those photos didn't end up in the final piece. It was the ones that I thought less about that did. And that it almost, by trying too hard, it didn't work out with the rest of the theme. Yeah, does that answer your question? I mean, going with renovating your house, I think that sounds really interesting.
I'm just trying to figure out how to document, and what I started imagining was very staged photographs, perfect angle, proper lighting and all. So yeah, thank you so much for that.
I think I centered the objects, but if you center how you live in the space, that could be another thing. So if you're having maybe a final family dinner in the room before you change things, that could be another way to capture the life in the space rather than just the space itself.
Yeah, so I just had a follow-up question. Did you use, like, I have a lot of these old photographs from like 2 decades back, and I was trying to recreate that, but it was very interesting. It was very different from the photographs that you used, and you actually given me a very good idea.
I love the idea of recreating them though. I think you could do lots of things. You can do lots of things in that project.
Thank you so much.
So I think I'll be taking the last question, which is by Jyotisha Yadav, who's joined us from YouTube. And the question is for Devan. She says that she really liked how you engaged with the sense of representation, which has been a recurring term in contemporary sociology and anthropology. My question to you would be, when you refer to the underdevelopment of Muslim population in Bengal and the rationality of survival, then from a perspective of perspective of politics of space, like that is what she's written. So what is it about? What would your comment be on that?
Radhika, it's a two-part question. It's in another comment.
Oh, I'm sorry, I might have
I'm copying it here. See, in chat.
Yeah, I can. I can see it now. Yeah.
I'm so sorry, I think I might have missed the other part.
All right.
Yeah, underrepresentation in terms of constituencies as they occupy political space on the map. Not exactly. This is like quite accepted nowadays that India should have more number of constituencies, because the number of people voting in a single constituency is becoming too much to actually voice people's opinion. Like if there are 1,000 people and even 400 people want a change, but 600 do not, then no one listens to those 400 people. That is a different issue. And if that is true for the Muslim dominated districts in Bengal, that is a different question altogether, which I would like to research about more. So thank you for that question. But here, when I'm referring to underdevelopment or underrepresentation of Muslims, I'm actually talking about Muslims not being able to, for say, speak for them, or like form their own political opinions like they used to do before the partition in Bengal. Like there were proper Muslim oriented who may have Muslim ideologies within their name and within their agenda or not, but still they were Muslims by name, and often their communal identity overlapped with their liberal identities. So I am saying that now, since there is no such political party in Bengal, it is that underdevelopment it is that underrepresentation which I am talking about, and the underdevelopment is general economic underdevelopment that can be said true for a lot of other communities in Bengal and in India. So yeah, I think that should answer the question.
Yes, thank you so much, Devan. Unfortunately, we're running short on time. So if you guys have more questions, then we would like try to make the presenters' email IDs available to you as soon as possible. And maybe you can directly get in contact with them. And with this, this brings us to the end of the first session of the conference. So I really thank all our presenters and the audience for such an engaging session. Thank you so much for joining us today, and over to you, Aditya. Thank you once again.
All right. Thank you so much, Radhika, and all the student presenters. It was a truly insightful first session for ICBE 2021. And I think we've already seen quite an interesting beginning to the conference, and we are quite excited to move ahead with the next sessions for the day. The next session will be building as a site that manifests. It will take place at 11:40, so we will be taking a break until then. We hope to see you back at 11:40 for the next session. It will be moderated by Taha Mohammed Mama. Thank you all for joining us now, and we will see you shortly. Right.
We are live.
Okay. All right. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to ICBE 2021. We will now resume with the second session for the day. We now have the session titled Building as a Site That Manifests, which I will now request Taha Mohammed Mama to take over for the day. Over to you, Taha.
Yeah, thank you, Aditya. Good morning, everyone. I hope you're well and still with us. My name is Taha Mohammed Mama, a third-year student at the Jindal School of Art and Architecture, and I am moderating this session titled Building as a Site That Manifests. In this session, we seek to unpack building as being in a state of flux. In addition to building, we use terms such as site and manifest. Where do we see those fit in? As students of the built environment, we design and architecture students, we often start with straight lines on a software and are convinced that they will seamlessly transform into finished structures magically through a master builder's vision. But is this really the case? What about the place a building is situated in? Does that site not have agency? Is building then a static entity, or can it form socio-political moments within a culture? Can cultural practices seep into legal frameworks around building? And should a site even be considered as a field of inquiry? To take up these questions and pose a few more, we have with us today 3 presenters from the Architecture Department of the Polytechnic University of Philippines. A note here, we were set to have 4 panelists for this session as well, but due to some personal circumstances, they could not join us today. And before we jump right in, a note for our audience. We'll take up all the questions at the end. So for those of you joining on Zoom or YouTube, you may keep typing in your questions in the chat box comment section. Through the sessions, we will find them, compile them, and have the Q&A after all the speakers have finished the presentations. If possible, do mention which speaker you are directing your question to. You may, however, direct it to multiple speakers. And a note for the presenters, you have 15 minutes for your presentation. I would notify you with a bell sound at the 10th and the 13th minute. So when you have 5 and 2 minutes remaining, the sound goes as follows. Could you catch that?
Yes, we were able to hear it.
Right. So now I request John Benedict Castillo to take over. His paper is titled From Power to Architecture, an analysis on the identity transformation of Tagete's People's Park in the Sky through panopticon and democratization theory. Over to you, Benedict.
Okay, so is it visible now?
Yeah.
Okay. Namaste to the Jindal School of Art and Architecture, esteemed professionals, students, and all that are watching. Good day. I am a third-year architecture student hailing from the archipelagic country of the Philippines, presenting to you today my architectural research paper. Before continuing, let me introduce to everyone the institution I'm currently attending. The Polytechnic University of the Philippines is a forerunner polytechnic institution established in 1904 that is currently the largest state university in our country with 22 nationwide branches catering to over 70,000 strong students. Among its foreign colleges is the College of Architecture, Design, and the Built Environment, which started in 1987 as a department under the tutelage of the College of Engineering. Parted as a new college in 2000, it has since produced from its halls of learning numerous competent architects and interior designers like architect Ronnie Yumang, ASEAN architect, and architect Royal Pineda, highly regarded both nationally and internationally. Its motto for the designers of tomorrow, humility and excellence. Architecture is never neutral. Such is a statement that brings wonder, ever so relevant, but at the same time still quite sensitive to some. See, as a discipline, architecture is not just tied to the arts and sciences, but also to the political realm. Therefore, making architects partaker in the political field, whether intentional or not. Politics determine what architecture would see the light of day, especially in the civic scale. As we all know, architecture is indeed powerful, and leaders can utilize it to reflect their political orientation and yield social effects, for instance, to compel, stabilize, or subdue. In the same manner, politics can therefore establish a unique identity to an architecture and can even shift the course of an existing one. Such is exhibited throughout history. The architecture of the Greek polis was founded on political rhetoric, hence the centrality of the agora. The Palace of Versailles was originally just a hunting lodge, but in the 18th century, Louis XIV shifted its identity to a paradigm of grandeur, all with the aim of centralizing power and taming his political rivals. In Nazi Germany, architectural monumentalism like those of Albert Speer's were devised to display supremacy to people, and today, urban planning are mostly directed by those leading the city's power. The Battle of the Americans and Japanese during the Second World War brought disastrous effects to the Philippines, making it one of the most heavily damaged during the war. As you can see on the right, obliteration was evident. Most of the 384 years worth of colonial architecture splendor were gone. The country was essentially lost and found identityless, for its architectures, which we know are strongly part of one nation's culture, were effectively turned into rubbles. Thus, renewal was at bay. The question, what is the true Filipino identity, was raised. And this specific notion became the key of Ferdinand Marcos to rise into power and rule for a total of 21 years. In order to fully grasp the study, one would need to understand its operating concepts. Panopticon first traces its roots back to the English philosopher Bentham as an architectural concept for prisons. As you can see on the drawings on the right, a circular plan was devised wherein the circumference are prison cells, while at the center is a tall guard tower called Panopticon, where supervision is done. The prisoners would not be able to see the guard, let alone know if there is anyone at the tower, hence they automatically behave themselves due to the psychoanalytic gaze, or the anxiety as a result of being observed. French philosopher Foucault expanded the principles of Benham's initial thought and said that panopticon is not just a building concept anymore, but now an apparatus of power used to command society by means of discipline. The panopticon concept is highly relatable to the context of the study, in fact, throughout the Philippine historical past. Let me give you an excellent example. In the Spanish era, church architecture was the primary panopticon. The laws of the Indies commanded the natives to resettle in bajos de las campanas, or under the bells, for them to be easily monitored by the watchful eyes of the church. During the American era, civic buildings became the panopticon. Famously reflected in Daniel Burnham's Grand Plan of Manila and Baguio, the government centers were the central cores and origin of highways. In the succeeding analysis, it would be realized that instituting panopticon also materialized during the Marcos era. This time, stress on the aspects of culture, identity, and heritage. The second operating concept is democratization theory, concerned with the transition process of a nation together with its cultural, political, and social spheres towards democracy, and more importantly, its subsequent effects after undergoing an authoritarian regime. One of the essential sub-theories is Huntington's third wave of democratization, which occurred from 1974 to 1991, hence in the time frame of the subject to be studied, that affected several countries, including the Philippines. Since the theory is quite broad, the study would generally focus on the weak democratic opening, collisions, fragility that struck shortly after the restoration of Philippine democracy, and its repercussion to architecture, specifically the discontinuation of the Palace in the Sky project. Methodical assessment of political links of People's Park in the Sky was performed with the aim of producing clear explanation on the evolutionary transformation of its identity. The course involved a dissection of historical accounts executed into two parts with respective operating concepts. Part 1, the Marcos era until the Revolution, supported by Panopticon, illustrating how the palace was conceived using power and serve as an eye of authority. Part 2, the post-revolution and reformation stage, guided by the principles of democratization theory, specifically the third wave, explaining the architecture's return process to the public and subsequent challenges that came with it. Utilization of archival data and first-hand site investigations were performed for an empirical perspective. Despite being ravaged by World War II, the Philippines was actually an epitome of economic advancement during the post-war era. Ferdinand Marcos rose as president in 1963, with success also being attributed to his wife, Imelda Marcos, as the duo impressed the public with their charismatic political campaigns. Marcos sought to install his greatest ambition, called the New Society, which offered 5 promises: social equality, food stability, punishing corruption, mass media truth, and delivering of peace. The first term was marked with success, as public works with scale never seen before were built rapidly. However, it was during the second term that the promise fell. And with the harshness and absence of proper humane law during the imposition of martial law, the regime was ultimately deposed by the 1986 People Power Revolution, which resonated and actually inspired the third wave democratization in Eastern Europe. The third generation of architects like national artists in architecture Leandro Locsin and Ildefonso Santos Jr., along with modernism and brutalism, had already flourished before the start of the era. With Imelda Marcos being the governor of Metro Manila, a new term called edifice complex was attributed to her, as it was observed that her architectural projects had reached to a point of excessive extravagance. Edifice complex eventually became problematic for the following reasons. First, economic sustenance. Second, a mask for overspending and corruption. Third, unreasonable architectural scale. And fourth, being severely rushed. Just as the controversial disaster at the Manila Film Center in Cultural Center of the Philippines complex, which buried 169 workers alive in fresh concrete, but was still pursued after the incident just to reach the visitor's arrival. The edifice complex also extended beyond the borders of the capital region through the creation of Palace in the Sky in Tagaytay, a city 50 kilometers south of Manila. According to historical accounts, Imelda was impressed by the mountain peak she saw upon visiting the city. It was Mount Sungay Peak, literally translating to horn due to its steepness. It is the highest point in Cavite province, and so she decided to commission a mountain palace on top of it. With her husband being the president, the project was immediately commenced in 1981. The mountain was bombarded with bulldozers, eventually flattened, with its native farmers displaced from the site. Her magnificent plan was for it to be the palatial accommodation of US President Reagan for his state visit in November 1983. The visit was cancelled, however, and the palace project was aborted. The skeleton already costed a staggering amount of $10 million at the time's currency. Shown are the digitally drawn site development plan and the majestic view of the Taal volcano and lake. The surrounding areas of the site are generally utilized as places of tourism, as Tagaytay City is also famous for its cold climate, resulting from its high elevation. The building was designed as a concrete brutalist articulation of Bahay Kubo or Nipahat, a traditional pre-colonial archetype in the Luzon mainland. It features an imposing semi-pyramidal roof, creating a deep overhang. Again, this is all in line with Marcos's idea of creating a single national architectural style. Another articulation is the main approach through stairs, which is common to almost every Filipino as well as Southeast Asian pre-colonial houses. Such was also a response to the gentle slope of the site. A spacious open balcony wraps around the main building's third level, offering panoramic views in all directions. It was figured that in the immediate democratic years, a political friction was produced between the previous government's military and the succeeding administration of Cory Aquino, which resulted to fear and fragility in possible democratic backsliding, a phenomenon also called the democratization or the misdirection of restored democracy towards another autocratic rule. Such was expressed by the 6 coup d'etat attempts of the military. As response, the overall attention of the government was then redirected to those pressing issues, while the focus on Marcosian architectures, such as the park, was suspended in mid-air. During the site visit, it was confirmed that the concrete palace had already been battling long ago against the natural elements. Some parts, especially that of the annex building, are already being reclaimed by vegetation. Old pieces of rocks are still scattered everywhere 40 years after the construction. Interior parts of the building were sealed to the public, and most notably, several non-conforming structures like vendor shacks and communication towers were all around the mansion, thus destroying its original form and overall architectural harmony. As a wrap, it can be strongly deduced that the palace evidently served as a panopticon in the architectural sense, as it was erected in the highest point overlooking the lowlands, hence a convenient area surveying. However, more importantly, it also served as panopticon in the ideological or social sense, such that it is also an apparent demonstration of Marcos' total power and influence in Tagaytay, channeled through architecture, especially with the displacement of local settlers and the negative atmosphere it generated during the construction process. Through the democratization theory, the political collision in 1986 was realized to result in neglect and architectural decay. A present architectural crisis is evident at the site, posing an imminent risk to its identity to be totally forgotten. There is an adaptive reuse problem on the site, such that the actual building is reduced to a mere tool, an elevated structure to which people stand upon and gaze the surrounding views. The site is now just known by the views it offers and not the marvelous building itself. Moreover, no major restoration works were done, jeopardizing the building structural wise. According to several government agencies, even the Tagaytay city government itself, no architectural drawings of the building have survived to this day, let alone vital records, including the name of the architect who designed it. Ultimately, the intrinsic link of architecture and power was recognized in the study. And here comes another evidence of that link. The present case scenario remains in the hands of the government in doing the initiative in saving the future of People's Park in the Sky. Retrieval of lost data through replication, institutional budgeting, and proper adaptive reuse planning are all imperative in saving its legacy. Thank you very much for listening, and I want to personally thank the following architectural experts: Architect Lico, PhD of Professor 12 at the University of the Philippines, the foremost scholar and critic of Marcos-era architecture in the Philippines; Architect Paredes Santillan, pedagogical lead at University of Santo Tomas, the oldest university in Asia; Dr. Baluyot of University of California, Los Angeles; Architect Lutap, FUAP DPA, Dean of our college; Architect Pahimnayan Pagador, and Mr. John Tuwell, retired U.S. military and current archivist, and also to my mom and dad who happen to be watching right now. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Benedict. That was great. There's a lot you already touched upon. I'm pretty sure the question answer session will be a fruitful one. And a quick reminder for the audience here, the question answer session will take place after all 3 presentations are done. In the meanwhile, do keep posting your questions in the chat box or comment section. Right, so we move on. So next we have the paper titled Analysis of the Transition of Juan Ariello's Architectural Work from Neoclassicism to Streamlined Modern. This is a co-authored paper by Kyle Mari Cardenas, Frank Marco Lim, and Ana Claire Hernandez. We have Claire with us today, but due to some technical issues at her end, we have a pre-recorded presentation from her. So over to you, Claire.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Everyone, I am Ana Claire P. Hernandez, and on behalf of my group mates, Kyle Marie D. Cardenas and Mark Franco G. Lim, I will be presenting our research analysis on the transition of Juan Arellano's architectural works from neoclassicism to streamlined modern. In their January 1927 issue, the New York Times published an article featuring Filipino architect Juan Marcos de Guzman Arellano entitled Noted Architect, Once Posed as a Wild Man at Jamestown. This wild man, as described by the New York Times, had posed as a native at Jamestown so that he could study architecture in America. And this education had ultimately resulted in him being capable of designing grand and majestic public buildings in Manila during the American colonial period in the Philippines from 1898 to 1946. The term wild man by the newspaper dramatizes America's role as a civilizing agent, pertaining that they had built this man and wouldn't be a noted architect if it weren't for their colonization. During Arellano's early years of working in the Bureau of Public Works in the Philippines, after he had finished his education abroad, he would design public buildings in a neoclassical style, similar to the government buildings in America. Neoclassical became a style that is associated with democracy, because in America, the founding fathers chose a neoclassical style for their government buildings, as it pertains to their use of ancient Greek and Roman governments as inspiration for their new democratic system. Hence, as a young man who studied architecture in America, as soon as he got back in the Philippines, Arellano designed cream white massive neoclassical government buildings. However, throughout his career as an architect, he wouldn't just only design using neoclassical style. Arellano would transition from an American imperialism style to a style devoid of colonialism influence, which will ultimately show Arellano's desire to be free of the influence of American imperialism without rejecting modernity. The researchers gathered data through archival research, including but not limited to photos, news articles, thesis papers, and webinars. As such, the data collected is presented in the following slides to show the transition of Filipino architect Juan Arellano's works. A few years before the start of the 20th century, a war broke out in the Philippines between the Americans and the Spaniards. Only months later did another war broke out, this time between Americans and Filipinos, which ended in 1902 with the victory of the Americans, thus prompting a new era that started with urban cleansing. The consecutive wars resulted in unhygienic and undernourished Filipinos, which led to disease outbreaks. The outbreaks prompted Americans to start urban cleansing to stop the rat infestation and the spread of diseases. This is done through the burning of houses and constructing sanitary infrastructures like toilets in their place. In the early 20th century, toilets became a symbol of modernity, thus implying the transition of Filipinos from barbaric to civilized people. With the Filipinos now aware of proper hygienic practices, Americans began establishing public buildings and drafting programs to train Filipinos for self-government. One of the programs that the Americans established is the pensionado system. It is a program that funds young Filipino to study in the United States, and one of those chosen is Juan Marcos de Guzman Arellano. Juan M. Arellano obtained a bachelor's degree in architecture at Drexel Institute during the 1910s. When he arrived back in the Philippines, Arellano worked for the Bureau of Public Works, where he first designed various public buildings under the neoclassicism style. The PPW had many projects due to America's intention of transitioning the Philippines into a civilized and modern country capable of self-governance. Hence, these projects included schools and capitol buildings. These projects were also prompted due to the passing of the Jones Law, or the Philippine Autonomy Act of 1916, wherein the United States will, quote, withdraw their sovereignty over the Philippine Islands as soon as a stable government can be established therein, unquote. Hence, the need for a legislative building became a top priority, and the government employed Arellano was the one tasked to design it. And by 1921, the constructed legislative building became a perfect example of American colonial architecture. In the book Architectura, an essay on the American colonial and contemporary traditions in Philippine architecture, author Rodrigo de Perez III described the facade of the legislative building. Quote, in front of the building appears to be a 3-story structure set on a podium formed by a ramp and exterior stairways leading to the main, actually second floor. A 4-column portico, 2 stories high, marks the main entrance. The columns of the porticos and pilasters on all sides of the building are of the Corinthian order. In the original structure, what are now pilasters were engaged columns. The style of the exterior is neoclassic. More precisely, Greek Revival. Unquote. Moreover, the exterior triangular pediment features 3 sculptural figures representing what the Philippines had been through and what they wanted to achieve now. The middle one is a figure of modern Philippines in a barot saya. It's a clothing during the Spanish era holding a scepter and an orb. On its right is a Filipino male figure holding a sword, symbolizing the natives who the Spaniards did not Christianize. While on its left is a Filipino female figure in a barot saya representing the Hispanic colonization era. Through this building, Juan Arellano showed that even though he used neoclassical style to design a building in the Philippines, he made sure to include Filipino elements as evident in this exterior triangular pediment. Another neoclassical building done by Arellano is the post office building built in 1926. A massive rectangular volume with 14 pillars containing Ionic capitals and also included a type of facade that is common in the United States government buildings wherein there is a grand set of stairs welcoming the people from the main road. By the side along the river, Arellano used the same 14 pillars from the front facade. On both ends stands 2 atriums forming a semicircular structure. The importance of owning government buildings in the Philippines is not just symbolic. It also helps instill a sense of belonging to democracy and patriotism in people. In both the Legislative Building and the Manila Post Office Building, Juan M. Arellano showed the language of neoclassicism that he learned from studying abroad and perfectly erected a structure that reflects the events of that time. The early steps of the Philippines towards a modern nation with the help of the Americans. From the 1920s, electricity became much more accessible in Manila and other provinces in the Philippines. This contributed to the rise of Philippine film culture. Watching movies became a national pastime of the Philippines. Hence, the architectural style of the theater plays an important role in transforming the audience's local environment into an imaginary, futuristic, and elegant world. The 1920s was also the decade of glamour and fast pace. And with the emergence of radios and television comes entertainment, fashion, fantasy, and extensive use of American culture. It can all be seen in the International Exhibition of Modern Decorative and Industrial Arts in 1925 in Paris. The fair attracted 15 million people like Juan Arellano and other Filipino architects. Contrary to neoclassical, Art Deco abandoned classicism, evidenced through its stylization, geometrization of forms, and exotic influences, particularly non-Western. Juan M. Arellano designed the Metropolitan Theater. Opened in 19, a strong affinity for European American styles on colored glasswork windows, zigzag patterns on tilework, fountain-like miniature minarets on the parapet, and low-relief ornamental carvings at the facade. Moreover, Arellano saw Art Deco's tolerance for hybridity and took the opportunity to nationalize it. He applied bright and colorful motifs celebrating Filipino fauna and flora like bamboo, mangoes, and bananas. One of Arellano's shift to Art Deco was a form of rejection to colonization but not civilization. The Metropolitan Theater narrates how Arellano understood that being a true progressive also means articulating culture even under a colonial setting. However, due to the economic recession of the 1930s, the decorative arts were exchanged for a newer style requiring a more toned-down, economical, and straightforward style. In the 1930s, the confluence of speed and aerodynamics became an important motif of the streamlined modern, Art Deco's final phase. The style had been considered as feedback to Art Deco and also a reflection of austere times of the economy. Streamlined modern style represents speed, progress, technology, using forms that suggested trains, automobiles, and ocean liners. The 1930s in the Philippines had been the decade where the sports facilities took a massive role in Metro Manila's urbanization. Within this period, the Americans trained the physical Filipino bodies to physical education, achieving the streamlined bodies that reflected the buildings in the 1930s. Streamlined bodies are well-built bodies due to constant exposure to sports and exercise, as opposed to the earlier thin and frail-looking bodies. During this time, Arellano designed Rizal Memorial Stadium in a streamlined modern style. Opened in 1934, the Rizal Memorial Stadium features rounded edges, smooth horizontal canopies, double-banded moldings, and an overpowered earth tone color scheme. Metaphorically, this stadium symbolizes that the Filipinos are now ready to govern themselves, now that they have government buildings, well-built bodies, and architects who can design public infrastructures. The journey of one M. Arellan's architectural works from the style that he obtained from studying in America to a style devoid of American colonization showed his desire to be free of the influence of American imperialism without rejecting modernism. Moreover, even though the styles originated from other countries, he vernacularized these styles by adding elements that speak of the Philippines. Today in Manila, the capital of the Philippines, the restored version of the buildings, Arellano design still stands strong and continues to tell the narrative of what our country has been through architecture. These buildings are vital for the public, especially designers. Unlike Juan Arellano during the 20th century, designers would not have to look at foreign architecture for inspiration because Arellano had already done it. Filipinos do not have to start at the bottom. Thus now is to continue defining the Filipino architecture, just as Arellano did, by standing on the shoulders of these heritage buildings. Thank you.
Thank you.
Claire, for your presentation. I look forward to the discussion around yours and Benedict's work in the Q&A session. So audience members, please do keep sending in your questions to Benedict and Claire. Right, so now we move to our final presenter for this session, building a site that manifests, which is Joey May Antone. Her work is titled Principle of Second Man, an analysis of architectural evolution and conservational development of the Quiapo Church. Over to you, Joey.
Can you see my screen now?
Yeah, it's just, yeah, let's see it.
So, okay. Good day, everyone. I am Joey S. Antone, third-year architecture student in Polytechnic University of the Philippines. I'm here to present my research entitled Principle of Second Man, an analysis on the architectural evolution and conservational developments of the Quiapo Church. This is the overview of the topics that I will cover for today: the origin of Quiapo, religion as a propaganda, principle of second man, architectural metamorphosis, a timeline, and the architects of greatness. Before we unravel the architectural metamorphosis of the Quiapo Church, a brief history must be established. Long before the Spanish conquistadors occupied the Philippine archipelago, there are other races and indigenous groups that inhabited the country. And for Manila, it was the Muslims. It was ruled by three powerful datus, Raha Lakandula, Raha Sulaiman, and Raha Matanda. Quiapo is part of the now called Pasig River Delta that is connected to the Manila Bay, which means the area was surrounded by water. And there was an abundance of the water plant called Quiapo, and the locals named it to the area and became their source of living back in those days. Quiapo was an excellent strategic site for battle stations, commerce, and transportation. That's why in 1571, the Battle of Bangkusay erupted between the forces of Raja Lagandula and the Spaniards against Raja Sulaiman. Unfortunately, Raja Sulaiman was defeated and Manila was proclaimed under the rule of King Philip II of Spain. And immediately, Quiapo was changed to its current spelling because the Spanish language doesn't have K letter in their alphabet. After the skirmish, the colonists soon established their political, religious, and societal system to the pre-colonial Philippines. They divided Manila into two: Intramuros, where the Spanish population resided, and Extramuros, where Indios or slaves lived. As you can see on the map, Quiapo was part of the outskirts of the walled city. Paganism and animism, the belief on multiple deities, prevailed in the pre-colonial era. The people back then believed in rituals that Babaylans performed to communicate with certain deities, just like in the first photo. They carved anitos from stone or wood to physically represent their gods and goddesses. Examples of those anitos are in the second picture. However, the Spaniards highly regarded the importance of their religion, Christianism, and that resulted to the sudden rise of churches and other religious buildings. And since then, they have changed the course of history of the Philippines, especially in Manila. In effort to homogenize the unsystematic living of the pre-colonial Filipinos, the Plaza Complex was integrated to organize the societal importance and status of the people and structures. As you can see in the photo, at the center of the pueblo or town was a church as its nucleus, and it was surrounded by governmental and educational institutions. High-ranking families are also within the vicinity of the church because they believe that the closer you are to God, to home, and that is another way to manipulate people to submit to the power of the church. The second man, he is an urban planner and an architect who believed that architecture and redevelopments must respect the cultural, historical, and traditional values that the structure had accumulated over the years. I use this principle as the foundation of my research because I strongly believe that every architect, engineer, and reverend who conducted the architectural evolution of the Quiapo Church made it a point that the ecclesiastical meaning of the church is not tarnished or forgotten in any means by these reconstructions. In addition, the principle does not only focuses on the historical aspect of structures, but also on the creation of solutions that improves the quality of user experience within the building envelope. As we talk about more of the evolution of the Quiapo Church, you will see the efforts made for it to survive through disasters and time. Here you can see the timeline of significant events that happened to Quiapo Church. I will no longer go over them one by one because I only have limited presentation time. So first off, in 1571, Manila fell and the Spanish colonists started their mission to officially occupy the city. In 1586, the first bamboo and Dipa Visita was built. A Visita is a small church for the locals of a barangay or district. Unfortunately, there was no official photograph ever recorded, but I found a photo that closely resembled a simple Visita back in those days. In 1863, a high magnitude earthquake flattened most of the Manila landscape, and sadly, the parish was not spared. However, San Agustin Church, a stone-built church in Intramuros, miraculously survived the earthquake, and this became the inspiration for the reconstruction of the church. In 1889, the church was finally built out of adobe stone. It supposedly can withstand earthquake just like in the San Agustin Church. It took a lot of time to be completed because carving stone requires artisans and skilled workers to manually work the stone. widened to increase the user capacity. The facade and overall design featured neoclassical elements such as Tuscan columns, simple pediment, and a bell tower influenced by the Chinese pagoda. The interior featured trusses, pulpit, and a retablo. And for anyone who have no idea what a retablo is an altar piece that usually depicts the life of Christ or the patron saint of a church. Example of that is in the second picture. In 1929, another crisis happened. The church was burned caused by faulty wiring. And the very next year, 1930, Reverend Magdaleno Castillo initiated to reconstruct the church immediately. And Juan Nakpil was commissioned and given the liberty to rebuild the church from the ground up. He opted to redesign the church in line of Mexican Baroque style to emulate the timeless and regal aesthetic of the Catholic Church. Nakpil's design featured precasting technique in concrete, which drastically lessened the cost and construction time of the church. For just 6 years, the church was open to the public. It produced the distinctive, intricately ornamented interior and exterior. The design featured twisted columns, as you can see in the photos, large columns to support the truss system, a pediment with quatrefoil window, and he added a second bell tower for symmetry and a dome for the altar. This reconstruction would have been hard, expensive, and labor-intensive if done in stone. But Juan Nakpil did a great job by incorporating modern techniques and timeless-styled design. However, in 1984, Reverend Jose Abriol wanted to renovate the church to increase the number of parishioners that the church can accommodate. He trusted architect Jose Maria Zaragoza, a devout Catholic and a former student of Juan Nakpil, to renovate the church. Zaragoza devised a plan to remove the columns, the intricate truss system, and to move the side walls outwards to provide the space needed for the expansion of the floor area. He used concrete covered shells to lengthen the height and lessen the load of the ceiling, as you can see in the second photo. Zaragoza did not change anything on the facade because he respected the design of his mentor, and that facade held so much history and recognition from the people. Here are some of the close-up photos, and the quatrefoil window before was converted to the papal seal to honor the elevated status of the Quiapo Church in the ecclesiastical hierarchy. Juan Nakpil and Jose Maria Zaragoza both lived in different eras. Both got their degrees in different parts of the world. Both were exposed to different architectural styles of their time. Both are prominent architects in the Philippines. Both had left legacies on the Filipino soil. Yet, their greatest contribution to the Filipino history was that they had the same mission, a goal, to find the true definition of Filipino architecture. And as they had been the second man for the reconstructions, renovations, and re-evangelization of the church. As I had investigated and researched, it was proven that the quote-unquote Filipino culture was just an amalgamation of foreign influences. But that didn't stop these two architects to find a way to articulate the Filipino culture while manipulating the architectural styles that they had been exposed to. The Quiapo Church had endured so much disasters, tragedies, and reconstructions. Yet it still stands. It didn't lose any of its meaning as a beacon of hope and faith for its devotees. The purpose of this study is to give an alternative viewpoint on how architects' ideals may significantly influence the architectural evolution of a structure and how they had created solutions that improve the user experience within the building envelope. The principle of second ban ensured that Quiapo Church's history survived much of its evolutions without losing its ecclesiastical purpose and gaining more popularity to the religious aficionados around the world. Every architect that was in charge of Quiapo Church's reconstructions and renovation conveyed high respect to their preferred architectural style they deemed fit to the era, highly regarded their predecessors' design, resolved the current issues and mitigated for future problems, and continued their pursuit on uncovering the potential of having a diverse influence while remaining true to their own guiding principles in architecture, life, and faith. This research proves that architecture is one of the perfect vessel and manifestation of history, culture, and tradition. And that's all.
Thank you, Jovi, and thank you for the historical context that you started with. I think that helps us situate your work better because most of us don't. We're coming from different contexts. So thank you for that, and I thank all the presenters for your work. This has been quite an insightful set of presentations. So since we've had 3 presenters instead of 4, we can have a longer question answer session till 1 p.m. And so yeah, I think we can move on to the questions received. And I hope you can further elaborate on your work through the discussion. So yeah, I'll just see what you have. Yeah, I see a hand up. Yeah, you can go ahead, Professor Chatterjee.
You can keep calling me Joydeep, that's fine. All right. Hi. Hi. It's not so much a question, but rather a comment. Perhaps there's a question in there somewhere. And Ana, it's for you. Am I pronouncing your name all right? Ana Claire Hernandez? Yes. Ana, it's for you. All right. So Ana, thank you so much. I really enjoyed your paper, and I think you bring to the fore, and let me recap your paper. So, correct me if I'm getting something wrong about your paper, okay? So you show, you are reading Aureliano, that's his name? I'm forgetting, Juan Aureliano, right? Am I right? Okay, Juan Aureliano as the person, and you're kind of reading his transition from, let's say, his kind of a very almost this earlier kind of a neoclassical style, which he is taking, which is very much the norm in 19th century, in late 19th century in the United States, right? I mean, there's a lot of, in fact, all throughout the 19th century, if you look at the architecture that is happening in the United States, it's neoclassical, right? And because the United States is actually trying to establish a kind of an architectural legacy for itself, right? By taking the architecture from Europe in a certain sense, right? So if you look at the Capitol building, and even if you look at small state buildings scattered all across the United States, even in little towns, always the public offices and the public buildings would always be, neoclassical. Forget neoclassical, they would be kind of a replication of the Parthenon, very literally so. Right. And so Juan's work kind of goes from there, and it goes through Art Deco, and then it goes on to a kind of what you call a kind of streamlined modernism, right? And you kind of read that as a parallel for what is happening in Philippines, right? So in terms of that. So I think that was a very interesting kind of a thing. I'm going to push it a little further, Ana, right? You see, I don't know if you've come across a post-colonial writer called Partha Chatterjee, who has written about this, but not so much in terms of architecture, but in terms of the very formula for nationalism in what he calls post-colonial states. Partha Chatterjee's argument, if I can explain it, take a second to explain it, was this, that look, what is interesting about the nationalism in post-colonial states, and I think you can extend it to Philippines in a certain sense. He's writing specifically about India, Sri Lanka, the South Asian kind of nations, right? And he says that what is interesting is that for us, all of us who are post-colonial nations, ex-colonial nations, the formula for how we thought of our nation and how we thought of nationalism was essentially always in a kind of a dialogue which both involved an acceptance of the tenets of Western nationalism, what is called Western civic nationalism, actually, right? Not so much Western cultural nationalism, but Western civic nationalism models, right? And it involved both a rejection and an acceptance of that. Looking at your paper, something similar seems to be happening with what Juan Aureliano is doing. He's both accepting and rejecting that form of classicism, right? And also the form of Art Deco and or streamline modernism. But then Partho Chatterjee asks a very important question after making this argument. He asks the question that why is it that we have no other way, those of us who are from the post-colonial nations, why is it that we have no other way to move forward, right? Rather than just accepting or rejecting and constantly in dialogue with this. The bottom line of what Partho Chatterjee is saying, I would argue, is this, that if we keep playing the game by the rules of the West, you see what I'm saying? And their discourse of architecture, right? How will we produce a narrative which completely, which is from a different point of view, right? And as somebody who is, and you're writing about this, and all of us are thinking about all of this. So to you, I guess I would ask you to think, or perhaps comment a little, Anna, that can we now tell a slightly different story about Juan Aureliano without this framework? Is it even possible for us to do it? And don't get me wrong. I'm very appreciative of the paper that you've run. I think it's a very interesting thing that you're arguing, right? But the question is, we are constantly doing this, right? How do we? So that's my sort of comment and question to you, and I hope that makes sense.
Yeah. Please correct me if I'm wrong in understanding your question / comment. Well, first, thank you for noticing the transition. Thank you. And for your question, I think, well, Juan Arellano, I mean, not just Juan Arellano, like any of us, we're not starting from zero. We have influences, we have things that we love that influences our work. So it's we can't really produce something that's original, that's let's say, for example, he can produce something that's not art, not something, not how do you say this, without the influence of Art Deco or without the influence of neoclassicism, the styles that are popular at the time. Because our work is something that's a result of our influences. So yeah.
Yeah, Anna, I get you what you're saying, but I'm not saying that we have to. I completely agree with you. Firstly, there's nothing original. That's one of the first things we tell people at JSM, that we are constantly taking from elsewhere, right? But I am not asking about the architect. I'm asking about how we, who is somebody who's analyzing it, how do we begin to look at it, right? Right. And what I'm saying is that, all right, it's fine, and we have looked at this question. If we look at post-colonial writing has always, we've kind of done this. This has been the template for post-colonial writing. We have kind of said that, all right, here is what was happening. Here is both an acceptance of it. Here is both a rejection of it, right? But in doing so, and it is a very worthwhile project, right? And in a certain sense, it's a very, very worthwhile project. And, I have myself written, on like that, right? And all of us who are writing from this position, we write like that, right? But what I'm saying is, if you look at the Western history, right, they don't need to do that. You see what I'm saying? You can pick up any work of Western history today, even the most recent works, right? There is a similar kind of a project. It's never felt. The need is never felt because they too were influenced by things that were happening in Philippines, things that were happening in India, right? And there are enough stories now about that, right? So what I guess I'm kind of forcing you to think is that while this is a worthwhile project, and we have been doing this project for a while, a certain history of the subject of architecture in which Europe and America remain what are called the main subjects of architecture still remains. This is what and so is there a way we can think outside of this? Because let me assure you, when somebody, I'll give you a very simple example, so many books on the question of professionalization of architecture in the United States, right? My work is a lot on that. Right? Let me give you an example for my own work. My own advisor wrote a book called The Professionalization of Architecture from Craft to Practice, right? The entire history of that professionalization of architecture in the United States from the 18th century till the 20th century. She did not feel the need to address any point of how events in Philippines affected the architectural profession in the United States, how events in, let's say, India or whatever affected. They did actually. They did. Even your paper is telling us how certain ideas were getting transported back and forth, right? I guess what I'm trying to, again, it's not a question. You don't have to, it's just a comment, so to speak. That I think while that was a very worthwhile project, and it is a wonderful project, and I really applaud that, I think it becomes interesting to see what other kind can we write in which it's not an acceptance rejection, but it's slightly completely different narrative together, right? So that's what I was kind of getting at. I was wondering, because I really liked what you were saying, and I think it's an interesting thing that you're doing. So good job on that, all right?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Oh my God. Sorry, I'm so nervous. Thank you. So
Okay.
yeah,
All right. Take care. That's it. That's all from me.
And if you want, if you want to come back to this, if you want to respond to this after a few rounds of questions, we can do that as well. Thank you so much, JC, for your question. Some heavy stuff. And we'll move on to the other questions that are there. There's one for Benedict from Akshata. I'll just read it out. It's on the chat as well. So Akshata asks, is the bill, to you, Benedict, is the built form of the palace considered a country's national heritage? If so, how do the citizens relate to the palace?
So actually, based from the precedence of the palace, it is, I would say that it is quite lost in the middle because the identity before was lost in time, and then they cannot consider it true national heritage, even though it is one, because it lacks the proper identity of being one. So, and about the how do the citizens relate to the palace here, that is a quite interesting topic, because before the palace was, they treat the site with much pointing out to the palace. I mean, they view the palace more than the actual site. But nowadays, the site is more viewed because of the views it brings, not the actual building, if that is quite clear. As what I have said, that it is one of the problem of the identity of the palace, because nowadays some people don't even notice or let alone know the true history of that structure, but they just since it is a park now, they just go for enjoyment, leisure, because there is a view provided by the high situation of the palace. And since most of the palace are closed to the public, they do not get to realize the importance and like the marvel of the architecture of the building itself. But instead, their focus is directed towards more on the surrounding views when they are standing on that site, rather than focusing on the site, being one with the site while you are standing on the site. And that is one of the issues. That's why even though it is a part of a heritage, of course, because it is a form of amalgamation of the previous, the presidents, that they wanted to create a single national architectural style. That's of course a part of our architectural heritage. And yeah, I hope I answered the question.
Yeah, I think, thank you, Benedict. Akshita, if there's anything else you would like to add, you can just go ahead. Otherwise, we'll move on.
It's
right. It's okay.
It's okay.
We move on. So we have another question from Zai Malpani. So this is a question for all three speakers, but we'll start with Jovi. Let's have Jovi's response first. Then we'll move to Anna, and then Benedict, you can pick it up as well. So the question is, it's on the chat as well. The search for a national identity often turns to a reinvention of the vernacular/tradition. What are the issues with this approach for designers of the built environment?
Oh, I was writing my answer for that.
Would you like some time for should
Ah,
I come
no,
back?
no. I have my answer now in
Oh,
paper.
sure. Right.
Because I have time to think. I think one of the issues that this approach faces is that sometimes while we reinvent narratives or material innovations, we often forgot the origin of things. Because as humans, we are focused on the modernity and changes to prove that we have advanced from the past. But as we can see in researches conducted all over the world, sometimes the past practices or materials are sometimes even better than the advancements today. So that's my answer.
Yeah, thank you. So I think Anna, you can respond next to the same question. Would you like me to read it out?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. So the search for a national, this is from Zai Malpani. The search for a national identity often turns to a reinvention of the vernacular/tradition. What are the issues with this approach for designers of the built environment?
I think, well, for me, the issue is that one of the issues that so I think because there's in the past there are materials that are widely available in in the country, but nowadays they're getting scarce, and so that is an issue in terms of reinventing the vernacular tradition. Well, that's also because of climate change and stuff. So yeah.
Okay, thank you, Anna. Benedict, you can take this question as well.
In my take, reinvention, since it's sort of, we look at vernacular as our connection to our past, and of course our narrative as well. And I would say that one of the issues that designers are approaching on the designer's approach maybe includes the way of adapting. Say there are different contexts, right? Per country, per region, and per specific place, and you need to properly learn how to adapt like an element of the architecture to create a true identity that is related to that specific place, so that it can be called identity. And I guess I would want to say that the interpretation is quite similar to one of our architects, architects here in the Philippines, architect Pineda and Manyosa, and both of them propose nationalization of their design. So there are different takes really in processing the actual identity creation. And I wanted to give like a historical precedent as well in adaptation, because during the Spanish times, there is this arquitectura mestiza. It was carefully devised by the Spanish to create I guess sort of identity that is both European and a mix of Filipino, because they needed to adapt it to the climate of the Philippines. And I guess one of the issues is that. And then they were able to create a unique identity that is arquitectura mestiza, that is, widely found in most of the Spanish colonial buildings here. And then going back to the present time of Pineda and Manyosa, even though they proposed nationalization of their design, since there is different interpretations, their forms are completely different. So yeah, that's my answer.
I'm sorry, I'm just coming through. Hi, all three of you. Thank you for your presentations, and thank you for also responding to my question. So it's very interesting, right? You all come at it from different perspectives, and Jovi also started by saying how it's about a narrative. Right? I think inherent to my question is also this sort of sense of how do we decide on a narrative, right? How do we decide on what we call the past, or what we call the vernacular, what we call the traditional? Right? Because in every time we do so, we as architects and designers, and I'm only coming at it from the purview of architects, designers, people engaging with the built environment, we are creating a narrative. Right? So therefore, if we want to understand our own narratives, I suppose, and this is an open-ended question with no real answer, but every time we want to design a narrative, and that is what design really is, we have to be very cognizant of whose narratives are we co-opting, right? Because the way history and all of our architectural history courses, and I'm going to be very upfront, I'm afraid I don't have a very great understanding of the architecture, the way architectural history itself has been created, or historiography has been created for Philippines. But there is an understanding that it has been created. Survey courses have been created, right? And all of these survey courses do at every point frame the kind of architecture we are looking at. So I suppose the question really goes back to where do we go looking for our narratives, and who do we ask about our narratives in terms of understanding identity? Because the moment we start talking about narratives, we are de facto also bringing up the question of several identities, which sometimes we collapse into one larger identity, and there can always be a danger to that. I hope that makes sense. And I hope that allows for other ways of thinking too. Thanks so much, though, all three of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Feel free to respond to that if you have anything to add, all three speakers. Otherwise, we can move on. Okay, that's fine. So we have another open-ended question from Katie on YouTube to Benedict. I think it's becoming more and more clear that it's not really easy to jump to answers. We just have more questions, which leads to more questions. So the question is, can you shed more light on the essence of your study to professionals and laymen? This is for you, Benedict. And there's a follow-up as well, but you can respond.
Yeah, so of course, again, as what I have talked about earlier, the relations of architecture and power, are still quite intimidating and quite sensitive to some. However, if you study it, since it is quite a sensitive link, it brings us to a new perspective. And then, basically, architecture is dictated by those who are in power, in short, if you concise my study. And then, architecture doesn't just move across time, but there must be something that moves it. And that is where I place power in. And then it is extremely essential to know such occurrences and that behind the scenes link, because for young architects and as well as the public, they needed to understand how power influences the building before them, and more importantly, the implications to the identity of their own built heritage and eventually the culture. Yeah, that's my answer.
So there's another quick follow-up to that as well from the same person, Katie from YouTube. And I also see that I think the dean of your school has also joined, so no pressure. So this following question is, apart from this structure, what other Marcosian architectures are perhaps quite similar related to this case study? I think if you have a few quick responses to that.
Okay, so what other Marcosian architectures? A lot actually, and I would say that it would take us quite a long time to just enumerate them because based on the history of the Marcos era, a lot of buildings, unprecedented scale since the post-war time was erected. And then basically, if I were to choose one, I would say I would tell the story of the Manila Film Center because the place where the cement tragedy happened, if you remember my discussion, because the eventual story of it was similar to that of the People's Park in some way. It was built by Imelda as well to house the Manila Film Festival that was ambitiously to rival Cannes Festival. And then the building was even termed as Parthenon of Asia because it is a brutalist articulation of the Parthenon, the facade of the Parthenon. And then, it also costed a lot of money, $25 million in 1980 currency. And then sadly, after the said tragedy, its reputation severely fell and also became abandoned after the 1986 revolution. So you see the similarity of their story, even though the other one was residential and the other one was related to be like cultural or commercial. And then nowadays, its identity also seemed to be frozen in time, never renovated most of its part, and is now home to a queer nightlife show called The Amazing Show. So you see that its usage now is very, very far from what it was since intended to be a grand house of a film festival. And then if you really correlate the two, the loss of identity is quite the same. That's my answer.
Yeah, thank you, man. I think at JSA we try to look at we almost had a directed course to like principles and the idea of adaptive reuse, and I think we were looking at a lot of case studies where these things happen where heritage is lost or not lost, and how people who are there at present occupying the site in whatever way are changing and sort of how they're using the site and modulating and transforming. So I think it's interesting how I'm seeing different case studies from a different part of the world as well.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, so we do have a little more time, I think, till for the Q&A. So I think I'll squeeze in a question I had for Jovi. So I had the opportunity to go through your work. I'll like to go through your work earlier as well. So there was one thing I was wondering. So when you're talking about redevelopment as one of the principles of second man, you mentioned it's about decoding the potential of a heritage site, instead of just the aspects of structure. So do you think this unlocked potential is more directed towards the people living in and around the site, at whatever time present, or and people who have memories and associations with the site? Oh, sorry.
Hello? Can you repeat the question, because I think my internet connection is not stable.
Yeah, I'll just repeat that. So when you're talking about redevelopment as a principle of second man, you say it's more about decoding the potential of a heritage site instead of just touching up the structural aspect of it. So this unlocked potential that you talk about, is it more directed towards the people who are occupying or presently occupying the site, or it's people who have memories and associations with it? are those memories and associations taken into account, you think, more? Or, it's merely in terms of the decision makers who are often situated far away from the site?
I think the redevelopment of the site somewhat touches the people, the administration, and the people who lives around the area, because the architects who redeveloped or reconstructed or renovated the church highly regarded the faith of the people. As you can see in the articulation of Juan Nakpil in his design, in my research, he wanted regal and ornamented design to represent the Catholic religion, unlike to the stone neoclassical, very static neoclassical design of the stone church before Juan Nakpil's design. And then next is Jose Zaragossa's renovation. What do you call this? Made it a point that the renovation that he will make is for the people of the Quiapo Church or the parishioners of the Quiapo Church. So basically, it's a mixture of everything: the people, the administration, or and the administration. So that's all.
Yeah, I think that makes it a little more clear. I had a quick follow-up to that, if you don't mind. So both of these two architects you mentioned, Jose Maria Zaragoza and Juan Nakpil, both of them studied not in the Philippines. They studied architecture away from Philippines. Then they came back to build in the Philippines. Yeah. So why do you think this was happening? Why would people say coming back or even going outside to study? Because do you think like architecture wasn't a recognized enough profession in the Philippines back then? Or do you think like architecture its origins just lie in the West? Perhaps if you can say so.
I think in the Philippines before, architecture is not a, you said it, recognized profession, because the architecture curriculum back in those days is not robust as compared to the European curriculum of architecture, which is much more elaborate and can really flourish an architect's like styles or ideas, or they can really go out and be free with their designs, unlike here in the Philippines. But when they came back here, you can see the structures they have made. They had really left a legacy in the Filipino soil, because there are numerous examples of their prowess here in the Philippines. But again, because they have studied in abroad for their architectural degree, they actually was exposed to international styles and they brought it here in the Philippines, and that made them think about what is the meaning of the Filipino architecture, and that gave them the idea that gave them the idea to find a way to articulate the Filipino architecture in those architectural styles that they had been exposed to before in their study abroad.
Yeah, I see. Thank you. So I think we're just about we're just about out of time, and I think I'll be cutting into lunch if we go on. But I would want to go back to Anna if you want to, further respond to anything, or if you have anything else to add, if you need.
We actually message each other already. So yeah, we actually exchange messages already. So yeah, it's
Okay,
good.
sure. No problem. Okay, then I think we would come to a close. I would thank the audience members for the active participation and to the presenters once again. I hope this was an enriching experience for all of you today. And yeah, this brings us to the end of this session, the Q&A, as well as the second session of the ICBE 2021. And I hope you have a wonderful day, and the conference ahead is enjoyable as well. And yeah, back to you, Aditya.
Thank you so much, Taha, and all those presenters for an incredible second session for today. With this, we conclude the morning session for today. It has been very insightful listening to all the presenters so far in the first and second session, and to learn more about the work that they have shared with all of us. And thank you to the audience as well for sending in some incredible questions, and which led to some great discussions. We will now be taking a break for lunch and return at 2 p.m. for the afternoon session with the next panel for the day titled Comfortable Spaces, Evolving Types, which will be moderated by Mazen Ahmed. Once again, I remind all of you to follow us on all of our social media platforms, the links for which have been sent on the chat box for all updates regarding ICBE 2021. We will see you all again at 2 p.m. to continue this very engaging conversation. See you all and take care.
We are live.
All right, take it. Good afternoon and welcome back to the afternoon session for the second day of ICBE 2021. We hope that all of you have been enjoying the conference so far and will continue to do so for the remaining sessions for today and tomorrow. Within this afternoon session from 2 to 5 p.m., we will have two discussion panels. The first is titled Comfortable Spaces, Evolving Types, which will be moderated by Mazen Ahmed. The next panel is titled Building and Spatial Practices and will be moderated by Lina Nadella. Now, I would like to request Mazen Ahmed to begin with our third session for the day, Comfortable Spaces, Evolving Types. All the best to all the presenters, and we look forward to learning more about your work. And over to you, Mazen.
Thank you, Aditya. A very good afternoon to everyone. I hope you have all been enjoying ICBE 2021 so far. My name is Mazen Ahmed, a third-year student at the Jindal School of Art and Architecture, and I will be moderating this session titled Comfortable Spaces, Evolving Types. Some of the ideas that we seek to unpack and some of the questions to address during this panel are, how well do we fit in the places that we occupy, the places that were designed for us to occupy? Whether it be indoors or outdoors, within the private or the public sphere, how comfortable are we within these places? This session aims to explore this notion of comfort, what we consider to be comfortable in the spaces we inhabit, and how these same spaces have been or must be designed to promote stress relief and a positive health. All panelists have 15 minutes to present. I will be playing a bell sound when the speaker has 5 minutes left, and once again when they have 2 minutes left. Before we proceed with the session, once again, please ask your questions at the end of all 4 presentations and state which panelists or papers you would like to direct the questions to. For those of you joining us on Zoom and on YouTube, please add your questions on your respective chat and we will be collecting them for the panelists. And now we shall begin with the presentations. I will first request Shreya Murali Iyer and Athena Janice Sequeira from the Manipal School of Architecture and Planning in Manipal to present their paper titled Therapy in Nature, a Critical Review of Indian Rehabilitative Landscapes and Design Recommendations. Shreya will be the one presenting today, so over to you, Shreya.
Thank you, Mazen. Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Shreya Murali from the Manipal School of Architecture and Planning with my co-author here, Athena Janice Sequeira. And today we'll be presenting our research, Therapy in Nature, a critical review of Indian rehabilitative landscapes and design recommendations. So in general, rehabilitative facilities are licensed, organized systems of medical care that provide intensive rehabilitative services, for example, behavior therapy centers and physical rehabilitation clinics. There has been a growing trend of understanding that scenic and vegetative landscapes being considered as a productive complement to interior spaces in such facilities is very essential. So as there are no universally agreed upon guidelines and definitions for rehabilitative facilities, in the context of this research, we define rehabilitative landscapes as a therapeutic interactive space consisting of both hardscape and softscape elements, working in tandem to positively affect an individual's healing process and emotional well-being. In-depth studies on rehabilitative landscapes have shown that they're influential agents of healing. They help improve medical outcomes and increase perceptions of privacy. Studies have also shown that rehabilitative landscapes allow for physical movement and enhance in social encounters, which in turn help alleviate stress. So throughout our research that we've conducted, we have identified a few research gaps, and they are as follows. In India, comparative evidence-based studies of landscaping techniques used in various rehabilitative facilities are absent. Such techniques and understanding of these techniques that have been in the Indian context is required to overcome the obstacles faced by the functionality of these facilities. So contemporary landscape design guidelines tend to overlook the considerations related to experiential qualities, which is a serious drawback. Furthermore, rehabilitative landscapes have had a positive outcome in revitalizing health and behavior and spoken about time and time again through authors all over the decades. Yet it goes unrecognized by the general public and policymakers. Through this research, we aim to critically analyze landscapes in Indian rehabilitative facilities against existing literature based on set parameters, named as lighting, ventilation, spatial connectivity, location of landscape elements, materials, and texture. We also aim to develop landscape design guidelines. So based on the relationship that we have identified between our research objectives, research questions, and hypothesis statements, we intend to define rehabilitative spaces, analyze the relationship between rehabilitative spaces and landscape design, understand how various authors' opinions on landscape theories are based on user type, behavior, and well-being, select parameters for comparative study with justification, and finally suggest landscape design guidelines. So here we have an overview of the research that we've conducted. And to add on to what I've said before, current landscaping solutions in India do not take into consideration the psychological impact and factor of design on users. They also do not cater to any specific user group, especially for women, children, and elderly. So most of this has been covered till now. What we look into the upcoming slides would be the detailed research methodology and the plan of action. So here we have the relationship that we've drawn between all of the objectives, questions, and hypothesis statements. So for each one of the objectives identified, research questions were made, and for each of these research questions, a hypothesis statement was decided upon. So when we look at our literature study, we try to categorize the existing literature on three aspects. Based on role, based on age, and based on the type of rehabilitation given by these facilities. We also look at different attributes, such as spatial connectivity, landscape elements, sensory, intended user experience, and why providing a rehabilitative landscape would be essential for this user type. So for example, under the staff, in the subcategory of based on role, we see that spatial connectivity, and under the spatial connectivity column, we tend to see that visual connections between nursing stations and outdoor spaces is considered essential for the staff. And what we analyze from this is that passive surveillance of patients by staff is something that has to be considered in all of these kind of guidelines. Yeah, so when we again look at based on age subcategory, we tend to see that with regards to the youth, there are not many aspects and attributes that have been spoken about. So rehabilitative landscapes tend to have different effect based on age groups. This has been identified, but it has often overlooked the effect on the youth. We know that at least 20% of young people are likely to experience some form of mental illness in India. And we theorize that rehabilitative landscapes can be beneficial in treating the youth. So a detailed study on this subgroup is required. Now we look at the different kind of parameters that we have identified from our literature. So these were the spatial connectivity, landscape elements, sensory elements, materials, and textures. For each of these parameters, we have synthesized objectives, and these objectives would be addressed in our methodology phase. And the data sources or samples that we're looking at here would be the women and youth patients. We're looking at staff, we're looking at the community in general, as well as experts in the field. So moving on to the methodology, a qualitative multimodal research could be conducted to address the research questions. This would include observational studies, interviews, and surveys. Multiple users' perspective on the set landscaping parameters and obtaining them through this kind of varied data collection would lead to a decrease in biased outcomes. So within the observational studies, the purpose of this was to understand the demeanor of users in their environment. Stratified sampling is a strategy that we think would work for the interviews and survey stage, as the purpose of this would be to ensure equal representation of all strata of the population. Within the interview stage, as we're looking at different types of user groups, different types of interview types were suggested. So for the semi-structured interviews and photo-mediated interviews were suggested for the female and youth patients. This was as patients might have a shorter attention span, and these loosely structured questions would allow the interviewee more opportunity to fully express themselves.
And photo-mediated interviews have shown in previous research to have a positive reaction by the participants who tend to have communication impairments. Focus group discussions are something that we would target for the staff, as staff tend to be more involved with the internal spaces on a day-to-day basis. Key informant interviews would be something that we would look at for the experts in the field, like architects, horticulture specialists, and landscape designers. Their personal skills and their ability to provide deeper insight into the integration between rehabilitative spaces and landscape designs would be essential to our research. When we look at the survey stage, this would be targeting the community in general. This would consist of MCQs, pictorial questions, dichotomous questions, and Likert scale type questions. So the literature review conducted has shown a great potential of rehabilitative landscapes to enhance user experience. The use of landscape features such as aromatic plants, along with various colors, graphics, have provided a sense of belonging and wayfinding for children and people with sensory deprivation. Through the user analysis conducted in the literature study, a one solution for all approach has deemed to rarely work. So based on the role of the user, the age, or the type of rehabilitation they're undergoing, a different set of requirements would be needed. Policymakers and landscape architects must consider that this different set of requirements aspect for future guidelines and designs to enhance inclusivity and universality. Based on the literature review and the synthesis of our research, the hypothesized guidelines would be as follows. Placement of vegetation should not obstruct users' wayfinding. In attempts to improve the aesthetics of a landscape, the user's wayfinding through the site must not be affected. Furthermore, due to the varying types of users, a cohesive approach must be taken to incorporate all of their needs. Users should also be given the choice between functions and spaces. Flexibility of these kind of landscapes is required due to the constantly changing need of the user. Versatility in this aspect would aid enhancing the overall quality of the space. Creation of a family atmosphere is recommended to keep the patients at ease. We as designers must consider adapting a welcoming and calming approach to avoid the space feeling clinical and sterile. Some of the strategies that we can use is using warm colors, familiar textures, and furniture arrangements that encourage social interaction. Green spaces should also have multiple shaded areas, as the studies conducted by previous researchers like Cooper and Barnes have shown that even though there is a keen appreciation of landscape design by the users, it tends to be inaccessible during peak summer afternoons. Additionally, Busa has also mentioned that certain medications require patients to avoid direct sun exposure. Because of these reasons, providing verandas, pergolas, or even shaded walkways might greatly affect the number of interactions between the user and the landscapes, even during extreme weather conditions. We theorize that assessing case studies through the parameters identified in the study, namely spatial connectivity, landscape elements, sensory indicators, materials, and textures, would allow researchers to critically analyze the quality of rehabilitative landscapes with greater efficiency. Throughout literature, a significant lack of post-occupancy evaluations of rehabilitative landscapes in the context of India was observed. This could be the leading cause for the lack of awareness about the impact of theories and suggestions on the user experience. The concern of insufficient funding or no thereof of rehabilitative landscapes in Indian case studies can be due to this lack of awareness. Future studies can also address the detailed effects of various materials and textures used in rehabilitative facilities and their benefits in the healing process. Another possible theme of research is the influence of horticulture, and this could be studied through the attributes of senses and how they can enhance rehabilitative landscapes. So in conclusion, in Indian context, landscaping is often seen as a cosmetic extra. It is considered important to set the right image at the entrance of a facility or in the setbacks from the adjacent streets. But rarely it is viewed as a significant investment for patients' healing or as a setting for stress reduction of staff and visitors. As of today, a comprehensive understanding of Indian rehabilitative landscapes is absent. And this research proposal aims to review Indian rehabilitative landscapes through a systematic literature study and follow it by a comparative analysis of case studies, and the findings of which could be used to suggest landscape design guidelines. So through such comprehensive set of standardized landscape design guidelines, we strive to urge policymakers, architects, and landscape designers to reevaluate their processes and approaches to positively affect an individual's healing process and emotional well-being. Thank you.
Thank you, Shreya and Athena, for that fascinating presentation, bringing the often overlooked field of landscape design to the center during today's discussions. Next, we have Karen Andrea Flores, China Ray Guerrero, and Camille Ilog from the Department of Architecture, Polytechnic University of the Philippines, who will be presenting their paper titled Changes in Filipino Households and the Concept of a Filipino Home Brought by the Ongoing Pandemic. Karen is going to be taking us through their presentation, so over to you, Karen.
Yes, my audio is clear.
Yeah, your voice is clear.
Okay, I will start now. Due to my problems with internet connection, I apologize, but I have to switch off my camera during the presentation. Thank you for understanding. So here it goes. In March last year, Metro Manila was placed under quarantine that was held as the strictest and the longest lockdown. Since then, the way of life became different. The daily activities of Filipinos have been shifted to a home setting. As an architecture student, we ask, what is the implication of the pandemic to residential architecture? Before proceeding, I would like to acknowledge the audience for investing their time. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Karen Andrea Flores, a third-year student from Polytechnic University of the Philippines, College of Architecture, Design and Built Environment. This presentation became possible together with my co-authors, China Ray Guerrero and Camille Ilag. Thank you, Jindal School of Art and Architecture, for giving us this opportunity. So now let's move on to our content. The first to discuss is the introduction, followed by objectives, then the methodology, proceeding to the discussion of results, analysis, and derived conclusion, and lastly, recommendation. Moving on to the introduction, this research investigates the changes affecting Filipino households and how these changes brought by the pandemic influenced residential development. In line with this, the public perceptions and their actions were evaluated in relation to architecture. To give you a little background, the Philippine government has enforced quarantine protocols, meaning all non-essential businesses were forbidden. The efforts to inhibit the rapid spread of the virus are done beginning in Manila and rapidly moving to other locations. The lockdown is widely implemented in Luzon afterward, where the government imposed a set of restrictions known as the Enhanced Community Quarantine, or the ECQ. The following are the objectives of the study. 1, to identify the effects of the pandemic to the Filipino household. 2, to evaluate how these changes of practices and behavior of Filipinos influence the architecture. 3, to reduce the effects of the pandemic concerning the development of residential architecture in the Philippines. Then, let's proceed to the methodology. Both qualitative and quantitative methodologies were used, such as initial interviews and surveys via social media platforms, and gather concerns regarding the living space of the Filipinos residing in the cities of the National Capital Region and provinces of Bulacan, Batangas, Pampanga, Rizal, Cavite, and Laguna. Based on the calculations, 300 respondents were needed to conduct a study. So moving on with the discussion of results, analysis, and derived conclusion, the following conclusions are drawn. 1, the majority of the respondents is composed of 4 to 5 household members congruent to the average Filipino household size of 4.4. This number becomes a factor as to the feasibility of physical distancing. As the surge of the COVID-19 cases concentrated in the National Capital Region and its surrounding provinces, the respondents' household movement was delimited to grocery, personal errand, and health-related activities. Second is, the financial situation or the budgeting is one of the several factors influencing the landscape of residential developments. The researchers concluded 65.1% of the respondents are low income to poor. 33.6% are part of middle class, and only 1.3% of the respondents are rich. Third is the traditionally celebrated open floor plan combining the living room, dining, and kitchen will change, as it will be proved to be a hindrance for a home that shares learning spaces for the kids and entertainment spaces. Since most of the respondents are students and employees, they feel less effective when working from home since there are more distractions. Thus, highlighting the need for home offices or study rooms and the use of partition or dividers and transformable furniture is considered. The fourth one is, for the long time, mudrooms are not necessary for the tropics, particularly in the Philippines. To give you an idea, mudroom is an informal entry area where we place shoes and other items prior to entering the house. But now, respondents also see the importance of sanitation and disinfection areas before entering the house. It is suggested to change the proximity of the bathroom near the entrance and providing an exterior lavatory for sanitation purposes. Fifth one is, most Filipino households started realizing that they could survive with a lot fewer luxuries. The need for the provision of storage room has always been evident in Filipino homes as they are sentimental and have a tendency of hoarding. This could be explained by maximalism, as coined by De Jesus. Filipinos' desire to fill up space as an urge to connect. And horror vacui, a Latin expression that expresses the fear of empty spaces. As they had more time tidying up, calls for storage spaces became louder. Lastly, the study observed that there is a growing trend of creating garden spaces that serves as a coping mechanism for the respondents who experience quarantine and isolation. The need for atriums, balconies, patios, garden, or even vertical gardens to hanging pots seem to become more integral in having to commune with nature. As for the recommendation, the researchers conducted the initial interviews and surveys via social media platforms. The surveys are distributed completed and completed more quickly. Unfortunately, this approach is inapplicable for possible respondents who do not have internet access. It is recommended to conduct the research to a larger sample size to attain more data, as other concerns and expectations of the population require further in-depth studies. So that's the end of our presentation. I hope this gives you a new insight to the effects of a pandemic on the built environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen, Chin, and Camille for that insightful presentation, giving us the chance to reflect on how households in your context have had to evolve as a result of the pandemic. I'm sure we can all draw similar parallels for our own homes. Again, as a reminder to the audience on Zoom and on YouTube, please continue to type out your questions on your respective chats as we're collecting them for the presenters as we speak. All right, I now request Paloma Prasad from the Manipal School of Design and Architecture in Dubai to present their paper titled Urban Planning for a Proactive Lifestyle Approach in Hot and Arid Climates, a Sustainable Result in a Dynamic City. Over to you, Paloma.
Thank you, Mazen. I'll be sharing my screen. Hi, I'm Paloma Prasad from the Manipal Academy of Higher Education, the Dubai campus. And my topic for my research is urban planning for a proactive lifestyle approach in hot and arid climates, which in turn results in a sustainable and dynamic city. So taking into consideration countries and cities like Dubai, which have mainly which is a hot and arid climatic zone, we have almost 6 to 7 months of summer, which could reach up to 50 to 55 degrees Celsius. So as a result, the citizens and residents turn to personal use of vehicles instead of using more of an active transportation. And active transportation is the method of getting from one destination to the other while using walking and cycling methods. So my research is about finding how we can incorporate a more outdoor-centric lifestyle even while having such high temperatures, and mainly how to reduce local temperatures of our locality. I have found 4 main factors that lead to reducing the temperature of a locality and providing more thermal comfort for the citizens and residents: urban design, microclimate, urban fabric studies, and the urban heat island effect. So what is a microclimate? A microclimate is the climate of a specific locality, which has a lot of factors that affect it. Factors such as temperature, humidity, wind flow, and dew. The type of urban dense fabric, such as the way there's built structures in a specific locality on how far they are from each other, the type of materials used, all this can affect the microclimate of a location. If there's a water body close by, if it's it's the outskirts of the city, the temperatures of the locality differ accordingly. The second factor is urban design. Urban design is one of the most important factors to keep in mind before you design for a developing or an already developed country. The building density, along with the designing of open spaces, play a very crucial role to lowering the local temperatures of a specific region. Landscaping, streetscaping, city design all come under urban design. Urban fabric studies. Urban fabric studies is studying about the density of the placement of buildings, the distance between each structure, along with the way the pathways and the corridors are created, can result in an urban ventilation corridor. This increases circulation of air throughout the city and neighborhoods, thus provoking a more outdoor-centric lifestyle, because the thermal efficiency becomes more. The urban heat island effect. The heat island effect is directly related to the amount of to which locality you're looking at. So let's say an urban space where it's the center of a city with a lot of skyscrapers, which use a lot of man-made materials such as steel and glass. These materials tend to absorb heat and emit it to its surroundings, which in turn results in a higher local temperature of that region. How we play with these materials and how we do space planning within a city all impacts how much of what the temperature is of that location. It might not be a big change, but it definitely will become a change on a larger scale for the city. The use of green roofs and other green techniques towards designing in terms of a building or even a larger scale, such as open spaces, can lead to a better heat island temperature. So what's the solution that we're looking for? We are looking for a more sustainable city along with a more dynamic result. So what do we get from this? We get a more better environment-citizen relationship, which is almost every city's or neighborhood's aim, to have a more direct relation of the residents to its surroundings. Then we get a more thermally comfortable atmosphere, which encourages more outdoor living, along with a more age-inclusive city. We are trying to design and have a city where all age groups can come together and form a community space, and that's possible only if we have the necessary thermal comfort. So what I found was five factors that affect this. That's wind control, open spaces and vegetation, shade, urban microclimate, and solution-based design. Solution-based design. Solution-based design is incorporating different techniques while the design process is happening or while we're planning for a better city. So nature-based solutions, open spaces, local building materials, and shade can all be incorporated in our design techniques. Nature-based solutions are solutions which include green techniques like green roofs, landscaping, while we're planning for a better community space. Open spaces. Open spaces are more of parks, ponds, lakes, any water bodies that can be adjusted within our designing of urban space. Local building materials. This is not only a more resourceful, but also a more sustainable approach towards building design and can result in lower thermal conditions compared to those of localities that use steel and glass in their design. Shade. Shade is also a very important factor to be taken into consideration, as it can increase the productivity of the lifestyle outside. Urban microclimate. The microclimate is the temperature of a certain locality, and there are different factors that could lead to a different microclimate according to which location we're looking at. So low-rise structures, mid-rise structures, high-rise structures, water body, and open spaces, all of these, if we plan accordingly in different amounts, can constitute to a better locality for the citizens. The urban microclimate of a region which is on the outskirts of a city would have a relatively lower temperature compared to a locality within the heart of the city. Shade. Shade can be caused by a number of factors, two of which are vegetation and built structures. So vegetation can be from trees and your local landscaping within that region. Shading by a built structure is by creating design objectives like eaves or canopies in and around the structure. This reduces the thermal, this increases the thermal comfort for outdoor living, as well as it creates a certain type of breeze within the city space. Open spaces and vegetation. This is a really good technique and has a lot of marketing value for stakeholders and developers, not only for because it is more of a community space for the residents of that area, but it also attracts people from other localities to come and to form a certain type of community. It also reduces the need for air conditioning within the rooms of the structure, along with using roof gardens, which can be used as a community pocket or a space for residents to use more often. It absorbs green cover, usually absorbs solar radiation and reduces the heat and light reflection to its surroundings, which can again increase the local temperatures. Wind control through structures. This is, we can control up to an extent the way the wind flows in and around the structure, depending on how the building is placed. If the wind flows directly at a 90-degree angle to the structure, it forms a downward push. This increases the breeze for the people inhabiting the lower areas of the location as well as the streets. If the wind hits at an angle, then it has more of an upward push or around the building. So while designing a developing region, or if you're doing a community design, then if we place, once we do the site analysis and we place the buildings according to a certain angle, we can almost predict the wind direction of that area. So the conclusion for my research is, once we have the different factors in mind, we can incorporate it during our design process and urban planning process to have a more modern and sustainable city, or at least a neighborhood. We have different factors like shaded building features, green spaces, which can help increase community living and can, especially because the thermal temperatures of that locality is reduced. This enhances active transport living and a better community living for the people there. Thank you.
Thank you, Paloma, for the great presentation. Looking at both active and passive measures to respond to very pertinent questions on how our cities can be designed to adapt to the climatic conditions they're situated in. Finally, I now request Stacey Ong, Maria Elisa Aquino, and Justine Trina Ordonez to present their paper titled Analysis on the Effect of Pre-Pandemic Classroom Environments. Stacey will be taking us through the presentation, so over to you, Stacey.
Hello everyone. Due to unstable internet connection, I won't be able to turn on my camera right now, and I apologize for that. Can everyone see my screen right now?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Stacey Ong, a third-year Bachelor of Science in Architecture student from the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, and I am here to present a research paper I co-authored together with Maria Elisa Aquino and Justin Trina Ordonez, entitled Analysis on the Effect of Pre-Pandemic Classroom Environment on the Attention Span of Students from Polytechnic University of the Philippines, CADBE, and Strategies to Transform it into a Post-Pandemic Classroom Design. Our presentation is divided into 5 parts: the introduction, the methodology, results, strategies, and conclusion. To start, I would like to establish what drove us to conduct this study. In the current time being, where the whole world faces the threat of COVID-19 virus, all schools opted to conduct classes online, leaving physical classrooms deserted and unoccupied. Though studying online in the comfort of one's own home seemed to be appealing, most students actually found it even more draining due to a number of factors. This led people, especially in the Philippines, who are still in the online learning setup, to call for a ligtas na balik eskwela or a safe return to physical schools. However, with the pre-pandemic classroom design where distancing and other safety protocols are not that emphasized, would it be suitable and conducive for learning? In designing a classroom, it is crucial to consider how it will impact a student's cognitive function. The learning space for students must be designed to be a place wherein it will encourage the students to work hard and also a place for relaxation and socializing at the same time. In this era, particularly now that the world is dealing with COVID-19 and preparing for a post-pandemic future, it is still a challenge on how to maintain the sustained attention of students. The post-pandemic classroom design should be improved taking into account what are the new normal standards and how they will positively affect the learning process. Attention is one of the cognitive processes involved in learning. It is described as the act of concentrating and keeping one's thoughts focused on something. There has been a lot of research on how many things we can attend to at one time and for how long, how interested we are in the stimuli, and how many distractions there are two important factors that influence our capacity to stay on task. Our research objective is to address the gap between comfort and learning as one of the solutions in enhancing a student's academic performance. This paper intends to identify the factors which could be affecting the student's short-term memory. It also intends to improve solutions or strategies in order to properly address it. For the methodology, to find the optimal and acceptable classroom setting for students to retain their attention during class, this study used 3 design principles, which are naturalness, individualization, and stimulation. The naturalness principle describes the criteria that must be satisfied in order to feel physically comfortable. Among these are light, music, temperature, air quality, and connection to nature. On the other hand, the individualization principle relates to how successful a classroom responds to the requirements of a certain group of students. Ownership, flexibility, and connection are 3 factors that make up this model. Ownership is a measure of how distinct and customized the location is. Flexibility refers to the ability of a place to adjust to the demands of a certain age group and changes to methods and practice of teaching. And lastly, connection refers to the measure of how pupils can connect and perceive the rest of the school. The last category is stimulation, which refers to the classroom's excitement and vibrancy. The study enlisted the help of 245 Polytechnic University of the Philippines students between the ages of 17 and 25. Subjects were asked to fill out the satisfaction questionnaires based on the 3 principles: naturalness, individualization, and stimulation. According to the results on the naturalness category, due to many issues such as noise, poor light and ventilations, and temperature, the majority of the respondents found it difficult to concentrate and keep their attention throughout the class. For the individualization category, the majority of the respondents found it difficult to concentrate and keep their attention throughout the class under the classroom setting due to discomfort and lack of personal space. Lastly, for the stimulation category, due to disorganized classrooms and a color scheme that is not favorable to learning, the majority of the respondents find it difficult to concentrate and retain their attention throughout the class. So to summarize, the classroom design that is currently being used failed in the 3 design principle categories, which means that a current classroom environment makes students immediately lose their focus and attention, making it partly unsuitable for conducive and effective learning. Shown here are the existing situations of classrooms in room 201 of PUP College of Engineering and Architecture building. So next, for the strategies. According to the findings, the most common challenges children face in the current classroom environment are 1. Excessive noise levels, 2. High temperatures, 3. Insufficient light source and ventilation, 4. A lack of rooms and personal space, and 5. An unorganized or chaotic classroom design. The learning environment might be enhanced by devising ways to relieve the impact of the aforementioned impediments. Reducing noise outside would diminish the sources of distraction that affect the attentiveness and memory of learners. Some ways to provide noise control in the classrooms include considering the plan, building materials, and possible acoustical treatment. For the ventilation and comfort, according to the findings of the study, comfort has a critical influence on pupils' attentiveness. Students that are at ease in the classroom are more attentive and motivated throughout the lesson. Proper ventilation may considerably increase the degree of comfort within the building. One method is to install fans and the appropriate amount of fenestrations in the classroom. For the illumination or lighting, the right amount of brightness allows pupils to work more quickly since it reduces the amount of effort necessary to acclimatize to the work environment. Maximizing natural light is strongly recommended, as is the use of blue-rich white lighting, which has been found to improve cognitive processing and performance in students. For the room organization, in order to create a favorable learning environment, it is critical to keep the surroundings clean. Every classroom must include file cabinets and personal lockers to keep students and teachers' things accordingly out of sight during class. And lastly, for the color and size, the color of the room can help to create a motivating and happy learning atmosphere. Painting the colors of the bold blue paint is highly recommended since it is believed to increase brain activity and improve reading comprehension. As for the size of the classroom, a minor adjustment to the room size and capacity is recommended, which calls for a 7-meter by 10-meter classroom designed for only 36 pupils, as opposed to the typical 7-meter by 9-meter classroom meant for 40 students. Shown in this slide is a model that we made to visualize suitable classrooms. And now for the conclusion. Now with the pandemic still ongoing, numerous efforts are being made to make classes gradually return to face-to-face format. While doing this, the provision of a healthy learning environment where students do not become psychologically overwhelmed is extremely important to take into account. Every household bears a different kind of burden, especially now with the threat of a fatal disease. So a distracting and stressful learning environment is one that must be avoided. The study shows how the architectural environment greatly influences the students' academic achievement as well as their health and well-being. Many factors affect how students learn inside a classroom, like its architectural and interior elements, and natural and man-made distractions. In order to achieve an effective learning classroom, these are strategies that could be done that improves the learning environment and creates a positive and fun atmosphere while learning. These developments would help the students focus, be active, and enhance their learning capacity during this kind of time. This ends my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for the great presentation, Stacy, Maria, and Justine, and for exploring the nature of learning spaces that a lot of us were once very familiar with, and the environmental cues and psychological effects those same spaces can establish as well. So yeah, that wraps up our 4 presentations. Now that all 4 of the research topics have been presented, we are now opening the floor for questions. Please add your questions in the chat box if you haven't already. Otherwise, I can begin with the first question that I see from Mimi Schmidt, and this is for Paloma. She said, she asked, how about water shortages in arid climates as far as green outdoor spaces are concerned? Also, sun sails are interesting adaptations for hot climates and for pedestrian areas. So,
thank you, Mimi, for your question. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. So when talking about cities like Dubai, water shortage is, as a resident, not an issue. So there are different ways to conserve water as well. Open spaces, it depends on the type of facility that's taking care of that specific locality. As in, if we're developing a community space and there is like a water feature such as a fountain or a pond or a lake, There are communities here that have that. It is well maintained and there is not much scarcity in that sense, but there are a lot of techniques to saving water as well. As a city and as a whole, in terms of saving water and having a dual system within the building itself to saving water. And sun sails is a very interesting adaptation. We do have some sun sails here in certain areas, but it's not implemented throughout the city. But it is a very good way of providing shade, because always under the sun sail, there's always seating spaces for families and community gatherings. So yes, thank you for your question.
Okay, thank you, Paloma. I hope that answers your question, Mimi. I see Professor Girish Agarwal has his hand raised, so if you'd like to unmute himself and ask the question.
Hello, everyone. This question is actually for Paloma. So you kind of, first a general comment actually, that in a presentation, you must acknowledge the sources of your sketches and figures, right? You had a whole bunch of figures taken from the US EPA's website, right? So except for figures that you actually generate, just with a good practice, everything else, there should be a little line somewhere that tells us the source of that image, right? Now, specific question on what you said, right? I'm sure you didn't mean to imply that urban form, microclimate, right, urban heat island are things that can be addressed separately. Right? All of that is very tightly interlinked. The urban heat island effect depends very much on land use, depends very much on urban morphology. Right? So starting from that, the results, the conclusions that you came to, what is that based on? Is that based on existing research and data collection in and around Dubai, or is that based on broad general principles? I'm sure you know UHI is a big study area, right, which encompasses all of these issues, building form, right, the land use issues, local climate zones. So
yes,
how much of, I mean, are you actually doing research by collecting data, looking at thermal data? Are you at this point, just looking at research done by other people?
So for my research paper, what I did was I came up with the topic, and by going through different researches about different topics that I could mainly relate to, because I'm living in such a country, and what would I deem necessary to make it easier as a resident to go outdoors more. And then I found similar related topics, and I went through different books, PDFs by different companies, big establishments that have written about this specific problem. Some PDFs and certain books were pertaining to this exact problem. One was an example about Cairo, and other places were about other sources that I got was very specific, as in microclimate or the UHI. So I developed a broad study on what together can overall make it a more thermally efficient environment for the residents.
The reason I'm asking is that, I mean, it's a very interesting topic, right? You might want to, if you decide to go to grad school, look at this as a research area. That despite a zillion studies on that, and there's a whole bunch done in and around Dubai also, when you start looking at it, the relationship between surface energy balance, right, which is what causes the UHI effect and microclimate effects, and urban morphology and land cover is not well understood at all. Right now, all of it is kind of a hit and miss, people trying to develop correlations. Right? So the reason I asked that was because looking at your presentation, I got the feeling that a lot of it was not based on empirical data that you generated. So if you really are interested in this topic long term, I would suggest get your university to fund a little research project where you can actually collect thermal data from around the city, and you can get a lot of surface temperature data from satellites. Right? A lot of satellite data on this is available to download freely. But otherwise, excellent presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. I do wish to explore further into my research later. This was just a first stepping stone kind of a research, and then I definitely want to dwell more into it and do more research on each topic and see what lies ahead. So thank you so much for your feedback.
Thanks.
Okay, Professor Zai Malpani, she has a question addressed to all the presenters. She asks, how did the home as a studio space impact your own understanding of design education? What were the challenges you faced that helped you understand the institutionalized design studio space? So whoever wants to respond first can begin. We haven't heard, I don't think there have been any questions for Karen's team yet. So can we hear from them first, if that's okay? Does anyone have a response?
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. So what were the challenges that I faced with the online class? I guess because there are many distractions inside the house, it is somewhat possible to focus on your studies. I guess because the boundary between home and school is somewhat um, you can specifically identify the what they call it. It is difficult to focus on one thing since you have to. A design studio requires an adequate space to move around and work. And as for our own experiences, limited space in a home studio setting affects how the way we work around our things. And I guess I hope I answered your question.
Hi, Stacy. Thanks so much. Sorry, I can't switch on my video. I'm having some network issues just like you. However,
Yes,
actually,
thank
I'd
you.
like to extend this question specifically for all the presenters who did in ways deal with the idea of the pandemic and how it's affected our lives, right? And for all of you who are undergoing a design education and I don't know which years you are in terms of your studies, but the studio has been placed as a very central kind of space at all points of time. And that got taken away. All of you were forced to adapt a studio-based education to your own homes. And this is actually a very personal reflection I'm asking of you, especially since you've dealt with this question of pandemic and space, that what really happened? Was your design education impacted? Do you think something changed? Did it become more difficult? Was it somehow easier? It's a very open-ended question.
In my opinion, ma'am, for me it's somehow more difficult since not everybody has the space or room for their own study rooms. So some of us have to study in our living rooms. Some of us share bedrooms with their siblings. So doing these activities that we have to pass in time, We definitely had a difficult time.
Okay, thank you. Would others like to come in as well on this?
Yes, I'll have to agree with Stacy. We had to go to college non-stop, and then suddenly we were asked to work from home and study from home. And as you mentioned, being in a studio environment for 5 years, I'm in my 5th year. Suddenly, and when it was the pandemic, I was just in my 4th year. So I had to shift to a home-based studio where I couldn't even go out, and everything gets impacted. The lighting into my room, if that's adequate enough. And I think moreover, what affected most was there was less design ideas being generated, because when you're in a studio with, in my class, 50 students who have 50 different ideas and approaches to design, you have so many options to discuss and develop new ideas for your own design. And you suddenly have a lack of so much of ideas and knowledge. So I feel it did impact that way in terms of my design thinking, and not just me, my peers as well. And also, we definitely understood the difference between an institution, a design studio, and our home, which we have tried to create it as a design studio, because there's less space. Some of us share rooms with our family, and that way we definitely know the difference between typologies, I feel.
Very interesting. Both of you.
Thank you.
I think what I'm hearing from both of you is also that the studio becomes this space where you both develop a cohort, a group of similar-minded, similarly placed people, but at the same time also come into a confrontation with other cohorts, family included, that you've sort of gotten distanced from. So I think maybe there was also that. It was a little jarring that way to suddenly be back with family in a far more present manner. But thank you for your responses.
Thank you.
So if no one else has a response for that question, I think I can move on to Anandit's question. He says this question is open to all presenters, but especially for Stacy, Paloma, and Shreya. Would you think that the concepts which you have discussed today of mental well-being and sustainability, including the pandemic, require a paradigmatic shift and should be predicated on a design thought which leads to a behavioral change? If so, do you think that some of the solutions you have shared here today would lead to this shift? That is the question. So would Shreya's team like to answer this? Because we haven't heard from you guys yet in the Q&A session.
Yeah, Mazeen, could you go over the question once again?
Would you like me to move on to, would you like to get back to this question later?
Yeah, is it posted anywhere on the chat so that I can just read it?
Yeah, it's on the chat.
All right, yeah, thank you. I would like to come back to, yeah.
Okay, then I have a question that I can ask. 1 second. A question that I can ask Karen's and Stacy's group. I found it really interesting how Karen's presentation talked about working from home and how the environment can be distracting or uncomfortable. And then Stacy's presentation talked about how the learning space in college could also be unorganized and uncomfortable at times. So I would like to ask, what linkages can you make between both environments? Are the factors making both the home and the studio uncomfortable, are those factors similar, or are they perhaps opposite to one another? So if anyone can answer that from Karen's or Stacy's team.
Hello. I think this is somehow similar or related with study with remote learning and working from home experience, since we have sharing our home with our family. So I would like to address the question that how studio space impact our design. So noise and privacy and finding a permanent space to study is really hard, especially that as one that do not have a lot of options, we have to think a new alternative, not necessarily providing architectural solutions, but having a alternative space for learning or working is very hard in a home setting.
All right, Shreya, would you like to answer this question as well?
No, regarding the previous question by Anindit.
Oh yeah, please.
Yeah. So yeah, that was actually a really good question, and I feel like we have tried to address that as well. And regarding rehabilitative landscapes, they tend to affect people in these kind of behavior therapy centers much more than what we can ever encompass. As when you look at public spaces and green spaces in general, one might think that the guidelines that we have suggested can extend to such spaces as well. But the reason why such a rigorous intervention is required in rehabilitative landscapes, especially in the context of India, is because, for example, in hospice care is one of the type of rehabilitation we were looking at, and hospice and end-of-life care. For these people and these user types, they are in the space for 24 hours in a day. And it's not like a public park or where you go for maybe 2-3 hours as a leisure. So when we look at these kind of spaces and the kind of landscapes that they interact with, we need to really make sure that they are at their prime in aspect of quality, because a lot of guidelines as of right now in the Indian context itself speak about quantity, and that is not something that is always effective. A larger green space providing a larger green space does not always mean that it's a good green space. So that's something that we really feel like we're looking into in our research as well. And regarding the behavioral aspect, so because these people end up spending 24 hours in a day in such a space, their behavior is going to change drastically just with small elements which would change. So again, that is one aspect. And another aspect is, other than these patients that we see, even in the current situation of the pandemic, we tend to forget the staff who are constantly the backbone of such facilities. So the staff as well need specific areas within the rehabilitative landscapes, designated spaces for rest and relaxation. So all of these behavioral notions is something that we need to really look forward and look into more in detail. So I hope that answers that question. Thank you.
All right. I'll ask if anyone else would like to answer Anandit's question.
Excuse me.
Yes.
I want to answer the question that you have for me and Karen.
Yeah, sure.
So I think they're on the opposite spectrum, since the disorganization inside the home environment is quite inevitable for people living under the same roof. So it is easy to adapt and work things around. However, on the learning environment, it is meant to be organized and make students feel the learning atmosphere, since it is easily the main point of going to school. If the school itself provides learners uneasiness and discomfort, I don't think that it would be conducive for effective learning. That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Professor Aloparna Sengupta has her hand up, so if she would like to ask her question, please.
Yes, thank you, Mazen. So I have a broader question for both Paloma and Shreya. I think, yes. So, I mean, in both of your presentation and your work, the understanding of microclimate moderation comes up, right? In various ways. For one is for public spaces and active transport, and the other is to do with healthcare facilities, right? So, the thought that comes to my mind is that yes, microclimate moderation is very important for hot climate areas, right? And but we see that a lot of the developers, right? So what the kind of foliage, the kind of plantation that they are selecting is more to do with aesthetics, of a particular type of aesthetics, and less to do with trees which actually provide shade, which are actually effective, in terms of moderating this kind of climatic, conditions, and encourage active transportation, encourage active use of public spaces, encourage even for the staff of the hospital to go out of the hospital and, be outside to have their lunch and all of those things, right? So for both of you, like, what kind of, have you thought about what kind of processes or what kind of work that can be done to make this shift? Do you have any comments, any reflections in terms of, it's a detail in terms of, we're talking about what kind of foliage, but any reflections on how we can do that, or what should be the steps regarding this? It's not just merely about having trees, but having the right kind of trees because of the climate. So yeah, that would be my question.
Thank you so much for your question, ma'am. And I think that's something that we were also looking at. We touched at microclimate in a very small aspect, at least just touched over it with regards to the sun shading that we propose as one of the guidelines in our research. But with regards to vegetation as well, some of the data sets, like when we speak about the data sets that we're looking at and the sample data samples we're looking at, we speak about key informants as something that we need to look at, which many researchers have not looked at. They look at people's perception of spaces as well as the staff to a certain extent. But when it comes to experts in the field, like horticulture specialists, landscape designers, and even architects to a certain level, there is not an intensive discussion that's happened with these people with regards to design of such spaces. Like you had mentioned about how developers tend to go for the most trendiest, the most aesthetic approach that is there. Not many people look at native plants, native horticulture, and how they can be incorporated. So as our research is still ongoing, we plan to speak with a lot of experts in the field and to understand their opinions of the same. So that's something that we're looking at right now.
Hi, Ms. Sengupta. Thank you for your question again. I feel this shift can and will only happen when there is the initial design phase of let's say a project X, and when you bring in different parties to this, to design the landscaping in that specific region, they do look at aesthetics, which is one of the main pointers to making the whole to bringing that whole look towards the area. And I feel, let's say pertaining to Dubai, like, or any place, they should be using their own natural resources or planting at least their own natural trees, because that would require way less maintaining, which again results in a more sustainable atmosphere. They can retain water for longer amounts of time than any other aesthetically pleasing tree or shrub that they might place there. So I feel it's all about, it's very subjective to the company or to the firm that's dealing with the landscaping of that region, the planners, I would say. It's just they should incorporate that as a more as a high-end priority for the long run, not for the short span of the building life or the location life of that area.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Do we have any other questions? Otherwise, I have a question for Shreya and Athena, the first presentation. but I can get to it later if anyone else has a question. Okay, then I'll just ask. So yeah, Shreya and Athena, in your presentation, you had focused on rehabilitative landscapes, which already has a lot to unpack, obviously. But outside of places of healing, how do you think the same landscape design principles can be incorporated in places that are more frequently visited? So maybe at a neighborhood scale or at a local scale. So basically, I'm asking, how can these same principles be used as preventative measures instead of curative measures? I hope that made sense.
Yes, Martin, I think so. I do not know how to pronounce this name, and I'm so sorry. Ms. Malpani had also asked the same, somewhat similar question in the chats regarding how we would consider thinking about establishing these guidelines or these concepts in a home or domestic setting. So I feel like that's somewhat of a similar question, right? How we can get it out of this landscape, out of the rehabilitative bubble, and can the same thing be incorporated in other spaces as well? Ma'am, is that what you were also looking at?
Shreya, actually, slight difference. I'm instead asking. Let me clarify what I mean.
Yeah.
I'm instead asking you to think, because there's been a very substantial history of medical institutions, right? And I gave you a suggestion of who to look up, which has framed the medical institution, and you do bring this up at some point in your presentation, also from the point purview of surveillance. While at the same time, if you look at some of the literature, beginning of the 20th century, late 19th century, there was also this idea of going away to rest in landscapes, beautiful landscapes which would recharge you and all of that, right? So my actual question to you, and the comment I was making was, could we use domesticity as a discipline or a field of studies to understand what can happen, and from domesticity, landscape, understand how our medical institutions could become better, right? So this idea of being at home in a hospital, is that even possible? Whether it's hospice, whether it's long-term care, whether it's palliative care, can we be at home? And can landscape further that cause, for the lack of a better word? Does that make sense?
Oh, that's very well.
Sorry, I can't hear you. I think you're having network issues as well.
Yeah, am I back?
Yeah, you're back on.
Yeah, sorry. I apologize. Yeah, I feel like the question was very well put as well. There are a lot of researchers in the field, and many of their future research topics is very similar to what you were talking about. And that's something that even we were looking at as well, maybe as an extension to this research. A lot of them speak about how these guidelines that we have currently can move into interior spaces as well. So, ma'am, I think so you were also speaking about domesticity. So how feeling at home. So like this feeling at home can be translated into these medical facilities, right? So they speak about these landscapes not being a focal point in the facility as such, but more as a transitional zone. So they speak about how these aspects of landscaping and the interior aspects, like the interior spaces aspects, can be reversed. So some of the things that we learn with respect to maybe wayfinding, and we speak about wayfinding a lot in landscaping, if the same can be translated back into interiors. So I feel like what you're speaking about is how the interiors, like the domesticity that we get in interiors, can be translated back out into the landscapes. So I feel like there is a connect in that as well. So I feel I don't have an opinion as per se right now, but I feel like it's somewhere that we definitely can look into. And I think so you've spoken about Michael Foucault's work as well in the chats. So yeah, that's something that we would love to go through and learn more about.
Wonderful, makes perfect sense.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am.
Thanks so much.
All right. I think Professor Ishita Jain has her hand up as well. So if we can
Yeah, thank you, Mazen. Very fascinating presentations, everyone. And the question answer session has been also quite interesting. So my question is actually a follow-up from some of your question answer session. And that has got to do with the idea of vegetation taking over our conception of landscape. And it's absolutely wonderful that, we're talking about having vegetation and trees to shade our spaces so we can have great urban experiences, thermal condition and all that. I'm also curious, what are both Shreya and Paloma, both of your thoughts on what about the ecologies, the expanded ecologies that accompany when we plant a tree? What would our cities need to transform as or into, for the birds and the bees and the reptiles and, all the, what somebody like Donna Haraway would call critters. Like, when you plant a tree, critters also come. And our cities, especially say a center like Dubai, Paloma, how do we accommodate the expanded ecologies when we plant vegetation for microclimates? And I'm curious, it's a more open-ended question, and a lot of people are sort of engaging with it, but I'm very curious to know what your thoughts are.
Thank you so much for your question. So Dubai being more of a developing city, there's a lot of upcoming community spaces coming up, villa communities, small towns, neighborhoods, and they're trying to incorporate different types of styles in each community. I feel like they should focus more on the who are the end users, who's using that space, like who are are they mainly, Dubai is a very multicultural city, a lot of expats here. So in these villa communities, they have an idea of the type of client base that they have, who's going to come there, and what kind of a surrounding are they expecting from such a community once you design it. And in that way, then they can further narrow it down to what kind of a lifestyle, and then further narrow it down to what kind of open spaces, and then try and use more locally available landscaping and what type of animals they're trying to attract. But again, it's a very strict location, most of the spaces here. So the type of animals or the type of domestic animals that you're trying to bring in about this space, along with the landscaping and the streetscaping in this location, everything it needs to be more further researched and studied on, I would say. Again, depending on that locality that they are trying to develop for that specific type of population that's going to inhabit that space.
Ma'am, I think that was a very interesting question as well. As ecology and the incorporation of animals, birds, and critters, as you call them, they are seen, like they have been mentioned a few times in literature as well. So with regards to sensory elements in nature, they're considered as a very important aspect. And I think so this also goes back to Ms. Malpani ma'am's question and comment regarding how can you make a space feel more at home. So from my house right now, I can hear the birds chirping. I can hear Jane ma'am's dog barking as well. So things like this is something that people in such hospice care environments might forget how it feels to just walk out and just feel the water at your legs. If there is a small pond or a small stream, like even if it's an artificial stream, just the sound of the water has shown to have significant effects on these patients as well as the staff and visitors. So ecology has been spoken about time and time again as create in certain activities, because for people who are living in these spaces, activity is something that they really need, any kind of activity. Some people are fortunate enough to walk around the space, whereas for the people who are confined to their bed or a wheelchair, cannot walk around or move around. So they rely on other sensory perceptions. So incorporating the smallest effect as maybe butterflies or having a field of plants that would bring more butterflies would be something that a hospice care individual would incorporate into their daily life. And it would become a part of their routine. Okay, maybe 9 o'clock in the morning, I go out and I would stroll out in my wheelchair and I would go and look at these plants. I would go listen to the birds that show up every morning. So these elements, like you mentioned, are some aspects that we really need to look into as designers, and how to not sort of artificially have them, sort of like naturally encourage these kind of systems to grow within our landscapes.
Yeah, thank you. That was very insightful, Shreya. And same, Paloma, you actually brought out some of the constraints that some city planning aspects bring about when we think about landscape. And I know we are short on time. I just wanted to share a very quick anecdote and then we can end there. When I first moved to Sonipat, and the housing that I was given was initially a farmland, and that's where I met my dog that you just heard. But along with the dogs every morning, I was also visited by a monitor lizard, which was bigger than those dogs. And, none of it, I don't think either of them were designed. So, and few found places and some didn't. So just something for us to all think about. And thank you again for your answers. Thanks, Mazen.
Thank you. So we're a bit over time, but that was a great Q&A session. I guess now we can wrap that up. Very big thank you to all the presenters, and all your papers were extremely enlightening, and I feel that we've all taken a lot from them. And of course, I thank the audience for joining us for the session, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. I'll let Aditya take over from here.
Thank you so much, Mazen, and all the presenters. This was another set of incredible presentations, and the discussion was wonderful. We will now take a short break before we start with the next panel for the day. We will return at 3:35 for the panel titled Building and Spatial Practices, which will be moderated by Lina Nadella. Thank you all, and we will see you in a few minutes after a short break. Thank you.
We are live.
All right. Good afternoon and welcome back to the next panel for the day, titled Building and Spatial Practices. This panel will be moderated by Lina Nadella. So all the best to all the presenters. I really look forward to your presentations, and over to you, Lina.
Thank you, Aditya. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome and thank you for being here for the Building and Spatial Practices session of the International Conference on the Built Environment 2021. I'm Lina Nadella, a second-year student from JSA, and I will be moderating this panel. All spaces encompass a geometry that is accessible to social groups and communities. Every time one enters it, the design molds itself to create a unique experience. But is space itself a design? This session, Building and Spatial Practices, will unpack a discussion on the practices of enriching the built environment and the spatial forms which it is made up of. In doing so, it will take us through the exploration of a diverse set of arguments and make us question, how can dynamic building designs explore, understand, and narrate sustainability and energy conservation while incorporating and surrounding the built? How and what ways does the movement inside spatial layouts change the design itself and how it is lived in? What is the process of inclusivity by understanding the differently abled from a social standpoint? How can wood be incorporated into design, and what is its history in the built spaces? We will be taking all questions at the end of the session. You can put them in the chat along with the presenter's name to whom your question is directed at. And in the end, we will compile all of them. And this is also a reminder for the presentation, for the presenters, that they have 15 minutes to go through their presentation. And I will remind you using that sound at your 10th and 13th minute to keep track. First is Rachel Sunil Joseph from the School of Architecture in Christ University from Bangalore in India, presenting her research titled Rediscovering Wood as a Sustainable Building Material for Kerala's Built Environment. Rachel, over to you.
Am I audible and visible?
Yes.
My screen is presented and visible.
Yes.
Good afternoon to everyone present here. My name is Rachel Sunil Joseph, and I'm a Bachelor of Architecture student from Christ University, Bangalore. Today, I will be giving a presentation on rediscovering wood as a sustainable building material for Kerala's built environment. So I will take you through the introduction, objective literature review, the methodology, the discussion, and the conclusion of this paper. Cities and buildings around the world account for producing the most indoor and outdoor pollution, which impacts both human health and environment. As you can see in the diagrams given, carbon dioxide emissions from the operation of buildings account for 28% of total global energy-related carbon dioxide emissions and increases to 38% of operation total global energy-related carbon dioxide emissions when including the emissions from the building construction industry. In 2018, UNDP estimated that 1.8 billion people live in inadequate housing, which made dealing with this pandemic difficult. For the future, it is necessary to design and construct more energy efficient buildings and affordable housing. The increasing population and economic growth in developing countries like India means more construction of infrastructure. This produces the most global greenhouse gas emissions because of the consumption of natural resources and energy required to extract, manufacture, and transport the required building materials. The Indian construction industry produces about 10 to 12 million tons of waste annually, which requires additional resources for proper disposal. So it is crucial to discover innovative methods and to use alternative building materials to construct a sustainable built environment. Coming to the objectives in the paper, going clockwise, you have to interpret wood as an alternative building material that has advanced technologically. To review, an example of a structure constructed using engineered wood like laminated veneer lumber LVL, cross-laminated timber CLT, and glulam. To analyze the prevalent and historical usage of wood as a construction material in Kerala and Japan. And finally, to justify if the proposed alternative material is viable in the built environment of Kerala. Going to the literature studies. So there was a study done on 5 high-rise timber buildings, and this research was done to review and compare the highest contemporary timber buildings in terms of economic and environmental efficiency. And from this literature review, it was concluded that timber high-rise structures were efficient, both in terms of economy and environmental impact. And compared to conventional construction materials, wood is more environmentally friendly as it is the only renewable construction material available. It's also important to note that prefabrication of elements make construction more cost efficient, less time consuming, and requires less transportation of materials. For the second literature review, an analysis was done on 5 different types of construction to identify the advantages and disadvantages of using wood as a leading construction material. So they compared solid wood, wood frame, concrete, brick, and steel frame construction. And from this research, they have concluded that the wood frame construction was deemed to be the most suitable for the construction of various types of residential buildings. This is because of the thermal insulation and mechanical properties and the provision of comfortable indoor living climate that is provided by using wood as a construction material. It is also important to note that it is necessary to use appropriate building techniques and technology with sustainable materials for increased efficiency in construction. So coming to the methodology, this study is a descriptive analysis, a review of works of literature on various timber and timber hybrid construction and vernacular architecture is done. A desk study was done to analyze various building case studies. Peer-reviewed articles were obtained from Google Scholar and research. So talking about engineered wood. Engineered wood, this paper focuses on 3 types of engineered wood, which is LVL, glulam, and CLT. LVL stands for laminated veneer lumber, and CLT stands for cross-laminated timber. So coming to LVL, LVL is made from sticking together veneers made from wood using a weather-resistant phenol formaldehyde adhesive. And LVL as a material, it can be used in all types of construction projects, including new construction and for the renovation of existing buildings. This material is used for the manufacture of structural elements like beams, frames. It can also be used as joists, trusses, components of the roof, floor, and wall elements. Glulam or glued laminated wood is an eco-friendly material that is made by joining together, preferably reforestation wooden segments with industrial adhesives, which are used instead of steel elements like screws. This material is highly durable and resistant to moisture and has high fire resistance. The wood is produced by gluing and bonding together pieces of wood that have parallel fibers. The application of this material varies from structural elements like beams to ceilings, stairs, panels, and cladding. Coming to cross-laminated timber, it is made from the joining of boards to form a single structural unit. The stacking of these boards in perpendicular layers allow for the manufacturing of large surfaces of plates. And as you can see, they can be used in ceilings and roofs and other applications. So a case study was done, and it's on the Mjøsnet in Norway. So the Mjøsnet is the tallest timber structure in the world and is located in Norway. And it is designed by the Norwegian studio Wall Architecture. It is 18 stories high and has a total height of 84.4 meters and a total built area of 10,500 meters square. Both the structure and the facade of the tower are made from wood. The site for the construction is close to the Mjøsa Lake and is surrounded by an area thriving in silviculture and the lumber industry. So the construction materials that were used for this particular project was found in abundance exactly near the site in a 2-mile radius and was processed by industries less than 15 kilometers away. This made the project more sustainable by reducing the ecological footprint of the structure. Going into detail, the structural elements, the load-bearing members of the structure are trusses that are made from glulam, internal columns and beams made from glulam and laminated timber, and diagonal members. The load-bearing structure of the tower is similar to conventional structures, but the dimensions of certain structural elements is much larger. For example, the Mjøsnet, the corner columns, have a dimension of 600 mm by 600 mm, which it can go up to even 600 mm into 1500 mm. The first 10 floors of the structure are made from a prefabricated wooden elements. The prefabricated floor elements used consist of beams made from laminated timber panels, which are then screwed to glulam girders that contain rockwool, which acts as an insulation. A panel of 33 mm thickness is placed on top of these elements and coated with a 1.2 mm thick membrane, which offers protection from moisture. In the image shown here, you can see that they use huge diagonal cross-directional members across the facade, which makes the structure more stable. These trusses can handle huge wind forces due to their horizontal stiffness. CLT was used for the stairwells, elevator shaft, and balconies in this project. Coming to timber hybrid structures. Hybrid timber structures use a variety of materials to create more cost-efficient and energy-efficient buildings. The engineered wood composite materials have many characteristics that are inherent to wood, such as excellent biodegradability, energy absorption, and damping performance. Few examples provided are the Red Fox Commons in Portland, Oregon. This was a renovated warehouse that is now a creative office campus. This structure was originally constructed from locally harvested timber, and this wood was reused for the renovation. Recent construction in this particular project used LVL framing for exterior walls, tongue and groove decking, and glue laminated beam and column for a new second floor. Coming to other materials that they have used, clear story windows were added to each floor, and the facade and roof are clad in corrugated weathering steel. Another example would be the Cambridge Central Mosque in United Kingdom. So this project incorporates the traditional Islamic design aspect with local architecture. It uses cross-laminated spruce as a primary material to produce a sustainable free-form construction. The timber structure is composed of tree-like columns that support the roof in an interlaced octagonal lattice vault inspired by English Gothic vault structures. The facade is clad with yellow vault bricks, and the roof lights are single large pane laminated glass. Coming to the vernacular architecture of Kerala and Japan. Kerala and parts of Japan experience similar climate, parts of them experience similar climates. And wood was used in Japan and Kerala as a response to its humid climate. Flexible joints between the wooden members in Japan reduce shaking during earthquakes. And it is not necessary for Kerala to have such buildings in Kerala that are made using wood to have such complex joints, because we do not live in such an earthquake-prone zone. The vernacular construction in Kerala uses laterite, vegetative reeds, coconut, jackfruit, rosewood, and timber for construction. So the 400-year-old Padmanapuram Palace complex in Kanyakumari houses the largest wooden palace in Asia. The palace complex has about 14 different buildings, which are all constructed from locally available materials. The timber was primarily used for construction of the walls, the roof, frame, beams, and columns. And from the images provided above over here, the Mantrashala is the audience chamber where the king held important meetings. It is characterized by wooden false ceiling features, intricately carved panels. The roof is supported by circular wooden columns. The large bay window with built-in wooden seatings, or the charupadi with serpentine brackets and horizontal fixed louvers, is a characteristic of the local architecture. Coming to Japanese architecture, the wooden posts and beam structure is a primary characteristic of Japanese architecture. Structural members that meet at right angles are joined by using mortise and tenon joints, and by using wooden wedges and pegs to secure them. Japanese house structures use sliding partition screens that run using grooves on the floor and overhead. The structure can be quickly taken down in case of a fire. The structure rests on an uncut stone that rests on smaller stones that are pounded into the ground. The framework consists of vertical beams that are connected to transverse beams and incline of the roof above. So why is it necessary to study these existing structures? The wooden structures in Japan have lasted for centuries, and it is very necessary to study these buildings to design and create structures that can do the same in the future, as the sustainability of a structure also depends on its durability. Coming to the conclusion, so from this study, it's concluded that LVL, CLT, and glulam can be used to make structural members and prefabricated wooden panels for more efficient construction. Rubber trees found in Kerala can be used to produce the veneer for LVL. By taking into account the vernacular architecture of Kerala and climatic conditions, it is suitable for the use of, so the climate of Kerala is suitable for the use of wood as a sustainable and alternative material for construction in the built environment. It is also necessary to use afforestation wood to supply the demand of the timber required for the construction. It's also concluded that forests are carbon sinks that can store vast amounts of carbon dioxide for an extended period. And when using afforestation wood, it is important to manage the harvesting and planting of trees for better carbon management. And a mix of old and new growth in the forest should be maintained to minimize the loss of stored carbon while capturing additional carbon. Thank you.
Rachel, could you start presenting your screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm having some technical difficulties.
No, that's okay. That's okay. Take your time. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was fantastic, Rachel. Next is Samvat Shinde from the School of Planning and Architecture, Vijayawada in India, with his paper titled Energy Generation in Tall Buildings Through Clean Energy Sources. Samvat, over to you.
Yeah, am I audible to you all?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So is my screen visible to you?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, okay. So my paper is titled as Energy Generation in Tall Buildings Through Clean Energy Sources. And so basically the main abstract over which the paper revolves is that there has been rapid urbanization throughout the globe, and due to which people have started crowding over in the cities and its suburbs. And this overcrowding and urbanization has led to the vertical growth in the cities, as due to the decrease in the spatial expansion of the cities. So that vertical growth has now led to excessive consumption of available non-renewable energy sources, with not much left for the upcoming generations to use up. So what can we do about that, and how we can use renewable energy sources instead to make sure that the buildings which we design are more recognized with the changing context of the city. And thus how it can be done is in two different manners. One is by integrating green building design strategies within the tall building design, and secondly by designing an iconic tall building with dynamic character that reduces the energy loads, as well as with respect to the changing context of varying site conditions. This paper will emphasize more towards the integration of renewable energy sources in the functioning of dynamic tall building designs to make themselves self-sustainable and unique at the same time. So by the end of the presentation, I'll be presenting two different proposals through which we can generate energy, which can be used for the functioning of tall buildings, which will be at the conceptual level only. So over the last few decades, tall buildings have changed the perspective of urban cities with constant variations in functions, forms, material, construction techniques, etc. Architects and designers all over the world, from Shanghai to Singapore, Mumbai to Manhattan, have developed new creative ideas for the growth of urban habitat along the Z-axis. These tall buildings have also been focusing more upon the sustainable design strategies and have tried to keep the carbon footprint as low as possible. And some design proposals have even achieved the net zero carbon efficiency within their designs. This has led to an increase in finding more new methods for generating energy with the help of different available sources in various parts of the world. Along with the designing of self-sustainable buildings, architects have also preferred designing iconic buildings in order to give them a unique identity. Now, the need of the hour is to integrate both and develop buildings with iconic forms, which will also be self-sustainable in order to run smoothly on their own potential. So the need for this study is the same, like due to the rise in number of immigrants to cities and the constraint on the available land area in cities, which have led to the increasing number of skyscrapers or tall buildings. Apart from relying on these skyscrapers and tall buildings for the space utilization, these buildings also give a new identity to the city and its skyline as well. The tall buildings can showcase the advancement in the construction industry and can also remain as a source of energy generation using the renewable energy sources. The constant demand of non-renewable sources of energy has made it necessary to make sure that we are not further deprived of the same. Thus, it is extremely necessary to make sure that self-sustainable tall buildings are designed in order to cater to the spatial needs of the city, along with the saving of the available energy sources. So the main aim is to determine energy generation potential within tall buildings using the dynamic building design technologies. And the objectives through which this paper is achieved and the goals are achieved is by identifying different ways to generate electrical or mechanical energies required for the functioning of tall buildings from renewable energy sources, to review the energy efficiency measures incorporated in different dynamic buildings across the globe, to understand the functioning of various dynamic building designs which adapt themselves with the surrounding ecosystem, and to explore and design new techniques for the generation of energy within a dynamic building design. So these all four objectives have been divided into 4 different stages. So going through each stage, like stage 1 has case studies which refer to identify techniques for generating mechanical or electrical energy required for the functioning of tall buildings, with the focus on alternate methods to generate energy on a larger scale required for the efficient functioning of a tall building. Designs which incorporated generation of energy within the proposals are referred for case study purposes, namely the Bahrain World Trade Center by Atkins, Bahrain, and BIQ House by Court International Hamburg in Hamburg, Germany. And stage 2 focuses on the basis of energy generated in tall buildings, various energy efficient measures through case studies which would be analyzed to reduce the excessive heat generated in the process through the 2 case studies such as Council House 2 by Designing Australia and Powerhouse Batokoya by Snohetta in Norway. Stage 3 would focus on various design solutions of dynamic building designs around the world, which are reviewed in order to understand the functioning of dynamic building design technology. These case studies which are identified through this include Al-Bahar Towers by AHR Abu Dhabi in UAE, Brisbane Airport Parking Garage by UAP Nedcan Australia, and Q1 building of ThyssenKrupp Quarters by JSWD Architecture of Cologne, Germany. And stage 4 would be with the help of the case studies, how we have developed 2 new conceptual proposals by integrating energy generation, adopting efficient measures, and aiding the functioning of dynamic building design. So basically, what are tall buildings? Tall buildings are structures which have basically minimal footprint area and roof area, tall, creative, or aesthetic facades. They mainly function on the building automation system and building management systems. And mainly the tall buildings show the sense of pride, power, story of the city, and act as an icon or landmark within the entire skyline. In recent times, the architecture industry has changed its approach towards designing tall buildings from merely designing in order to attain high density development to designing dynamic structures which generate energy not only to keep structures self-sufficient, but also to cater to the needs of the nearby grid. The motives of designing tall buildings have changed in a particularly outstanding manner. Achieving similar sustainable design strategies within tall buildings in various ways has been the latest challenge for the entire fraternity of architects and designers worldwide. So what is basically the dynamic nature of tall buildings? The tall buildings of the modern 20th century have recently developed an interest behind dynamic and kinetic built structures. A built structure is said to be dynamic when it responds and adapts itself actively with the existing site conditions and the site context. Various examples of such have been set up in the world, from Al-Bahar Towers in Abu Dhabi, which have dynamic facade responding to the existing solar conditions, to the Brisbane parking garage facade, which acts as an aesthetic dynamic facade functioning on the basis of the amount of wind flowing through the site. Dynamic tall buildings have not only been helpful to give proper aesthetics to the buildings, but have also taken point in making sure that these characteristics can be used in energy generation for the structures to run on their own potential. Clean energies and their sources. Various energy sources, both renewable and non-renewable, have been depended upon for the sake of generating energies for the functioning of our day-to-day activities. Similarly, the architecture industry too depends on various energy sources for its functioning. Since the beginning of the last decade, architects and designers have taken climate change and the impact of architectural designs on the environment as a serious matter in their hands. Non-renewable sources of energies have tampered with the existing ecosystem a lot by producing various greenhouse gases, thus resulting in producing a massive carbon footprint, rise in temperature, and thus resulting into climate change affecting the entire Earth. In order to avoid these above issues spreading further and to avoid the excessive usage of the limited amount of non-renewable energy sources, architects have started incorporating clean energy sources or the renewable energy sources, mainly the solar energy, geothermal energy, wind energy, hydropower, and bioenergy, as these energy sources are used to generate energy needed for the tall buildings to be self-sufficient and efficient. This helps in controlling the ecological footprint of the buildings to a minimum or even net zero values, thereby taking a small step towards saving the environment we live in. So we have been through 6 different case studies across the entire globe. First of them is the Bahrain World Trade Center in Bahrain, which uses wind energy in its design, and it has its efficiency or contribution of up to 11 to 15% of the total energy consumed within the building is sufficed by the wind energy provided. BIQ house is the second case study referred to, and it mainly functions on the basis of bioenergy, solar energy, and geothermal energy. This entire design has 48% efficiency in its own building. Council House 2 of Australia functions entirely on solar energy and other sustainable design strategies which they have implied in their design. And it has around 25% of energy savings, along with various other factors impacting the work environment within the building. Powerhouse Brattokaya of Norway functions on the solar energy as well, and it has complete 100% efficiency and also supplies its remaining energy saved towards the nearby grid. Al-Bahar Towers of Abu Dhabi use solar energy as well, which have reduced the solar gain by 50% within the entire building. And Q1 building 2 functions on solar energy, which has reduced their energy consumption in less than 150 kilowatt hour per meter square per year. So these are the case studies which we have studied, and a fine comparative analysis of selected case studies is mentioned over here, as well as in the paper shown before. So the proposals based on these studies are how we can use different energy sources, and how we can use different parts of each energy sources. For example, from solar energy we can use the light or the heat or even the thermal power, whichever we want. Similarly, the energy, and then converting this heat energy to steam and generating electricity from this steam using the device called heliostats. So to entrap the solar thermal power, there are 3 different devices which can be used: parabolic trough, the solar dish, and the heliostats, all in order from left to right. So what we have used in our design is we can place heliostats over the entire site over the entire site, and the solar thermal receiver can be placed on top of our tall building. So once the heliostats entrap the sun incident rays from the sun, those can be reflected towards the solar thermal receiver at the top of the building, which then can entrap the heat and pass the heat energy through a fluidic system, which will convert the heat energy into steam, which can thus run over through a piston and convert them into oscillations, thus running up an entire turbine system, thus converting this rotations of the turbine system into electricity, which can be used and stored accordingly as per the needs of the building. Similarly, in proposal 2, we have used potential energy of the system, kinetic energy of the system, and recycling and reusing collected wastewater. So the wastewaters in tall buildings have always been neglected as such, and are generally considered as waste. So what we have proposed in the second proposal is, as per the basis of law of conservation of energy, the total energy at any point remains constant. So same is the case for fluids as well. So the kinetic energy or the potential energy of a fluid at the topmost point, wastewater in this scenario, will be maximum at the topmost or highest point of the building. So we can have specific wastewater reservoir tanks at every certain interval, through which we can collect wastewater, for example, for 10 floors at one specific reservoir tank, and that can be passed down through a turbine connected to it. Accordingly, once the potential energy at the topmost tank or the tanks below it are passed through the turbines, there are rotations in the turbines because of the potential energy of the wastewater, which then get converted to the electricity. As the wastewater flows down towards the bottom of the main tank, the entire potential energy of the wastewater would get converted to the kinetic energy of the kinetic energy, which will also lead to the maximum amount of rotations for the turbine near the main tank, which can also be used for the generation of electricity for the entire building. And after the entire process, the same wastewater can be treated again through the aerobic or anaerobic processes and can be recycled and used within the entire site. This electricity generated in this process can also be used for the for the building design and can be highly efficient as well. The real life experiments for these need to be done and were suggested to be done over the time for 15 days, but we had a talk and it couldn't be possible to finish the entire calculations for both the proposals. So this is it. And as for the conclusion is considered, the case studies done in the first half of the paper had led to the inference that irrespective of the location of the past designs, architects have made sure to use different types of techniques for the generation and storage of energy in order to make the building designs to be self-sufficient and sustainable. Observing all these case studies, it is completely clear that India is one such location where we can use any type of available natural resource in order to generate energy for the functioning of a tall building. Developing these above mentioned proposals experimentally in order to make them running and functioning smoothly would lead to the designing of not only iconic tall buildings, but also self-sustainable designs. Thank you.
Thank you, Samvad. Thank you for that presentation. Coming next is Abhineet Maurya from the National Law University in Delhi, and Parvati Vijay from Symbiosis School for Liberal Arts from Pune on towards an integrated view of disability, bridging theory and practice. Over to you.
Thank you, Lena. I'll just share my screen.
All right.
Is the slideshow on?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I am Abhineet Maurya from National Law University, Delhi, and with me is Parvati Vijay from Symbiosis School of Liberal Arts, Pune, and we'll be presenting our paper towards an integrated view of disability, bridging theory and practice.
Hello, everyone. Now, our way of approaching disability is one which has been extremely pathology-centric. It classifies disability as a disease rather than portraying it as a spatio-temporally constructed identity. Now, when I speak of disability as spatio-temporally constructed, I refer to spatial in the sense that disability here is an experience which results from the interaction between built environment and subjective impairments. Temporally here, on the other hand, would refer to this disabled identity as a product of historical progression of linear normative discourses, which are guided by an often myopic and prejudiced standard set against those who are disabled.
Now, when we are theorizing about any form of marginalization, our reasoning is always aimed towards a specific loss. It can be, for example, achieving gender equality, annihilation of caste, or in this case, integration of persons with disability into the mainstream society. Now, whenever we are engaging in this type of reasoning, we always face a challenge. We have two options. We can stay within the realm of the liberal architecture from where all policy considerations flow in a liberal polity. The negative here being that this liberal architecture sort of suffers from shortcoming in terms of its limitations in how well it describes the problem of disability as a form of marginalization. Now, the second option is, of course, that we take a critical and a postmodernist approach, which might give a theory a superior epistemological and logical structure, which sort of appends many of the shortcomings of a liberal architecture, but goes so much beyond that it becomes untenable to convert it into policy. Now, this gap between elegant theorizing and implementable policy is what Charles Taylor calls the gap between ontology and advocacy. Our goal in writing this paper is twofold. Firstly, we seek to understand the disabled identity in a manner that is holistic and that best reflects the various factors that sort of go into shaping this identity. while also trying to find a way in which such a complex understanding can be used to inform policy and legality in a meaningful manner towards the end of the integration of disabled into the mainstream society.
We'll now be dealing with the two models of disability, starting with the medical model, and that is going by a historical progression of the models of disability. The medical or pathology-centric model was one which gained traction around the onset of the Enlightenment period. Now, early Enlightenment thinking and modernist traditions had a tendency to regard history as sort of a consequence of linear progressions and developments, often via the application of what they consider to be proper science and reason. Such a stringent belief would inadvertently glorify medical intervention of premature and subjective scientific expertise, which are, of course, often camouflaged under the veil of objectivity and rationale, irrespective of whether or not such might always be the case. Now, medical models of disability, therefore, are characterized primarily by its individualistic conception of disability, and it asserts an element of abnormality associated with it. Here, the goal of medical intervention lies in the correction of what is considered to be bodily or cognitive distortion. The problem, therefore, lies in the individual, and that's why it's also called the individual model of disability. Moving on to a social model of disability, social model which was conceptualized formally by Mike Oliver and later developed on by several philosophers of disability and marginalization. It centers on built environment as a pivot to the disabled experience. Now, when I say disabled experience, I lay a lot of emphasis on the word experience, as the social model prioritizes the disabled experience over the disabled abnormality. And as mentioned before, disability here is the byproduct of the interaction between impairments and the built environment, which means that disability and the word disability and impairment are not exactly synonymous to each other. Examples of social models of disability in action are gaining traction with each passing day. I'm sure most of us have seen an increasing number of wheelchair-friendly settings or wheelchair-friendly low-flow buses in our places, or for that matter, ramps next to staircases which are more easily accessible by wheelchairs or walkers, and even colorblind-friendly settings across softwares, which are all applications which cater to, if not overtly, a social model of incorporating the disabled. Moving on to the dichotomy criticism. It goes without saying that the social model is not one which can be applied without any form of criticism whatsoever. Social models are more often than not criticized for driving dichotomies between disabilities and pathologies to the point where it seems to be completely unrelated, even though that may not always be the case. In such a case, the problem is that the lived experience of those with impairments gets generalized. And so the built environment is coerced into modification beyond what one might deem to be an affordable level. Moving on to the notion of the welcoming monster. Liberal theories which portray the disabled as outsiders often treat marginalization out of its historical context. That is, they have an ahistorical way of treating marginalization. To fix this, Baudry amalgamates Michel Foucault's conception of the monster with Derrida's idea of hospitality and welcoming. Michel Foucault in Abnormal used the notion of monstrous to denote a sort of a legally transgressive being that does not call for legal intervention, even if it violates the norm by purely existing. Now, the response or the non-legal response that is elicited by this monster would be one of violence, suppression, pathological intervention, or even pity for that matter. Hence, morphologies which prevent the law from uniform regulations are deemed monstrous. Now, this Foucauldian terminology, therefore, finds itself congruent with the failure to live up to a socially demarcated standard, be it physical, moral, psychological, or so on and so forth, as opposed to this popular definition of the monstrous, which is what often associated purely with abnormal morphology. The example that Foucault gives to support his idea takes into account the case of hermaphrodites who may be perceived as transgressing the natural order and defying laws regulating sexual behavior on the basis of a defined standard of what gender and sexuality must be like. It doesn't take much to say that the similar conception can also be extrapolated into the world of the disabled and how they're treated. He states that the law brutally eliminates these monsters by employing normalization as a tool for regulation and discipline rather than means of social integration. A way of understanding this could be by picturing a Play-Doh mold, wherein the mold or the shape stencil of sorts can only incorporate a particular shape within the mass of clay. The clay which is left behind could therefore represent the legally transgressive being, which is not incorporated within the mass of the supposed ideal citizen as one may know it. Moving on to Derrida's welcoming principle. The welcoming principle asserts that one cannot truly be free without being hospitable to the other by reinterpreting this idea of freedom to the point where it includes non-hospitable parasites that it encompasses. He suggests that human hospitality is often restricted to what resembles oneself. And he supports this statement by giving the anthropomorphization of the gods as an example for how the canonically represented beast or god is portrayed in a form that resembles humanity, such that it's much more easier for us to accept them or even worship them into our everyday society and practices. Over to Abhineet.
Thank you, Parvati. Now, of course, this idea of welcoming monster gives us a very comprehensive understanding of the concept of disability. But again, the problem arises as to how do we convert this theoretical which operates in very concrete terms. For this, Baudry tries to find convergences between the works of liberal and post-structuralist thinkers to locate points where liberal ethic comes close to the Foucauldian Derridian ideal. For example, liberal thinkers Anita Silvers and Dan Brock conceive of an ethic of trust to expand the social contract, which is a liberal idea, to the outliers, quote unquote, who have been excluded from it. Again, it does not problematize the notion of outlier like the post-structuralists do, and it sort of, again, treats it like a historical accident. But it has a promising amount of specificity to it, which the post-structuralist theory lacks. Now, Baudry analyzes the work of Judith Still, which presents us with a sort of a middle ground between the liberal and Derridian ethics. And through her analysis of various sorts of progressively complex social interactions, for example, from simple commerce to absolute hospitality, Baudry draws her attention to the category of invitation without reciprocity. This investigation flows from an imaginative recognition of similarity rather than reciprocity. So here you can see how it is sort of correlating to the idea of Derrida's welcoming principle. Now, it is this ideal that Baudry endorses to realize the post-structuralist critiques into policy. The idea to be hospitable towards the disability monster. But again, as Baudry himself recognizes, this ethic is an extra legal consideration, what Baudry calls a liminal legal concept. And in itself, it may not be anything more than a moralism, right? So here the legal theorist is, of course, at a crossroad. They can either choose to play by the liberal rule book and try to find the solutions to the problems posed by disability within the framework of the liberal architecture, or they can be aware of the limitations of this framework and be convinced that the liberal architecture in itself will not present us with solutions to these challenges. Now, here the approach to advocacy needs to be a complex negotiation between ontology and advocacy, what Mari Matsuda has called the problem of multiple consciousness. To adopt multiple consciousness as a legal method is to forward radical ends while still using the language of the ruling class. For example, I can be, as a lawyer, I can be fully well aware how countries' legality is corrupt and prejudiced, but I can go into the courtroom to praise the impartiality of law to achieve the specific ends for which I came to the courtroom for. That is multiple consciousness. And this is how we close this gap between ontology and advocacy, by advancing towards what Derrida calls justice yet to come. We approach this ideal through close-quarter negotiations with the ruling disposition. In conclusion, what we propose is to construct an idea of the disabled identity in a manner that accounts for the built environment and the historical discourse surrounding it. And through Baudry's idea of welcoming monsters and Mari Matsuda's multiple consciousness, we put this understanding into practice in policy and law. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Samvad and Parvati. As the last presentation for this panel, Shreya Malhotra from the School of Planning and Architecture, Vijayawada, is up with Architecture and Movement, Design of Museums and Exhibition Spaces.
Hello, everyone. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay. So the topic of my research is Architecture and Movement, Design of Museum and Exhibition Spaces. 1 second. Can you see my entire screen?
I see a presentation.
Okay, fine. Yeah. So I undertook this research project as a part of my dissertation in the 9th semester of my study. So first of all, what is movement? So one might say that movement is just going from one point to another, but movement is much more than that. It is a form of interaction that a person has with its surroundings, and it is an integral part of designing spaces. So, and it becomes especially important in the context of museums, since museums have a very complex role. These spaces have to foster learning while maintaining a balance in levels of stimulation. So the paper basically tries to explore ways in which architects can enhance user experience in built environments by using the stimulus of movement. And it aims at re-examining the idea of human movement through spaces. The study has been conducted on existing literature and secondary sources of information. So the research methodology that I undertook was it has 3 major parts. The first one is a literature review. Second is data collection and analysis, and then we come to discussion. So under literature review, I study various topics such as environmental psychology, kinesthetic perception, factors affecting movements in museum, and type of studies on movement in museum. Then in data collection and analysis, I will be going through 3 different case studies on existing museums. And these museums are Acropolis Museum, Guggenheim, and the Louvre. And then I come to discussion. So starting with the literature review, the first topic is environmental psychology. So environmental psychology is a subfield of psychology that studies interplay between individuals and the built and natural environment. And there are a lot of different approaches under the environmental psychology, but what these basically talk about is that the environment that a person has provides them with a certain amount of psychological stimulation, and depending on an individual and their own interpretation, these simulations have particular behavioral effects. Also, these theories state that there is a certain amount of stimulation which is ideal for an individual, and if a person gets stimulated more than this optimum level, they get a cognitive overload. And environmental psychology also categorizes movement as a part of a form of stimulation. So there are 3 different types of stimulation: sensory, social, and movement. Then we come to cognitive mapping. So Kevin Lynch talked extensively about cognitive mapping, and cognitive mapping is basically the mental images of our environment that we produce in our brains. Then we talk about affordance theory, which says that people do not see the form and shape while perceiving a place, but also see it as offering a set of affordances. We see the environment for what it can do for us. Then we talk about kinesthetic perception. So kinesthetic perception is the feeling of body movement and its positional state. So kinesthetic perception happens at 3 levels. So for example, if you're moving in a gallery, it will happen at 3 levels in the way that we move from one point to another, which is the movement of body position. Then we look around, and then since we look around and we see things, there is stimulation of different emotions. So this is how we actually perceive any space that we go to. So there are many factors that affect movement in museum. The most important one in the context of museums is the layout of the space. So Stephen Bidgood was a psychologist, and he did a very interesting sort of a study. What he did was that he studied a lot of different museums, and he observed a lot of different patterns that emerged. So for example, the first one that you can see is turning right at choice points. So what he observed is that people have a tendency to turn right. So whenever they have an option between going left and right, and both the options are seem equally viable, they prefer to turn towards their right. Then you observe that there is there's something called an exit gradient. So people have a tendency of walking in a straight line unless there's something that's there's some very attractive exhibit that diverts their attention. They'll continue to move in a straight line. Then there's also one-sided viewing. So if there are exhibits on both the sides in a gallery, people will focus on one side of the gallery and they'll totally avoid the other side. Then there's backtracking. So if someone is moving in one direction and moving and seeing exhibits on one side, they won't go back to the same route that they came from and see the exhibits on the other side. Then there is main path security, which means that visitors avoid pathways that are visually cut off from the main path. Also, obviously, the exhibits near the entrance get more visitor attention, and people move into the center to explore island exhibits, but that happens very rarely. They don't really see the center island exhibits in the galleries. So the next important factor in affecting movement and experience in general is lighting, and another one is form. But these factors are not as important and significant as the layout in the museum. Then we come to the final topic in literature review, which is the types of studies on movement in museum. So there are a lot of studies, and the major ones include the studies which assess educational effectiveness of exhibits. Then we have behavioral studies, and then we have timing and tracking studies. So in timing and tracking studies, it is studied how much time a person is spending near a certain exhibit and so on and so forth. So after the literature review, we come to data collection and analysis. So I have taken 3 different kind of museums, and these museums have been selected because they present a wide range of, they give a varying type of insights. So for example, if you talk about the Acropolis Museum, it has 1.6 million visitors per year, but then the Louvre has around 10 million visitors per year. So it gives a range of to study basically. So so these 3 museums have been studied, and all of these museums have been analyzed according to this framework. So we've talked about the background and characteristics, space formulation and analysis. And under analysis, we talk about layout and visitor behavior and kinesthetic experience. So in the case studies, I won't go into a lot of detail, but I'll just introduce all of the museum studies that I've done. So the first one is the Acropolis Museum in Athens, which is an archaeological museum. And the basic design philosophy behind design of this museum is light, movement, and a programmatic element. And the most important thing about this museum, according to me, is the kind of movement pattern that emerges. So a person starts and ends at the same point in the museum, and they go through the museum, and the route that they have to take forms a 3D sort of a loop. So the movement pattern that has been thought of is incredibly interesting. Another thing that's very interesting is the kind of layout. So each and every space, according to the theme of that particular gallery, has different kind of layouts. So for example, you can see the space, it is very linear, and this space has very randomized sort of placement of statues. And this is also a very linear sort of a gallery. Then the second case study is of the Guggenheim Museum in New York. And we all know it's a very famous museum. And it has a sort of a spiral gallery that goes 6 floors. And it is basically it's a closed off building, and it does not afford views to the outside of the building as much. So you can see the interior views of the museum. And this museum was basically imagined as a walk-through art via the spiral ramp. And the kinesthetic experience is that it's more enclosed, and since the walls are used to exhibit the displays, and the reason that it is so enclosed and cut off from the outside is that the Manhattan surroundings would have been proved to be an overstimulation in this case. Then we come to the Louvre Museum, which is in Paris. And it is a very huge museum. It has 3 different wings and it has thousands of exhibits in it. So in this specific museum example, we see 2 different kind of visitors. One is long stay visitor and another is short stay visitor. So what short stay visitors usually do is they want to see some specific exhibits. So for example, they want to see the Mona Lisa painting. So they'll go to those specific, they just want to see the specific exhibits. And there's some long stay visitors who want to visit the museum more extensively. So they go to all the secondary exhibits as well. So this is the kind of user movement that is observed here. So, so we come to the discussion based on all these case studies. And what is observed is that there is profound differences in the morphologies of visitor movement between museums. Each museum seems to be characterized by its own visiting culture, and it has its own distinctive kind of movement pattern as its basis. Another thing that is observed is that in museums, organizing movement is not the does not simply mean that we have to take people from one point to another, but it is also about the order in which the things are seen. And the organization of movement contributes to a distinctive social feel of each and every museum. So from all these discussions and case studies, we can draw some general guidelines that we can keep in mind while designing any museum. First is we have to avoid overstimulation. We don't want people to feel overwhelmed when they're visiting a museum. They should be able to absorb what is being shown. Then we have to keep the flow layout simple and movement along well-defined paths. Then we have to also make sure that the overall perception of the place could be enhanced using lighting, form, and volume as a tool. And when we talk about circulation, we have to keep certain points in mind. So for example, we have to make sure that the route is not exhausting, and the galleries don't require backtracking by the visitors. And the design of 2-sided exhibition should be avoided because people are not being able to pay attention to both the sides. And then what we should try to do is that we should not give multiple choice points in the galleries, because people will not focus on any exhibit in that case. So we have to make well-defined routes. And also attempts should be made to provide pauses so that users can process the incoming stimulation. So yes, this was my presentation, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Okay, yeah, thank you so much, Shreya. That was amazing. Now we open the platform for questions. I see one from Shreya from YouTube to Samvad. When you say dynamic building designs, what kind of designs would those be? Are there any examples? And how accessible or inclusive are they?
Yeah, so dynamic building designs would basically be those designs which adapt to the changes, especially the climatic changes around its context or around its site. So you can look up for designs such as the Albertas, which use the changing mashrabiyah units on its entire facade. So those contract and expand on the basis of the sun's position at the specific point of the day or so. So those keep on varying as per the sun's position, and thus they reduce the solar gain on the building itself. So if you see it from a ant view or from the human's perspective and look up to the building, you will see that at a specific time, few mashrabiyah units are open, few of them are closed. So that completely changes, or the entire unit adapts itself as per the sun's position and the sun's solar intensity as such. So that would be classified as a dynamic building. Yeah.
Thank you. There's another, I think Professor Girish Agarwal has asked you, has commented in the chat section, and he says, 2 comments and a question. First, your work takes it as granted that high-rise structures are desirable. That is not at all an accepted viewpoint, even in crowded urban spaces. High-rise residential spaces tend to be exclusionary spaces which destroy social interactions and undermine the idea of neighborhood. Second, and this is particular to the mushrooming of high-rises on the peripheries of large cities in India. High-rises have a larger per resident footprint when you take the associated parking and open spaces in account than low-rise housing. And last, the various energy saving measures you list, how many are feasible in India if you consider not just the construction stage, but also the actual operation of such complex systems where buildings are occupied? This is to Samvad again.
Yeah. So firstly, regarding like the work takes it as granted that high-rise structures are desirable. So obviously they are not desirable, but if we look at UN's 2014 report, it has an estimate that like there would be an increase in the population of the people living in urban areas from around 54% to 66% by 2050 itself. So with this growing population in the urban areas, there would be a pressure on the housing requirements, energy requirements, and even the infrastructure. So the governments around the world would anyway have to look at ways to improve this urbanization and provide solutions for these issues as well. So as far as we can see from the current point of view, how would we be able to satisfy that? And it would be basically through vertical urbanization itself. And yeah, I agree that high-rise residential spaces tend to be exclusionary spaces which destroy social interaction. So that's what is the challenge for the architects, right? So how we design it in such a way that we make sure people tend to interact with through our designs or not. So that's up to us on how we design it. And going to this is a large person. Various energy saving measures you list, how many are feasible in India if you consider not just the so yeah, as I had mentioned in presentation itself, like I haven't considered these proposals on the basis of the entire experimental level, and these were only like proposals for like theoretical proposals or conceptual level proposals. But I'd like to suggest that costs of such systems are not just considered only when how at the start how much we are incorporating the cost or how much energies are getting saved at the moment. Also, it can vary in different ways as well. Like total maintenance of the entire build structure would vary over a period of 7 years, 10 years, or even 50 years. So we can get back returns after a certain period of years as well. So yeah, I guess in one of the case studies which I have mentioned, CH2 Council House 2, the building gets its returns within 7 years itself. So that depends on how we incorporate the proposal and at which specific point. And in terms of India, I guess solar energy related proposal, my proposal 1 can be very well implemented is what I feel. But again, haven't yet incorporated it at an experimental level, so can't argue over there.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Does anybody else have any questions? Namrat, okay, sorry. Professor Joydeep Chatterjee, you want, should I take your question or should I like?
Yeah, no, I had a clarification first. Is that okay if I do it? Right.
Yes, yes.
Hi, wonderful papers, all of you. My clarification, I just want a clarification from Abhineet and Parvati, I think. And then actually I'm going to ask my question. Towards the end of your talk, when you were summarizing what you were saying, you said you want to move away from an ontological understanding, because is that what you said? If that's the case, what did you mean by ontological there? I was just wondering.
I think that we do not say that we want to move away from an ontological understanding. We want to integrate the ontological perspective presented by critical and postmodern theories
That's
into
what I
our
thought.
practice.
Yeah, so that's what because that's why you were going towards Derrida. Yeah. But that's why the first line kind of confused me when you said there's something that's anemic. You said what is that? Can you just
the liberal architecture and its policies and the way it
the
describes
liberal architecture and its policies. Thank you so much for that clarification. Right. So here comes my question. Now my question is actually both to you and to Shreya, who came after you. Right. Interestingly, in some ways, both your papers are in an interesting conversation, because one of the things that Abhineet and Parvati kind of raise, I think, is precisely a critique of the definition of movement that you started with, Shreya. When you said that that movement is just it's the experience of a body going through space. I think that kind of a liberal definition, because when you bring in the question that I think Abhineet and Parvati want to bring into that idea of the monstrous, right? The monstrous, right? And kind of saying that, how the law is treating the disabled body can be kind of, or the differently abled body can be seen through this lens of the monstrous in a certain sense, right? And that's what liberal, architecture and liberal architectural policies are doing. Shreya, I guess, so I want to bring the two of you into conversation in a certain sense, because I think your papers are kind of at loggerheads with each other in that sense. Right? Because Shreya, I think what's happening is that what they're saying is, look, if you go ahead and keep on defining movement as just this body going through space, which body are we talking about? Are we talking about the monstrous body? Which body are we talking about?
So what I started with is that first, if we ask someone what movement exactly is, they'll say that it's moving from one point to the another. But what I'm saying is that movement is not just moving from one point to the another. It is a form of interaction that we have with our surroundings.
I get that, Shreya. But I think what Abhineet and Parvati are saying is that if you kind of think of it in these terms, where it's an interaction and a body, right? This is a particular way of seeing where you elide all the outliers which are there. Both the legal framework as well our linguistic framework just pushes those who are outliers, differently abled people, right, who are outliers to this. It just makes us invisible to them in a certain sense, right? Legally, epistemologically, invisible, legally invisible, right? So I think I thought it'd be interesting to see the two of you, kind of go at it. And I don't know if Abhineet and Maurya, I'm kind of speaking for you, but I don't know if that's something that you felt, that was happening in the thing. So I just thought that it's interesting. How do you respond? How do you respond to Shreya? And I guess Shreya, how do you respond to them? Because I think there's a kind of a tension in the papers there. Right?
I agree with what you're saying, but according to me, I think that the goal of designing a museum or an exhibition space is moving through the spaces, right? So that is the point I was trying to address. So I'm not sure where their argument comes, like in how their argument is relevant to my paper. Exactly, like.
Shreya, I guess it's the way at least I see it relevant. And again, Abhineet and Maurya, please feel free to say if I'm wrong in my assessment. But I think when you say movement, right, that's the kind of a liberal language which does not make room for the kind of different ontologies that, and by that what they mean is, let me make it a little more sort of without the term ontology, the different kinds of bodies that may actually move or not move.
Right.
It may or may not move. You see what I'm saying? Right? So then if we say this movement, whose movement are we talking about? I guess that's what I'm trying to understand. And I think that's what and I think they're coming at it from the point that there's a problem in the law itself, and when the law and how law, the language of law frames it, it actually falls back on the kind of liberal definition, let's say, of movement, which is implicit in the paper that you have given. Right? And what that does is, right, and if you begin, let me give you, another kind of an example, right? When, let's say, few years ago, for example, few years meaning few years for somebody with white beard like me, a long time ago for all of you, in 2006, when, Delhi, there was a huge drive to demolish Delhi, right? It was based on a particular legal order of the Supreme Court. And the rationale given by the Supreme Court and those who came along to demolish New Delhi was that New Delhi, the city, which is reality, is not following its plan. Right?
Right.
In that judgment of the Supreme Court, there was actually a particular assumption about what a design is. And and that a design will guide what reality should be. That's not what I think Abhinit and Parvati are kind of pointing to, that that we need to kind of expand these definitions. So I think it's an interesting critique from the legal point of view.
Right.
Of the idea of movement that you are trying to employ to begin with. So that's what so I was just wondering, how would you respond to that, right? Is there a response? I think it's an interesting kind of a thing between those. So it's more of a comment between your papers rather than a question, I guess.
I very much agree, sir, because I think one more pertinent example was to point out would be the idea that the theorist Gilles Deleuze brings is somewhat similar to what Foucault was talking about when we talk about the idea of a perfect city in the sense how a city should be constructed and how cities should be planned. There is some sort of transcendent idea of how design should work, and then we try to model our cities on that sort of an ideal model. But what happens in these cases is, of course, we sort of ignore how the internal flows of a city and how internal particularities of cities sort of should also should inform the planning more than some idea of a transcendent, rationally constructed idea of a city. I think it's a very valid point that you have brought up, and we sort of did not see it from that angle till now. So yeah. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Professor Kanksha Maglani.
Do you want to first take the student questions, because I know that we're running out of time? There are 2 questions. And I can go after.
I think I can ask them to answer that on the chat itself. Maybe you can ask your question.
Okay. Coincidentally, my question is also for Shreya. Hi Shreya, thank you for your paper, and thank you everybody. I think it was a wonderful session. Shreya, my question sort of takes off from what Joydeep was also sort of saying, but I'm wondering that you picked up 3 extremely different in terms of context case studies for your study, right? And they're not just different in terms of the kind or the category of the museum, as in an archaeology or an art museum, but they're also different in terms of the time they were established, right? So the Louvre, I think, is the 1700s.
It was a palace, yes.
Guggenheim was 1900. So are you saying that the idea of movement across time hasn't changed, and especially the idea of movement
can be studied with the same parameters across time, and museum practices are sort of also museumized in that sense?
So in each of the studies, first of all, I picked these studies because they were so drastically different from each other, because I wanted to see a huge range of studies. And then another point is that when I study all of these museums and I classify the information, it's on very broad sort of parameters. So I'm talking about kinesthetic experience in the museum. So I'm not classifying them on very narrow terms. It's a very broad. It's in a very broad sense.
But
And
you're
also,
sorry,
yeah.
sorry.
No,
Please
it's
complete. Please complete.
No, it's fine. It's
No,
fine.
I was saying because your fundamental, I think, criteria that you said was layout, right? Because you said that lighting and form then are not important, but layout is fundamental.
They are, but I was saying that as in layout physically is it physically channels the movement. So in that sense, I said that probably layout is more relevant to talk about right now. But of course, lighting and form and everything gives a very distinct feel to each and every museum, and that's equally important, I guess.
Okay, sorry. I will just quickly go back then to my question. Are you saying then that the idea of layout and movement haven't changed across time? And their experience hasn't? You're able to look at it from the same lens across all three museums, which were built at different times for different purposes with different techniques, technology, modalities.
I think all of these museums that I've studied are present very different things. So it's so for example, the Louvre, it wasn't even a museum to begin with. It was a palace that was converted into a museum. So all of these museums present very, very different type of visiting cultures, etc. So the Louvre has something very different from what Acropolis Museum has, because Acropolis Museum is a very small museum and people see all the exhibits. So so basically that was the idea, to see contrastingly different museums.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the questions. Professor Girish Agarwal okay. Can all the presenters they will answer the questions through email, or they can write the answers on the chat. There are 3 questions to Shreya on the chat, and if anybody else has any other questions, please put them in the chat, or later via email you can ask them. Now this concludes this panel. Thank you so much for being there, presenters and audience, for this enlightening session, and I will let Aditya take over now.
All right. Thank you, Leena, and the presenters for the last panel for the day. I would like to thank all the presenters and moderators for an incredible set of panels that we have had today on the first day of ICBE 2021. We'd also like to thank the audience for sending in some wonderful questions, which have truly led to some brilliant conversation and discussions, which have been really insightful for all of us. We will take a break now and return at 6 p.m. for the keynote lecture by Mr. Thomas Crowley, who is a doctoral researcher at the Department of Geography at Rutgers School of Arts and Sciences at Rutgers University in New Jersey. His talk today, titled Reimagining Delhi, A View from Its Hills, reimagines a millennial-old Delhi through the lens of the Ridge, where he understands the city as a product of lively, unpredictable, and ever-changing interactions between human societies and dynamic ecosystems. We all look forward to this keynote lecture, and we will see you again at 6 p.m. for it. Thank you all for joining us, and please take care. All right. Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to the International Conference on the Built Environment, ICBE 2021. We hope that all of you have enjoyed the discussion panels that we have had today and are equally excited for the ones that we will have tomorrow. As we move ahead with the day today, we are delighted to have with us Mr. Thomas Crowley, who is joining in for his keynote lecture titled Reimagining Delhi, A View from Its Hills. To introduce the speaker, Mr. Crowley is a doctoral researcher at the Department of Geography at Rutgers School of Arts and Sciences at Rutgers University in New Jersey. His extensive research on the Delhi Ridge and its political economy and ecology presents newer arguments on the present urban history of Delhi. His book, Fractured Forest, Quadside City, A History of Delhi and its Ridge, is based on his research he conducted in India's capital from 2010 to 2017. Following this lecture, we will have a short question and answer session with Mr. Crowley, which will be moderated by Professor Saurav Banerjee from the Jindal School of Art and Architecture. To avoid any disturbance during the lecture, we will enable the chat in the last 15 minutes. So please send in your questions then on Zoom in the chat box, as well as on YouTube in the comment section. We now welcome Mr. Thomas Crowley. Over to you, Mr. Crowley.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Tia, for that introduction. If at any point I'm not audible, just let me know. I've been having a little bit of internet issues. But yeah, thank you very much to the Jindal School of Art and Architecture for organizing this, and to Professor Saurav Banerjee for extending the invitation, and for all of the faculty and staff and students who have made this possible. I really appreciate this opportunity. So as Aditya mentioned, the lecture I'm giving today is based on the book I wrote, Fractured Forest, Quartzite City. And so I first wanted to just introduce that book a little bit. So let me just start by sharing my screen. I have a PowerPoint. Okay, is that visible? Okay, cool. And one thing I wanted to point out, which I think goes along with Professor Ahmad's keynote yesterday, is that for me also I found that the visual, or not just the written text, was important. So exploring other forms, other ways of conveying research. And I think in some ways all research is collaborative. Even if you're doing it on your own, you're always drawing from other people, from other texts, from other sources. And in my work, has been with Deepani Seth, who's an artist, a designer, currently based in Delhi. So she did all of the illustrations for the book, but as you'll see in this talk, also collaborated with a lot of other things, and is also a researcher, design researcher. So all of the illustrations you'll be seeing in the presentation are by Deepani. And most of them are from the book, some of them are from other projects. But just briefly, just to start with the basic question, what is the ridge? So this book is about the Delhi Ridge. And in fact, I thought this was a simple question, and then I ended up spending a decade researching it, and it is more complicated than it appears at first glance. But I would say, just as an introduction, especially for those of you who aren't from Delhi or who haven't spent time in Delhi, the ridge has two key components. The first is geological, which the name implies. It is a ridge. It's basically the Aravalli mountain ranges, which stretched from Gujarat to Delhi, and is what you see in the image here. So this mountain range, as it gets into Delhi, becomes this low, broken set of hills. Not very spectacular, compared to the Himalayas, much newer mountain range. But what I seek to argue is that it's actually extremely important for understanding Delhi's history to understand this geology. So if that's one definition, and one definition which flows very organically from its name, the other definition is ecological. And for those of you, if you live in Delhi or if you have in the past, a couple of decades, if you've heard of the ridge, it's probably because of that. It's often referred to as the green lung of Delhi. And, in this age of, unprecedented air pollution, the ridge is often seen as this, as a carbon sink, as this sort of, sea of green in the midst of otherwise, what's known as a very polluted city. Officially, several parts of the ridge have been designated as reserve forest, which is the highest level of protection that the state can give. So if that's what the ridge is, then why write a book about it? And especially, why write a book about Delhi? There's dozens, hundreds maybe of books written about Delhi from, popular presses, also by academic presses. But the more I got into this research, the more I thought that retelling Delhi's history through the ridge gives us a different vantage point. Helps us understand particular elements of Delhi's history that we all, may know. Let's say 1857 and the uprising, or of the British moving the capital to New Delhi in 1911, or say, the rise of DLF, the largest real estate developer, in the country. But these parts of history that, we all at least have some passing knowledge of, they become different when they're seen from the vantage point of the ridge, from the vantage point of geology and ecology. So that's one reason I ended up wanting to write this book. The other reason is precisely these debates that are now happening about urban ecology, about air pollution. I wanted to intervene in those debates, and also to, at a more basic level, ask what does it mean to think about Delhi ecologically? Does thinking about Delhi ecologically just mean sort of looking at places where there's greenery? Or does it mean trying to understand what some scholars have called metabolism, urban metabolism between human and non-human nature, the way that flows of water, but also of pollution, but also of stones, how those come together also through particular economic configurations or economic policies or social relations or conflicts. And I would in fact argue that actually a lot of the writing about Delhi's environment doesn't think ecologically in this way. It doesn't see interconnections, which I would argue is the kind of core of ecological thinking. So I wanted to briefly talk about how I feel that my book and this larger research project ties in with the theme of this conference. I mean, this very broad theme of the built environment. And questions, I'm not, from architecture. I actually did my graduation in philosophy and I'm now in the field of geography. But I think when we start asking questions about the built environment, is something like the ridge, for instance, would we consider that a built environment or part of the built environment? The master plan of Delhi, for instance, tells us that the ridge should be maintained in its pristine glory. So that phrase, pristine glory, makes it seem like, no, it's almost the opposite of a built environment. It's sort of the thing that was there before that we have to protect. But the fact is, when the first notification of reserve forest on the ridge was made, which was made by the British in 1913, there were almost no trees on the part of the ridge that they reserved. So the British made a conscious choice that we're going to say that this is a reserve forest. It was almost like a aspirational label, like let's make this into a forest. So in that way, could you say that the British built the ridge? Even though we think of it now as this green lung, or not just to the British, post-colonial governments also. So this brings up, I think, both philosophical and political questions about where do we draw the line between nature and culture, between, say, built environment and natural environment, and why does that matter? And the other question, something that I really got drawn into with this research is, what is the built environment built from? And in some ways, this is a very simple question, but I think just as a question that can guide research, for me, it was very important to think about the materiality of the ridge as quartzite, the ridge as a particular material with biophysical properties that have impacted the trajectory of the city. And you know, this presentation is about Delhi. It's in some sense very Delhi specific, but I think you could ask similar questions. And now my research is in Maharashtra, and part of it is looking at the Western Ghats, which is a different kind of stone, and that leads to different political, ecological formations. So I just wanted to raise those kind of broad issues as just questions to keep in the background. But since the theme of this conference was also research, and really for undergraduates getting a chance to present their research, I also wanted to, for most of my talk actually, kind of frame this in terms of how did I come to this project, and how did this research develop? Because I really, you know, do think about research as a process. So in some sense, the book is a product, and it's the product of a particular point in the process. Now there's probably things in the book that maybe if I were writing it now, maybe I would change or wouldn't agree with. But the book is a distillation of a certain point in the process. And that process is also experimenting, as I mentioned, with different mediums, with illustrations, with text. So to kind of walk you through a little bit what that process was for me. And I think, well, on the one hand, with research, it's very important to have, you know, sharp questions when you're going in. What do you want to ask? What is your hypothesis, or what are your questions? But then also how those questions change over time, how the research takes on a life of its own, how maybe, you know, a lot of this book went into history. I didn't intend to write a historical book, but the research drew me in that way and kind of forced me that I would have to engage with these materials. So just to share a little bit about my background, I mentioned I did my graduation in philosophy, and particularly environmental philosophy. That was my focus. And then I first came to India in 2008 on a scholarship, and I was studying at the University of Pune. And partially studying environmental philosophy, continuing that, I was affiliated with the Department of Philosophy at Pune University. But I was also getting increasingly drawn into questions of environmental politics. Sort of these ideas of theorizing about nature and humans' role with nature, but then how does that actually play out on the ground in environmental contestations or struggles over ecological resources? And so I did a couple of short research projects in Pune and Pune district and city. And then I moved to Delhi in 2010. And I knew I wanted to continue with this kind of research, but I didn't know how exactly. I was working on some freelance writing and editing projects and trying to look, okay, what is the next research project going to be? And at that point, I was living close to the North Campus of Delhi University, and my landlord had 2 young kids, and at some point they were very excited that we should go to this. They called it the monkey park. I had no idea what they were talking about. They're like, "Oh, we need to go to the monkey park. We need to go to the monkey park." So one day I went, and this was, what I would now know is the Northern Ridge. But it was, it's this nice park. It has paved roads, but it also has dirt paths. There's, a lot of people go there for their morning walks or their evening walks. And there's a ton of monkeys. So, the kids loved it, but also these monkeys are slightly terrifying. But that was my first exposure to the ridge. And in some sense, very fortuitous. I couldn't have planned this. But because I'd already had this interest in environmental politics, environmental struggle, then I started to be very attuned to the fact that for me, this was just a nice park. I was slightly afraid of the monkeys, but otherwise, this is a place I started going for walks and all. But I had friends in Delhi University doing their master's or their PhD, and a lot of them were afraid to go into this park. What I saw as a fairly, fun, light place to go. And so their fears were much more around crime and sort of their stories of muggings, but also of sexual violence. And so these very different experiences in this one space, where a student could have a very different experience from my experience, but then also there's people who, there's akaras there, so there's people going there to work out, there's temples there, so there's like pundits who actually live there. So, and also just that kind of liveliness of everyday life in the park. I think what Professor Ahmad was talking about yesterday, this everyday life of monuments, which I think is also an everyday life of parks. So that was what initially drew me in. And then as I started to find out more about this, I realized, okay, I mean, what I told you already, this is just, where I was this northern ridge, this tiny little piece at the top of the map that you see here. And this is part of a much larger geological phenomenon. As I talked to people about this, as the first kind of seeds of this research project were planted, I also learned that in the 1990s, starting in 1979, but strongest in the 1990s, there was this movement called the Save the Ridge or Ridge Bachao Andolon. There was this movement that was saying we need to protect the ridge. Concerns about this kind of rampant urbanization, all this real estate growth, the kind of runaway speculation. We need to preserve the ridge, and that movement really was focusing on the ecological, on the greenness, on the green lung sort of aspect. So once I realized that, okay, that there is this history here, this place where I'm just going for my nice morning walks is tied to this history of struggle and of social movements and of environmental movements. That was really the start of the research, formally. And at that point, I started working for an NGO called Intercultural Resources, or ICR, that has an office near House Costs Metro Station. And they also, their work, I mean, they do a lot of work documenting social movements as well as labor movements. And so they were very keen on having me produce a report or a kind of booklet about the ridge and about the history of social movements trying to save the ridge. And what you see on the left here is the cover of the report that I produced for them. And this illustration, again by Deepani, is a kind of stylized version of the Vasant Kunj malls. Now, again, for those of you not from Delhi, so the Vasant Kunj malls are the most fancy luxury malls in Delhi. Two of them are owned by DLF, the largest real estate company in the country. And you have, the most high profile, both Indian and international brands there. But this was also, and you also have their Maruti Suzuki, their corporate headquarters is there, and also ONGC. So you have this constellation of extremely powerful forces, economic and state forces. So you have the largest automobile manufacturer, the largest real estate developer, and then this state-owned ONGC that have all kind of invested in this property. But environmentalists in the early 2000s, before this was built, said, no, this is ridge land. This is green lung. This is protected. This should be protected. And so this was one of the early cases that I started to look at. How did this? I mean, the malls were built. So how did that come about? How were these real estate and state interests able to overcome this opposition from environmentalists to build these malls? And so part of my research was through this NGO. I was also fortunate to have the opportunity to actually be part of an artist residency at the Center for the Study of Developing Societies, CSDS in Delhi. They have their Sarai program, which tries to engage in both artistic and academic ways with the urban and questions of the urban. And through them, I actually, and with the help of other fellows there, I designed this game, basically this live action game where we all went in person, back when we could do things in person. We all went to a part of the ridge, and I designed this game where each team was a real estate company, and they had to figure out how do they develop a parcel of land. And basically there were all these rumors swirling around that of basically, I mean, corruption, that you had to pay a certain amount of money, that certain, for instance, Congress politicians or other party politicians were the conduits for the making of this mall. Obviously, none of this is proven. These are all allegations. But all of this, so this game was also playful. It's because all of this is happening in black money. So we made black money and white money. And the idea is you need white money for some things, you also need black money for some things. And how do you actually, one is a foreigner, but just anyone who's outside of this system of real estate speculation, it will have a very hard time getting an inside view. So this was a way of playing a little bit with that and thinking about how do these kind of things happen. But also, I also came to realize that this case in some sense is very simple. You have companies with a lot of money who are able to hire extremely high-profile lawyers who are able to, even when these companies get defeated in court, they can come back, they can try another strategy. And the fact that you have so many, of these very powerful forces coming together, I think it's no surprise that the malls were built in the end. But as my research proceeded, I think I got to see a bit more of the complexities. It's not always these kind of black and white cases. So for instance, this was another project for Sarai at CSDS, but this illustrated article that Deepani and I produced about, this is actually old mosque. It dates back to the Delhi Sultanate times in Mehroli. That actually, when Professor Ahmad was giving his talk yesterday, I kept on thinking of this. This is very close to Qutb Minar. And similar issues is what he was talking about. So the Waqf board is laying claim on this land. The ASI is laying claim on this land. Local people, there are people who live here inside this mosque. But then now also the forest department is saying, no, actually this is ridgeland. This is actually a reserve forest. So that reserve forest notice only came in the 1990s. This mosque is centuries old, but then how do you deal with those competing claims? Is this a forest, even though in some sense the mosque came before the forest? But whose claims really will win in this case? And so in this case, you have a sort of uneasy piece. So it's not like the mall's case where the mall's clearly won. Here, did ASI quote unquote win? Did the people living there? They're still living there. But at the same time, there's busties just behind this that were demolished. The mosque itself was not demolished, but then the busties also came back. And then there's all kinds of questions of what is the relationship between the people living in the mosque itself and those living in the busties. So anyway, immense sort of complexities. And what I realized also is that it's not enough to start the story in the 1990s or in 1979 when the Save the Ridge movement was launched, that I had to go further back in time. One obvious point of going back is 1911, which I already mentioned, is the date the British decide they're shifting the capital from Calcutta to Delhi. And I think in a lot of ways, the city, as it is now, and especially the ridge as it is now, is a continuation of the legacy of 1911. Obviously, there's other histories. In 1947, partition is extremely important. Older histories also, Mughal histories, Sultanate histories. But in so many ways, especially in terms of legal infrastructures, and also just conceptually how we think a lot about land in the city, so much of that comes from 1911. So if part of my research was in the field, quote unquote, going to places like this masjid in Mehroli, at this point I'd actually shifted also. I'd shifted from North Delhi to Mehroli because I knew this is where I wanted my research to be. And Mehroli being the oldest continuously inhabited neighborhood in Delhi. So many layers of history there. I knew, and also, I mean, it's on the ridge. There's also reserve forest areas in Mehroli. I knew just as a place to locate myself, this would be advantageous for my research. And another, what I didn't realize when I moved there, but realized very quickly, is actually the Delhi State Archives are located just not in Mehroli itself, but very close. So basically, the South Central Ridge is one of the 4 discrete components that's reserved as a reserve forest, and Mehroli is to the south of that part, the South Central Ridge, and the Delhi State Archives are in the Qutb institutional area. So again, the legacy of Qutb Minar is there, even in the name of this Qutb institutional area. So a lot of my kind of most productive fieldwork or research days was in the morning. I would walk through the ridge, the forest, the protected forest area, and then I would emerge at the other side to the Delhi State Archives. And in the Delhi State Archives, that's where they have all the records of basically the colonial Delhi administration. And so they have files about first the ridge itself, establishing it as a reserved forest area, but also about quarrying. So, and if it's quarrying, it basically has to be the ridge if we're talking about Delhi, because that is the stone. It's the stone of the Aravali. So I was digging into that, and then at the end of the day, I would walk back home through the ridge. So in that way, I was trying to piece together, this archival work was not just, I mean, was fascinating in its own right, and discovering these stories and, these sort of yellowing, crumbling papers, and just that the experience of going through those was valuable in its own right. But it's also to understand our present. How do we arrive? Because that South Central Ridge, for instance, was not reserved, was not notified by the British. It was notified by the post-colonial government, but using the same legal tools. But what was also very clear from the archives is that, I mean, 1911, just as a sort of heuristic, I mean, is a very important year. For the British themselves, why did they shift the capital to Delhi? I mean, several reasons, but one of them was because of the imperial legacy, because it was the capital of the Mughals, because it was the capital of the Delhi Sultanate. And, the British kind of ideological argument was, we are sort of restoring, this, we're the sort of new imperial force, which will kind of both continue, but also qualitatively kind of improve on or better these past empires. So the British themselves were recognizing Delhi as a political capital. And of course, when they're notifying the ridge as a reserve forest, they're notifying land that's already had extremely complex, long histories of land use. Specifically, I mean, most sort of intensively under the Mughals and Shah Jahanabad. And at that point, the ridge was really mostly grazing land. That was its main kind of use. I mean, if you would ask someone from that time period, like, what is the ridge? They would not probably tell you it's a green lung. They wouldn't say it's this forest area. They would say this is where, the Gujar, pastoralists take cattle or take goats to graze. And not just as a subsistence activity, but tied into a very complex, robust urban economy, where, for instance, These pastoral groups would graze the for instance the goats of butchers who ran a business in the city would pay these shepherds, for instance, a certain rate to take their flock to the ridge and all of that. So for me, what this really struck home, and one of my early realizations in the research, is this whole language of pristine glory, which is used in the master plan, used by environmentalists, is just not very useful in understanding a space like the ridge. And in fact, it obscures a lot. It obscures these histories. And it also obscures the present. I mean, the ridge is still used as a grazing area, especially in South Delhi, on the border with Gurgaon. And even in the Mehroli sort of areas, I would see people going in, with goats, which is technically illegal now that it's a reserved forest area. But if you, not knowing this history, you would think, okay, these people are encroaching, they're breaking the law, why are they bringing their goats to this area that should be preserved? But no, if you ask those people, they'll say, no, this was our village commons, basically. And as Delhi expanded, it swallowed up these commons. And now, the state has made illegal this practice, which was just a normal livelihood practice for us. So that's what drew my research more into the past. So, I mean, I had my contemporary fieldwork on the one hand, archival research, and then for pre-British times, mostly looking at secondary sources of other historians. And so that was the research period, which because, I mean, fortunately or unfortunately, I wasn't being paid for this research for the most part. So I was working for the NGO, but with some other projects. So I had to, schedule these visits around other time, other writing projects, other freelance work. But it did give me the time to explore these leads, to take them, to go to the archives, to see where it took me. And I mean, it also meant this project took a very long time. So maybe, if I started in 2010, by 2015, I felt like, okay, I have the material to produce something, to produce a book, I thought at that time. But then it becomes a different question. I mean, this kind of pivotal moment of switching from actively collecting new data to thinking about organizing that data, to thinking about writing up that data. And how to do that in a way, I mean, one, I wanted to write for academic audiences, but I also wanted to write a book that someone, from Delhi who liked going to the ridge for their morning walks would pick up and find interesting, or someone who is generally worried about, air pollution in Delhi. I mean, my book doesn't really talk about air pollution, but someone who's interested in environmental issues, they could just pick it up. So how do I write a book that can appeal to a wide audience, but also is trying to advance intellectual arguments, particular, political or ecological arguments about how do we understand this incredibly complicated and historical city. And so when I started doing this, I didn't know about Doreen Massey, whose quote I've had here, but I think somehow intuitively I had this kind of sense, which she articulates extremely well, talking about what is place. And she says that place is, amongst other things, place is a simultaneity of stories so far. And so for me, the question is, how do you tell those stories? So for instance, the Aravallis themselves are a story. How did the Aravalli mountain range form 1 billion years ago? Which now is shaping all of this Delhi history. But also, DLF started in, 1946. That's another story. Maruti Suzuki started, well after that. What's that story? And why Massey is also useful, I think, is when she's talking about a simultaneity of stories, it's not just a sort of happy coexistence of, oh, this is nice, let's all tell these stories together. One of her other concepts, which I find very important, is power geometries. So space always is configured by particular geometries of power. So some of these stories will be able to exert power over others. So in some sense, we can see the story that DLF was telling about the Vasankunj malls was able to impose itself in a way over stories of environmentalists who were saying, no, we need to preserve this as a pristine ridge forest. And so thinking about how do I tell these stories, but also how do I make sure I'm highlighting the power geometries. And some of that just, I mean, this is, the hard work of research, which all of you are also doing, of trying to cull out, okay, I've gathered all of this data, and now what do I do with it? How do I organize it? And everyone would have a different solution. I mean, everyone who's in a research paper or a proposal or even a short essay, you have to think about these things, and you always arrive at different solutions depending on the material you gather. And for me, I was able to separate the data I had gathered into what I thought of as 5 different layers. And those became the 5 chapters of the book. And I'll go into those in the forthcoming slides, but very briefly, those 5 layers were the geological, the ecological, the political, the economic, and the spiritual. And spiritual very broadly, not just strictly religious. But thinking about how do these layers interact, I didn't want to think of them very mechanically as actually kind of like almost like layers in a building plan where you have the stone at the bottom and you put soil on top of it, and then somewhere floating at the top you have spirits. And another, well, not a geographer, but someone who geographers are very inspired by, this French philosopher Henri Lefebvre wrote this groundbreaking book called The Production of Space, which was one of a really seminal work trying to theorize what does it mean to think about space, and what does it mean to say that space is produced in an analogous way to saying a commodity is produced in a factory. How is a city produced? What does that mean? And so one of the, this nice metaphor that Lefebvre uses is we shouldn't think of, basically he's saying we shouldn't think of space mechanically or mechanistically. It's not a series of discrete layers. But actually the layers of space, he says it's better to think of them as a flaky pastry. So basically these layers are merging into each other, they're dissolving into each other. One layer is pushing up, bubbling into another layer. So that was the kind of spatial imagery, you could say, that I had in my head when I was trying to put this together. And with the remainder of my talk, I want to just walk through a little bit. What are those 5 layers? And again, emphasizing the fact that these aren't really discrete. They're not separate. When you're writing anything, with paper, book, notes, you have to separate things. Just, I mean, for your own sanity, for the reader's sanity. But I think the challenge is how do you separate them, but then how do you weave them back together to produce an argument, that has intellectual stakes, that has political stakes. And before I get into the chapters one by one, this is just a glimpse into my process. So when I got to the writing stage, this is just for the 3rd chapter, so that I have posters like this for each of the 5 main chapters in the introduction. But just kind of trying to think through how is each chapter structured. So in the left-hand column here is time frames. So I mean, for me, as I said, history was extremely important, but I didn't also just want to tell a chronological story. So, 1 billion years ago, the Aravallis was formed, and then jump forward to, say the 1100s, where the Delhi Sultanate was established, and then jump forward. For me, that didn't seem like the most aesthetically or intellectually satisfying way to tell this story. So you can see here the way that I'm moving backward and forward in time, and also in place. So, I mean, really one of the arguments of the book, I mean, at its most fundamental level, is to understand Delhi today, you have to understand it in space and in time, and as a series of interconnections with both space and time. I mean, Delhi is, you could say, a world city, a global city, but it's been that for a very long time. So trying to draw out those interconnections. So again, just showing this just as sort of a sample of the way I was trying to think through this as I was writing. So just to run through these chapters, and again, these are illustrations that Deepani Seth did that are in the book. Unfortunately, they couldn't all be in color in the books, so most of these are in black and white in the book itself. But the introduction just tries to lay out some of the theoretical stakes that I've already expressed. I mean, arguing against this idea of pristine glory, arguing that to understand Delhi's ecology, one also needs to understand its economy and its politics, those sorts of claims. And then the first chapter is called Stones, and it looks at geology. And this is the chapter that goes back the furthest in time. I do look briefly at the Aravalli's forming, but I'm doing that also for a particular reason of why does it matter, for instance, that it's quartzite stone. So, for instance, if you see all of the earliest buildings in Delhi, the ones set up by the Delhi Sultanate, but even before that, by Prithviraj Chauhan, those are all built of quartzite. So it was the local building material. It was what these forts were made out of. If you visit Tuklukabad forts, it's huge, imposing structure, meant to signal a certain military strength, but it's made out of the stones of the ridge. And it's because a certain kind of stone was produced through this geological event 1 billion years ago, that, for instance, these regional powers could establish themselves, could build these forts, and also could locate these forts on top of these hills that had particular military advantages. But then it's not only that. There's also the fact that for various geological reasons, some parts of the ridge stone has a very high iron, or unusually high iron content. And so what that means is that if it's exposed to air, it oxidizes. And so over time, weathering processes, again, geological timescales, extremely vast. But over time, and for those of you who have been to the JNU campus or just been around, there's this distinctive redness to some of the stones, and that's from this oxidization process. And eventually that breaks down, and that becomes a kind of this stony sand, which is known in Delhi and in the Delhi construction industry as Badarpur sand. And that's named after a particular region. I mean, it was a village, now it's part of Delhi, and it's part of the ridge. And that's fed into the construction boom in Delhi. And the construction boom in Delhi would not look like what it looks like if you didn't have this cheap, readily available source of this sand, which can be used in making concrete, laying foundations for roads. So this is what I mean when I'm saying the materiality of the stone matters. And we can talk about real estate speculation and advanced capitalism and all of that, and I do, and I think that's important. But I mean, that capitalism doesn't function if it's not able to get cheap sand, and it can get cheap sand because of this peculiar oxidization of the stone. So those are the kind of stories that I trace in this chapter. The second chapter, soil, is in some ways an ecological history. I think you're probably getting the sense just from my descriptions that in some sense these are very impressionistic. This is also, I think, the luxury I had of not doing this project within academia, that if I were in a history department, they would say, okay, what time period are you working with? But because this was an independent research project to an extent, although I had affiliations, I could do these more impressionistic kind of exercises where I was looking at these long stretches of history, particular moments that I thought were very illustrative or important for thinking about Delhi's present and Delhi's future. So if this chapter is ecological history, it's also a very, impressionistic, very also taking the idea of soil both literally and metaphorically. Literally, it is true that the stone of the ridge, or the soil of the ridge, is very connected with the stone. The fact that it's actually extremely difficult to do agriculture on the ridge because it's so stony. The soil is so stony. So one of the first kind of intellectual puzzles or problems I came to when I was doing this research was, why is the ridge the reserve forest? I mean, the environmental movement in Delhi talked about this as if this were this very natural thing. The ridge is the green lung of Delhi. The ridge is the green lung of Delhi. But actually, I mean, in a very sort of abstract sense, if you're thinking ecologically, that doesn't really make sense, because it's very hard. It's hard for trees to grow on the soil of the ridge because it's so stony. Only a select few species grow there, whereas in other parts, closer to the Yamuna River, actually, if you could go there, say, 5,000 years ago, or 1,000 years ago, before urbanization, that's probably where the dense forestation would be. It would be along the Yamuna in this thicker soil. So to understand how did Delhi become the green, or how did the ridge rather become the green lung of Delhi, again, one has to turn to history, and the history is the fact that all of the areas where you would have had, probably dense forestation, those are the areas that became either residential or agricultural areas first, because agriculture is extremely difficult, as I mentioned, on the ridge. So then the ridge becomes this zone of pastoralism or of grazing, and as I suggested, it still has this role even today, and it's had that role, and that's had important economic ramifications for the city. So when I'm talking about soil, it's talking about soil in that way. What has or hasn't grown on the soil of the ridge. But I'm also talking about, metaphorically, who is considered, the sons of the soil, who's considered to be sort of native to Delhi. And Delhi is very famously considered a city of migrants, which is often used when talking about 1947 and partition and all of the, refugees who came then. But I try to kind of extend that metaphor, or extend that sense of Delhi to talk about how really everything we find in Delhi is a migrant in some sense. I mean, the Aravalis also, they weren't there forever. They moved there, you could say, at a certain point. Actually, this is something Dorian Massey talks about in a different context, is you can think about rocks also as migrants. They're just moving much, much slower. But the monkeys also, who were sort of my introduction to the ridge, the monkeys also have a very interesting, also very kind of tragic story of how they became entangled with human communities in Delhi, got pushed out. A lot of monkeys got shipped to the United States for medical research, and that disrupted the social structure of monkeys in Delhi. Monkeys became more aggressive because of this. So these kind of wild stories, which really are globe spanning, but suggest that all of the inhabitants of the ridge, from the trees to the stones, to different groups, to, I mean, me as a researcher going there, having come there from the US, we're all migrants in some sense. And the question, I think, for me, isn't so much, who got there first, but kind of how are these claims to belonging dealt with in a just way, or how can they be? I mean, I think clearly we see a lot of injustice in the ways they're dealt with. so these are questions I think that arise when we look at ecology, not just as a question of, okay, what trees are there or what soil type is this, but look at ecology more capaciously. The third chapter is state. This is the longest chapter, in part because I think it's impossible to think about Delhi without thinking about it as a political capital. That's how the British thought of it. That's how the Mughals thought of it. That's how the Delhi Sultanate thought of it. So you have all these layers, and also the post-colonial state. In 1947, the decision was made to retain Delhi as the capital. So all of those layers of different kinds of states. I'm not trying to say that it was the same all the way through. The state that the Sultanate instantiated was extremely different from the state that we would encounter today. But I also wanted to get at how has this state then interacted with these previous two layers, with, for instance, soil and with stone. And for instance, the state having the power through the Indian Forest Act to say, this is a reserve forest. What's interesting is if you read the text of the Indian Forest Act, there's nothing that we would think of, or that I would think of, as environmental about it. There's nothing to say, okay, if this land has particular ecological value, biodiversity value. I mean, that's language that came much later. It really just says if the government wants to put this land aside, it can. The Indian Forest Act is a British era law that's really about control of land. And in the case of Delhi, when they used this in 1913, it's the land, immediately behind the new capital. I mean, what's now Rashtrapati Bhavan, but for them was, the Viceroy's mansion, which they were building. For them, they designated that as a reserve forest because they wanted an imposing and impressive backdrop to the new city. So the power of the state to define what is forest, what is not forest, is extremely important, and is not always very tightly aligned with what, say, a trained ecologist, for instance, might see as forest or as not forest. And I think also then the state uses the ridge in various ways. I mean, military ways, which I've already gestured at, aesthetic ways. So why Raisina Hill? When the British decided to move to Delhi, there was, there were many reasons for that. But then within Delhi, they had to choose a particular location. And this is something that the archives makes particularly clear, is they chose the ridge for aesthetic reasons, for sort of reasons of sanitation and hygiene, for all these reasons that they thought siting something on the top of the hill will be a useful way of doing things. So, I mean, there's much more to be said about the state, but I do also want to leave plenty of time for questions and answers. So moving along to the fourth chapter, which is surplus. So this is the chapter on economics. And I think what I've already said about real estate especially has given a glimpse of how the ridge is a site of production, of economic production, largely in the form of quarrying, but also grazing as also being a source of employment, a source of an economic strategy also. But also, especially since the 90s, since what we might say the sort of neoliberal era of Delhi, the ridge has been a site of conspicuous consumption, maybe most notably in farmhouses. So, I mean, this kind of misleading term farmhouses for what is actually these sort of palatial, extremely valuable plots of land, largely on the southern ridge, basically between South Delhi and Gurgaon. And again, we see these interconnections. So again, you don't want to separate this economic from these other considerations. So for instance, why are the farmhouses on the ridge? It's because these are not densely populated areas. Why are they not densely populated? Because you couldn't do agriculture there historically, so you wouldn't have a lot of settlements there. So all of a sudden, this land, which was maybe seen as not that valuable because it's not agriculturally productive, for instance, when the British were surveying the land, they called a lot of the ridgeland waste. They just said, this is wasteland. We can't grow anything on it. It's not very productive. All of a sudden, that thing which is seen as waste in a sort of new political economy becomes incredibly valuable as a site of seclusion. You can build huge walls around it. You can have this huge compound that you could never have, in sort of more populated areas of South Delhi, which are built on much more fertile soil, basically. So these kinds of questions come in. So seeing the ridge as a site, not just of production, but of consumption. And then finally, the final chapter, spirits, is looking at what I very broadly call a spiritual history of the ridge. And part of that is what we would call religious, because there are, there's mosques on the ridge, there's a lot of temples on the ridge, there's, Sufi shrines, Dhag has all of that. But there's also this sense, I think, which even my very first visit to the ridge alluded to, these senses of the ridge is more than just trees and paths and stuff. It evokes fear, or it evokes a sense of the erotic, or it evokes a sense of the spiritual in the sense of, a temple being there. So the way that it goes beyond purely material considerations, so the way that people interact with the space in a way of finding transcendence, whether that's a spiritual kind of transcendence or a more secular, we could say, transcendence. And also how that sense of spiritual is not divorced from the earlier discussions. So in fact, these questions of temples or mosques also then become contested sites of real estate, in part because the land is valuable. So there are questions of who controls this land, and that plays into economic contestations as well. And then, so really, what the book is trying to do is to, okay, you have these 5 layers, but each chapter merging into the other chapters to really make a plea for the importance of, when we're thinking about Delhi's environment, to not think about it in silos, to not think about the ridge just as this piece of land that we, build a fence around and then kind of say, okay, this is the green lung. And yeah, to think more holistically, to think more, I would say ecologically, to think more about these interconnections between these different realms in our own research, but also when we think about politics, when we think about policy, this really does matter. I mean, we've seen on the ridge, there's language against encroachments, which in some sense, from an environmental standpoint, one can very much understand. This is an extremely valuable ecological resource. But when encroachments are punished, who is punished? Like, are farmhouses demolished? No, never. I mean, there was a case where a fraction, like a tiny part of a wall of a farmhouse was destroyed. And it created this huge furor. It was like, newspaper headlines, people were outraged. I mean, the farmhouse owners were outraged. How could you destroy our wall? Whereas at the same time, in the same time period, busties, slums were being demolished. So what does it mean to sort of take an anti-encroachment stand in the particular sort of politics of how that law will be enforced? And if we're thinking about green space, green lungs in Delhi, I mean, it's also important, for instance, to keep in mind that the ridge is just, or the Aravallis, are just 15% of the land of Delhi. So even though obviously I'm very attached to the ridge, I spent all this time with it, But thinking about just saying, oh, we need to protect the green lung of Delhi, it's a very small part of the overall land of Delhi. So we really, I think, need to think more holistically about what does it mean to have green spaces? What does it mean to have green spaces that are accessible to all, that are not concentrated in more high income areas of the city, but are actually distributed spatially in a way that ensures more equitable access. So those are the kind of questions I was hoping to raise through the book. And yeah, very excited to field any questions and to continue the conversation through the Q&A.
Thank you so much, Thomas, for sharing your work and insights on Delhi and the ridge that you have been specifically working on. Thank you so much. It was very well crafted. Your presentation was very well crafted. Actually, I am a proud owner of your book, and hence I wanted to introduce you as well as your work to all my students, as well as all the other student presenters who are attending this undergraduate student research conference. So I have, of course, read some portions of your book, and that also kind of helps me to connect with how you have built upon that larger narrative, the way you approach the whole problem. And your questions, of course, opens up newer methods and the idea of following a particular trail and investigating larger geographies in it. I have experienced them myself in the book, as well as your talk probably have impacted all our students in that manner equally. So, and on that note, I am sure that your presentation have evoked many other questions in the minds of all our viewers, not only students. We have many of my colleagues who are a part of the keynote lecture now. So please put in your questions in the chat space and I will try and take them up. Also, the YouTube link would also be helpful and up there running for all the questions. So to begin with, I have one question. Of course, you have stayed on that particular thing in the book, but of course, within a 1 hour session, you can't cover all of it. So if you could just talk about the colonial afforestation, the urban afforestation drive that happened between 1883 and 1913, which Michael Mann and Samiksha Sarawat also in their essay talks about. So before reading your book, I stumbled upon their work because it also influences a lot of my own research work, which is situated in Gurgaon, and the Aravalis and the Vilayati Kikar very specifically plays a major role in my own research work as well. So if you could just kind of talk about that urban afforestation drive and how it actually changed, or I would say transformed the ridge in certain manners. Yeah, over to you.
Yeah. So in some sense, that's like a very important sort of prehistory to the 1911 moment, or for the ridge, the 1913 moment, where they say, okay, this is an official, reserve forest. So this was a couple of kind of enterprising colonial officials who, if you read the archives or even, the article you mentioned, they have no doubt that they're doing noble, good work. And they think, the problem is the goats. Like that's the evil. If you want to promote forestation, what you need to do is you need to get rid of the goats. Which in some sense, I mean, they're not wrong. Goats do, if you have goats grazing, you can't really grow a big forest there. But basically what they're not realizing, or what they're not trying to do, some of the earlier officials try to collaborate a little bit with the locals. So there's a Gujar community who lives there who's doing this grazing. So the early officials do try a little bit to negotiate or to talk with them, but eventually they just kind of get fed up and they're like, okay, whatever, let it be. We're just going to try to build a fence around this. but then, you know, if you imagine you're like a shepherd, this is your source of livelihood, and the government just comes and builds this fence around it. So there's, you know, even in that article, there's stories of, yeah, the good, you know, they came in the middle of the night and they tore down the fence, and they, so this is one issue, is that there's no kind of what we would now call like participative, you know, forest management. There was really no attempt at that, of saying, okay, because also, you know, it's not that local people wouldn't want forests, but it's competing interests. How do you satisfy economic interests while also, you know, promoting, you know, ecological goods? That conversation really was not had. And then also, like what you mentioned is, in some sense, you could say they were ecologically minded, the British, because they wanted to plant trees, but really they just, like anything that would grow, they wanted to plant. So increasingly, they're planting this Mexican species of mesquite that's known, I mean, locally as Valaiti kikod, which just like spreads like wildfire, and especially on what do you say, already sort of degraded landscapes, I mean, or landscapes that don't already have a lot of trees, it spreads extremely quickly, and that has not the best ecological impact, to put it mildly. Although, I mean, I would argue it's better than nothing. I mean, it's better than just completely sort of denuded landscape. But yeah, it's this kind of, from today's ecological perspective, you would say that there wasn't that much forethought into just like, oh, let's just take this random species from Mexico and let's just see what happens. And not just, I mean, the British did that, but then the you know, forest department, post-colonial forest department, did that continuously for the same reason. Like it you know, it gets results. You see very quickly, you know, within 5-10 years, you're like, wow, we've created this forest. This forest may not be very diverse. It may not provide the sort of promote a more diverse ecosystem, but it looks, you look at it and you're like, wow, there's a forest. So that's a legacy we're still living with. And I think there's a lot of interesting questions and debates, even amongst environmentalists and ecologists, of how do we deal with this kikod now that it's here? Do we just tear it all down, or do we find a way to live with it? So yeah, that legacy is very much alive.
Yeah, and it has in fact further transformed the landmass of kind of southern to Delhi, which led to the formation of Gurgaon in also certain manners. Yeah, we have a question from Ayman. He's a first-year student at the JSA. Did the ridge go through physical changes also over time, and how did these changes impact Delhi in terms of built environment? Your response, Thomas.
Yeah, it definitely did. So I mean, I think some of them are what you could say is sort of geological changes, which, as I sort of suggested, were extremely slow. So, you know, this process of erosion that creates this sand. But then I think, and then you have sort of minor, sort of, you would say, human interventions, in the sense of, okay, when Kila Rai Pitora is built, or when Tukukabad is built, then that would have, they would have had to sort of destroy some little bits of ridge to build that. But I would say the major kind of physical, I mean, besides these very slow geological processes, the more rapid human change of that comes with the British, and comes particularly with the building of New Delhi. There's this amazing book, I'm forgetting the title, but it's basically a picture book that has these black and white photographs from when New Delhi was constructed. Because I mean, it wasn't just Rashtrapati Bhavan. It was like this enormous building project that, you know, went hugely over budget and all of those things. But they actually built a tram line that went from Badarpur to what we would now call New Delhi, which was just bringing Badarpur sand and stone. They also, I mean, for those of you familiar with Delhi, I mean, the neighborhood Paharganj, like, it's flat. If you go there today, it's flat. But I mean, the name suggests that it was hilly, and it was. So, the central, what we now call the central and the northern ridge, are now seen as sort of two discrete sets of hills, but Paharganj would have been a connecting territory there. So it's the British, and then, post-colonial, a lot of, the areas that aren't reserve forests just get leveled. And then, largely for real estate purposes, or for extending residential areas. And just one of my early sort of light bulb moments when I was doing research is that actually the geological ridge and the ecological ridge are not like a one-to-one match spatially. So things like Paharganj is not a reserve forest, but it's geologically part of the ridge. In areas of Kalkaji, basically the geological ridge is much larger than the what's actually reserved as reserve forest. And conversely, some areas that are reserved forests, some parts of the southern ridge, are actually flat. They're not ridge geologically. So anyway, I think that just sort of, that complication also comes up in political ways. For instance, with the Vasankunj malls, where the developer said, look, this is not reserved forest. And they were correct. The environmentalist said, but look, if you dig down, you get quartzite, which is also correct. So which interpretation wins out?
Yeah, that was in fact a light bulb moment for many of us. Paharganj, the name, the way it suggests, and what it is currently. We have another question from Astha. She is a fourth year student at JSAA. You spoke of belonging and of justice while elaborating on the second chapter of your book, probably Soils, right? With a city like Delhi, which holds a wide diversity in terms of its inhabitants, what do you suggest could be some characteristics of environmental justice, and how can it be served or implemented to different communities of a city?
Yeah, this is, thank you for raising that question. It's an extremely important question, and it's one that I don't have an answer to. And one sort of classic essay on that is by the sociologist Amita Bavaskar, who uses this term bourgeois environmentalism, which has influenced a lot of us who work on Delhi and even beyond Delhi. But this idea that the environmental discourse in Delhi has been dominated by, what Bavaskar calls the bourgeois, but sort of middle class, upper middle class, largely English speaking. So to even ask these questions of environmental justice is a very important first step, in which hasn't, if you look at sort of environmental discourse in Delhi, those questions haven't been asked as much. So how do you, one of them is a discursive question, like how do you take that discourse which has been dominated by a certain group, who also has access to newspaper editorials and NGOs and all of that, and how do you shift that to, you could say, a more people-centric narrative, or one that takes questions of justice more in line? I do think, I'm also inspired by Bavaskar's work, and also just she was very generous with also providing some mentorship to me as well. And she is similar to Professor Ahmad yesterday, really stressed this everyday life of the ridge. So I think it is true that if you go there, these are spaces that are used cross-class, that are used by many different users. And I do think it is, it has problems of exclusion. It's not that it's perfect, but this is, I would say, for instance, the Sanjayvan near Mehroli, or Kamla Nehru Park near North Campus, Delhi University. These are spaces that are open and accessible. And I think, one aspect of environmental justice is making sure those spaces are widely distributed. They're not just in these little pockets. And I think then there's also more kind of classic environmental questions around water, access to housing, that's safe and hygienic housing, workplace safety. So I think issues that have been framed as maybe like labor issues. So for instance, in factories, so there is still, even despite all these drives to push industry out of Delhi. There are still, for instance, steel manufacturing units in North Delhi. And so there are questions of occupational health, which I think should be seen as questions of environmental justice also. Who's being exposed to these hazardous chemicals? So I think, yeah, I mean, it's, I wish I had a better answer, but I think it's like, it's a collective project of both activists, academics, to try to both shift the discourse and also shift the politics around what is considered an environmental question and what is considered environmental justice.
Great. We have Taha who has raised his hand. Taha, would you like to kind of speak of your question or the comment? Yeah.
Much for question. It was, so one of the questions actually you posed right in the beginning when you were introducing, say, your presentation. So when you're talking about the master plan of Delhi, and you were saying that, you know, in the master plan of Delhi, the ridge was supposed to be, you know, preserved in its pristine glory. And then you were, you know, you posed the question that, oh, is this opposed to the built environment? Is this, say, like outside of, say, the built environment? But then if I look at the built environment in terms of say, control, and you know, when say, when you approach the built environment, you're sort of freezing a form, not say in reality, but say when you're mapping it out on a piece of paper. That's how, say, if you're starting, like, say, any plan or any sort of anything, any representation on paper, you're freezing the form of it. So isn't then the ridge in that sense, when you're fixing its form, when you're saying you want to preserve it in its pristine glory, exactly that? Isn't it exactly like strictly or, say, rigidly in line of, say, the built environment? So I'm always like trying to understand, like, what is your take on the built environment as, say, somebody who is who's sort of tangentially hitting at the built environment, not because, say, you said you study philosophy and then you study geography and then you're working with these things. So I just wanted your take on it almost.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, no, that's a really it's a really good question and something I've also thought a lot about. And you know, I mean, to bring geography back, since I guess that's my discipline, but the geographer David Harvey has some quote that's something like, New York City is as natural as any other place in the world. So I mean, by saying that, he's trying to sort of break down this distinction we have between nature and culture. But I think the sort of converse of that, what I think is what you're asking, is like, but isn't sort of what we see as nature, isn't that also built? Isn't that also just as planned? And I think that's certainly the case. And I think especially a city like Delhi, which has such a long history of planning. I mean, Shah Jahanabad is such, you know, a meticulously sort of laid out city, and then the British, and then you have all these layers of sort of planning on top of each other. But I think it's impossible for the what we might call green spaces to not also be built spaces. And I think they're both simultaneously. You could say some spaces have relatively more human intervention and some spaces have relatively less. But there's certainly no space in Delhi with, you know, it's you know, thousand-year urban history that has not been touched by human planning, whether it's called planning or not, you know, formally. You know, there's no inch, there's no centimeter of Delhi that hasn't been planned in some sense, and in fact has several layers of planning, you know, superimposed on top of each other, which I think a lot of the sort of conflict and contestation is about. You know, not that it's like the opposite of it being unplanned or it being sort of pristine. It's the opposite of that. It's having so many layers of planning, so many layers of building that then have to be navigated.
We have a question from Akshita, and it also ties to something which I was also thinking of. This is a part of probably the third chapter, part 1, the traditional pastoralists and their politics. So she asked that, do you think the religious built structures along the length of the ridge came about as an act of a boundary to control the ownership and usage of the areas in and around the ridge? And that ties to what I was thinking of, how did the pastoralists actually transact and negotiate from either sides of the ridge, kind of in earlier times, and how they even keep on doing that. And in that context, how does these religious build structures kind of play an important role, or if not at least a strategic role in kind of monitoring that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's an important question. It's also very, I mean, it's complicated precisely because of the sort of layers of history that are involved, and also, I mean, the long history of, so, you know, Mehrauli in some sense being like the original old Delhi, but being for a long time controlled by, you know, Muslim rulers. And I think this also was addressed in the keynote yesterday. Like, how do we understand this? Do we understand, is, for instance, a dargah where both Hindus and Muslims, just using those in sort of scare quotes, would freely go, and you know, even today, so that, you know, there's a very famous dargah sort of in the middle of Mehrauli, and, you know, every year there's the urs, like the sort of big sort of celebration, and it's not that just Muslims go there, but at the same time, there obviously, one doesn't want to deny that there is sometimes coexistence, sometimes syncretism, sometimes these categories, maybe even these categories of Hindu Muslim don't even make sense. But then clearly there are times that they do, and my sense is that the religious polarization is sharpening, and it has various moments where it gets sharpened very either violently or not. So my examples, I guess I know mostly around Mehrauli. So you know, Mehrauli used to be the capital or whatever when the earlier Sultanate was there, and then it shifted. But it was always kind of, even the Mughals were very attached to it. So it was sort of, you could say it had some sort of connotation with sort of Muslim places of worship, but also of nobility, and it's surrounded by villages which are majority Hindu, and all either agricultural or sort of pastoral groups. So during partition violence, this dargah, which I mentioned, gets vandalized, gets attacked. And actually Gandhi's last fast before his death was about, I mean, amongst other things, was about that mosque in Mehrauli, that dargah in Mehrauli, and that it should be restored and that it should be repaired. So I think you have these particular moments of polarization, and now I think that's very clear. You have in Mehrauli, you have these areas that have these dargahs and all. Then you have Sanjayvan, this park, and then on the north side of Sanjayvan, you have these Gorakhnath mandirs. And so the ridge, the park is sort of separating them, but it's very clear on the south side, you have these, what we would now say in these very binary terms, Muslim monuments, and on the north side, you have these Hindu ones. So I think, unfortunately, yes, they are markers of a very polarized landscape. I would sort of ask the question, were they always that way, and do they need to be that way?
We have a question from Professor Girish Agrawal. He asks, the South Central Ridge, the area around Mehrauli and Vasant-Kunj, has been the most contested in post-liberalization India. What do you think drives that? How does that happen?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. The answer will be somewhat speculative. I mean, I do think if one takes the sort of longue durée sort of view of Delhi's history, you see from Qutub Minar and then onwards, there's sort of like there's a move from the ridge of these early sort of fortresses and all towards the river with Shah Jahanabad. But there's also a move from south to north. Why that happened, I'm not exactly sure. But basically, all of this is happening within, I mean, what like some historians call the Delhi Triangle, which is like the ridge on two sides and the river on the third, which is a sort of you could say, natural ecological boundaries. And the Shah Jahanabad is sort of in the northern part of that triangle, more or less. And so when the British decide to shift the capital in 1911, they decide, initially they're looking, maybe they'll set up one of their potential sites for New Delhi is actually north of Shah Jahanabad. But they decide against that, basically saying there's nowhere to expand. You sort of get stuck in the tip of the triangle. Also, there's problems with swampy land and other things. But their worry is that for various geological reasons and others, they feel like they don't want to be stuck in that sort of northern part of the triangle. So that's one of the reasons they decide on Raisina Hill. And my sort of sense is that stopped the sort of northward drift of the capitals of Delhi. Then it started to move south. And then you see sort of after, after independence, what become the sort of highest, the most, high income areas. It's these sort of, a lot of what were originally refugee colonies, but south of, Lutyens Delhi. And I think in the immediate post-independence period, those, or eventually those became the sort of more high-income areas. Then my sense is the sort of next round maybe then started to look towards around Mehroli. So it's basically continuing this sort of drift south and looking for land. And specifically around Vasankunj, it's because it was not notified. In 1994 and 1996, those areas were not notified as reserve forests. And I mean, one activist I spoke to was talking about it almost in conspiratorial tones, saying that the DDA left off where the Vasankunj malls are, even though they knew it was part of the ridge, they left it off because they knew it would be strategic real estate. I mean, and the idea is it's relatively close to the airport, it's relatively close to Gurgaon, it's relatively close to South Delhi. So it's this locational sort of advantage is the idea. But yeah, this is kind of speculation. I bet others would probably have more complete answers.
So we have Anandit's question also, but I would squeeze in Professor Joydeep in between, and then we will kind of end with Anandit's question.
No, Anandit asked before me, so why doesn't he go first and I can wait? That's no problem.
So Anandit asks, it's a long question, I will read it out. In most neoliberal cities across the global south, tensions evolve between social and private appropriation of landscapes. Each of these is not distinct from each other. We have state and non-state actors working towards social appropriation as well as from a profit-driven mindset. In this context, do you think we need better tools of planning? Who decides the employment of these tools of planning, since everyone at some level is a stakeholder in the city? This comes especially in the wake of the next master plan for Delhi being prepared. Your response, Thomas.
Yeah, I mean, this is a extremely important.
Thomas, just a moment. I think Professor Chatterjee.
I was just wondering if I could just add to it, Thomas, because my question is very related to this at some level.
Sure.
But so that I guess you could take it both together. So firstly, thank you so much for the talk. But interestingly, we know now that the Aravallis do not exist, right? So the Haryana government's latest notification says it's a Gair Mumkin Pahad, right? I mean, this was out day before yesterday, or was it yesterday, I think, right? So the Aravallis don't exist as far as the state is concerned, right? The Haryana government has just issued a notification, and through that notification has turned around and said that now, okay, we can, it is step towards making some of the land in all of it for further development, right? Now, the interesting thing here is, and I go back to the topic of your talk, which says view from the hill, and it reminds me kind of the old James C. Scott, right, seeing like the state. And I think Anandit's question and what I want to kind of say here are kind of related at that level, right? The question of seeing by the state, seeing like the state, seeing from the state, all of those, right? So the question really becomes, so if we go back to this question of tools of planning, who is the state? the idea that James C. Scott talked about in terms of the fact that that the state sees it in some ways, right? And if you are trying to talk about a different way of seeing in that sense, but my question is really that how does this even happen, right, within the political economy of the state, which is so resurgent today in India today, right? And I think that's where Anandit's question becomes very, very interesting too, because in this resurgent nationalism, right, and a macho sort of masculine that has come to the fore, right? Are we not seeing a resurgence of seeing like the state now with sort of ultra or, this glare has become even louder. So then the question of the next master plan, the planning tools, all of it and become even more interesting and critical, right? So I was so along with Anandit, I want to ask this question too, right? With the idea of seeing like the state in place.
Yeah, I mean, it's an enormous question, and I wish I had an answer. I mean, I have the same questions and the same kind of concerns. I mean, there's been a lot of literature, about the master plan. This was the Delhi master plan specifically, and the various iterations of the master plan by various scholars who, I mean, inform my own work. And I mean, clearly, this sort of modernist vision that the master plan has, in some ways, has not worked. And the framing that Gautam Bhan has said that in some sense it has worked, because if you see where all the informal sort of settlements are, they're at the edges of the master plan. So even it not working is its own form of working. So yeah, it's hard. I mean, I think sort of James Scott from a anarchist position, or even someone like Solly Benjamin might say, you don't engage with this. You don't engage with it. Anything the state's doing is going to be, because going to see like that. And you just sort of, as an architect or as an activist, you do your own thing. You work in the interstices. You work where you can in the shadows. Maybe it's better not to be seen. I don't find that totally satisfying. And I think one has to work both with and within and outside. But how one actually does that, especially in this moment, is extremely challenging. But I don't think my sort of instinct is that one doesn't totally invest in these categories or in these processes, say of the master plan, but one also doesn't totally disengage. Also, one understands how these categories work and how one can work in them and strategically be seen or strategically not be seen. Yeah.
No, because the legal is becoming a very interesting category in today's day, right? I mean, it's interesting. I mean, the Haryana government is saying there is no Aravali. What are you, So my question with all of these, and in the previous panel, we had some students present a paper which kind of talked about this question of the legal category in a certain sense, right? And I will call this the legal design, kind of a category which is there. The question is really, okay, even, and here is my point with somebody like Lefebvre or even with Doreen Massey, right, is that at the end of the day, I will argue, and even with David Harvey, but God bless, I mean, one has always read his, and talked about it and all of that, right? But with both Massey or even with Lefebvre, right, the question really becomes at some level that I don't think they are keeping certain categories which enable the state to see alive. And I think and here I think that question that Anandit asked about the tools of planning itself, right? And I think that becomes very, very interesting. Like I'm saying, that's why I was just wondering, but thank you. I mean, we need to really engage with, because really today, I mean, what do you answer to this when they say the entire, there is no Aravali? How are you going to answer to this? And yes, legally there isn't any Aravali as per the notifications on the map, right? So it's interesting. How do we deal with it? But anyway, sorry, just a comment and just a thought to think about. Sorry.
Professor Girish has his hand up. Girish, why don't you unmute? And yeah.
Okay. Just a continuation of that. I kind of partly typed that into the thing. So the Garmumkin Pahad is not a new thing. It's a old definition, right? And so if you look at it historically, right, which is what the Todemal did 500 years ago, right, which is what the British did, that uncultivable wasteland is a Garmumkin Pahad. And it was, I think, 4 or 5 years ago that the Haryana government officially started a survey project, right, using new technology, as they say, using satellite data and claiming that they are going to reach the truth of whether it's actually something that should be classified as reserved or it's a Garmumkin Pahad, right? Because if it's a Garmumkin Pahad, it cannot be a reserve area, right?
Yes.
And they made the solar sanctuary in the area, which, as Thomas said, is not geologically part of the ridge, right? And areas that are geologically part of the ridge are outside of the reserve. And now that Haryana has declared it Garmumkin Pahad, I mean, literally it means an impossible mountain, right? It's not possible to have a mountain here. Right? Given that
it doesn't exist. That's what at the end.
Yeah. I mean, but see, even geologically, the Aravallis are much, much older than the Himalayas. Right? And they essentially eroded last spur of a old mountain range. So, I mean, from Haryana's point of view, it's not that they're doing something shady. This was very clear from the beginning. They wanted the land for development. Right? Same thing like the DDA point that Thomas had mentioned. This was first floated by Kalprich on things, and then later on, in a sense, they were proved right because the DDA then chairman, right, ended up being on the board of DLF. Right? So, and DDA had, these were old DDA maps, I think, from the 70s, which had left a large part of the ridge out, right? Which is now the Vasant Kunj area. I mean, most of Vasant Kunj, the construction material came locally, right? So it is, in a sense, that you cannot understand this without looking at the political economy of the whole, I mean, of the past couple hundred years almost, I would say.
No, I know, Girish, but I think there's something slightly interesting that's happening, right? And I think if you look at the article today, which is there, I mean, today or yesterday, which is there, right? You see, this is not only in case of the Aravallis, but the post-colonial government, very interestingly maintained the continuity of documentation and category. I mean, verbatim. And I think that's also a point that Thomas picks up in his and what I'm saying is that this continuity of vision, right, and almost of the structures of colonial governance, which many of which are maintained constantly and have been maintained and reproduced verbatim. It's like, you know, there's what we in school would call a topo sheet. You know, there's another map on another map on another map on another map on another map, right? But the same interesting, the same thing getting copied constantly, right? I guess my question, and I think that's why I was kind of interested in what even Anandit was asking, in the current context of a hyper-nationalist government situation, and also in terms of this, which has gotten hold of this mechanism, right? This vision, this seeing like the state is even more, it's become pronounced, right? It's the gaze of the state, the view from it, very, very pronounced, very, very. So what does one do in terms of the tools or even the systems of knowledge? I think what's very interesting is that while there was in the 90s or maybe even early parts of 2000 or something, there was a lot of discussion about this, about the planning process. I'm thinking of people, Terence Byres and all that entire group of people who are talking about all of these kind of things early. After that, does not have seemed to be much work or even an understanding. I think the old tools of Lefebvre, Massey are no longer adequate to get into that. That's what I'm trying to get in. I think there's something else that we have to look at, right? Yeah. And we have to look at the legal, the representational, and maybe start finding some kind of mishaps here that are happening, right? So it's kind of a engagement with what Anandit was saying, and I think what Thomas has been saying. No answers. I'm just saying yesterday there's a notification that the Aravalis don't exist. What do you say to that, right? What do you say to that? Okay, it doesn't exist, man.
Yeah, the only thing I would add to that is it's a little simplistic to say that the notification means the Aravalis don't exist. They're using a existing.
I know, but that's the interesting thing of legal terminology, right?
Yes,
and the point is also, as we were trying in the previous panel, what happened is, you see, where does the legal come from? The legal does not come out of thin air. The legal is coming down again from an expert knowledge, which is there. There's an interesting closed kind of a loop there that's happening. It either comes from that or it comes from what somebody like Gramsci would call commonsensical knowledge, or
see, even the commonsensical knowledge of the common law was never commonsensical, right? It was driven by
no. That's why Gramsci will distinguish between what he will call common sense and good sense, right? Yeah. But I'm saying it does come from common sense, and I think, in a certain sense, what Thomas was talking about, right? I think it's important. That's why I just said, yes, Lefebvre has said, yes, Doreen Massey has said, but I think that what is happening in the post-colonial, especially in India today, is a very, very different kind of beast. And I think we need some newer kind of theoretical frameworks to understand what is happening here. Mm-hmm. I think those frameworks are inadequate at this point of time to understand what is happening here. Yeah. Because, it's just not the rich, anything, this is a post-truth, post-representational government. This is unbelievable, right? So what do you fight it with is the question. That's, I guess, it's also kind of a helplessness that I'm talking about. Sorry, Thomas, we didn't mean to take up so much, but, I think it was...
No. I share the same questions. So if someone has a good answer, but yeah,
burning in all of our things. We're thinking about this, right? What does one say to things like this?
Yeah, but one is I do think this is like I saw this news article also about the Aravalis not existing, which in a way it's funny, but in other ways it makes sense. When the British said that the Central Ridge is a reserve forest, there's no forest there. Basan Kunj was a forest, but it's not a forest.
It's not a forest. Categorizing that is a very interesting. You mentioned there was no vegetation for that. The British came and said it's a forest. Now somebody is saying it's not a forest. It doesn't even exist.
Yeah.
Probably the 4-year survey which Girish was talking about gave this as the toolkit for the current government. Denotify things.
Yeah. The truth is there is no forest at all. There you go. End of story. All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Thomas, for joining us. I just hope that we had more time such that the conversation could have gone further. But as always, good things comes to an end, and so has the keynote talk for today. We hope to have you more often at the JSAA such that we can engage in similar sort of conversations later on as well. Thank you so much. Thank you everyone for joining us. Aditya, over to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Crowley, for a wonderful guest lecture, a keynote lecture, and for your valuable insights into the work that you have done on understanding and reimagining the city through the lens of the Delhi Ridge. I also thank Professor Banerjee for moderating the question and answer session with questions from our audience. Before we end for today, a few reminders. All recordings of this conference will be uploaded on our JSA YouTube channel in case you wish to go back to them. You can follow all of our social media platforms for all updates on ICBE 2021. Additionally, we will be releasing the ICBE 2021 Book of Abstracts as a part of etc., the JSA student newsletter on the 1st of October 2021. And with this, we conclude all sessions on the second day of the International Conference on the Built Environment, ICBE 2021. I would like to thank all of you for joining us today. We will see you again tomorrow for 4 more panels on the built environment, as well as this documentary screening of Aigai, When Will Electricity Come, a documentary by filmmaker Dr. Anandana Kapoor. The screening will also be followed by a conversation with Dr. Kapoor. We begin tomorrow at 10 a.m. with the first session of the day titled Ways We Dwell. Thank you all for coming today, and please take care.